worries, bro. It's All right, guys. Welcome to another episode of the Kalergi crew. We're here with Jelani. We're gonna have a special guest joining us. His name is Semitic Jew. He's got 30,000 followers on Twitter, and he's a professor of mathematics. So we're gonna bring him in. We're up to 20 listeners straight off the bat. So we'll have Semitic Jew joining us. It's about how racists misuse statistics to push a narrative and some of the fallacies that they use to reason, right? And so I'm going to go over a couple statistics now and how it can kind of shape a narrative by ignoring context. So the first one I'm going to talk about is when you look on black gaps, right? So the gaps between white people and black people in America, that ignores black on black gains, right? So over the past couple decades, black homicide rates have been down, employment has been up, incarceration has been down, IQ and wealth has been rising, and that's cost of living effective. That's price purchasing parity. It's accounting for inflation. So, objectively speaking, black Americans have been doing better under all of these social indicators year over year with black on black gains. But when you compare black on white gaps, then you lose that. You think, well, why are blacks doing so poorly? Well, do you compare yourself to someone else, or do you compare yourself to how you performed the previous year? And that's the problem when you look on black on white gaps, is that you're comparing yourself to another group when you should really be saying, hey, like, we are improving as a group, and that's what matters. I'm an investor. And so when I look at my previous year's performance, I look at it relative to the year before that and the year before that. I don't compare my gap to Warren Buffett. Why would I compare myself to Warren Buffett when he's at the top? And so you can do this with any group. You know, Asian Americans, they do better than white Americans. But the real question is your collective group doing better year over year? Have they been improving? And, that's where you've got to use black on black gains rather than black on white gaps. Right. So that's the first one. The second one is when it comes to crime stats, you've got the 1350 meme. So when it comes to crime stats, you've got the 1350 meme that pops up. So 13% of the population is responsible for 50% of homicides. But if you actually want to break that down a bit more honestly, what you would do would you be looking at the percentage of black people that are arrested for homicide on an annual basis. And that's a fairly simple calculation. It's 6,000 divided by a population of 48 million. So that means on any given year, 1 in 7,500 black Americans will commit homicide. So that's 0.0125% of black people that are responsible for approximately 50% of the homicide. Homicide's not equally distributed, right? So why do you extrapolate a very small segment of the population and apply guilt to the whole collective? That's disingenuous. It's not 13% of the population that's committing 50% of the homicides. It's 0.0125%, 1 in 7,500 black people that are responsible for 50% of the homicides. So if you got rid of that population, you would see the homicide rates drop 50%. And you can do that without targeting black Americans because, as I said, there's 7,499 black Americans that won't commit homicide for every black American that does. So don't indict the whole group. Okay, the third point that I'm going to mention is called the Simpson's paradox. So the Simpsons paradox is a trend that appears in different groups individually, but reverses when those groups are combined. So an example, let's say this. Here's an example for you. They often aggregate data across unequal groups and they claim it proves something biological, ignoring different environments, wealth levels, education, and policing intensity. So they might show something like black arrest rates are higher overall without separating for income or neighborhood or police presence. When you actually control for those variables, the racial differences often shrink or disappear. And that's what you call the Simpsons paradox. So the Simpsons paradox shows how the same data can flip its meaning when you ignore context And that's what racists do. They love lack of context. Okay, so can you put the link in the here? I'll do this. This might be the guest, guys. If you want to grab a mic, feel free to come up on the panel. I just put the StreamYard link in there. You don't need an account. Just come on up and feel free to join. So, race is a very bad proxy for all of these things. When it comes to IQ, when it comes to criminality, when it comes to wealth, it's a terrible proxy. A better proxy are the environmental conditions that are external to race, the housing you grow up in, the income you grow up in. All of these things are a better predictor of crime and a lack of intelligence and educational underachievement. And, this is what racists love to do, though, is that they use black as a proxy for all of these things. When, if you if it was a biological determinism, you would see the same stats universally. Black Americans would have the same homicide rates of people from Ghana or people from Botswana or people from, Caribbean islands. But that's not the case. Black Americans are exceptionally high, and I'm collectivizing myself, but this is for context. Ghana's homicide rate is about maybe, I think it's 4 per 100,000. Black Americans hovers between 20 and 30 per 100,000. So why is a whole black nation got a lower homicide rate than Black Americans? Well, I think there's context there when it comes to a disenfranchised minority that has been ghettoized. Black British people have homicide rates 4 per 100,000. That's less than half that of Russia. Russia's a predominantly white country. Why are Black British committing homicides at significantly lower rates? So if there was this biological determinism, you'd expect black nations to kind of be around the same when it comes to the levels of homicide. And you don't get that. You get huge discrepancies. You see in Ghana, you see in plenty of West African nations, the British black population, the homicide rates are exceptionally low compared to black Americans. And black British people, black Africans in the UK actually perform their GCSE, which is the exam they do at age 16. They perform better than that of the white British population, the general population. They perform double better than the Roman gypsies, where the Gypsy Crusader comes from. So, yeah, I think that when it comes to these stats, you've got to use context. You've got to use context. So, Jelani, do you want to give your thoughts on that? And if you're listening, Semitic Jew, feel free to join the panel. We're expecting you. So, Jelani, go ahead. How do you feel?
Well, yeah, it's amazing how they love to pick and choose when they want to use context, and you can even see it when they use Grok. As a matter of fact, you can especially see it when they use Grok, because they'll tell Grok just answer with one word only, or they'll say be succinct. You know, they hate context when it adds nuance to whatever statistic they're trying to use to push a narrative. So in order to push that narrative, they'll just cut out a piece of the statistic, or they'll only take one side of the statistic, completely remove the context, and then just present that statistic as if it's representative of who they're trying to paint a picture of. Whereas on the other hand, if the tables are turned or is flipped, then they love context, and it's so amazing to see that hypocrisy and to see them flip back and forth from ignoring context to now using all the context in the world when there's something that they want to explain. For example, if we bring up child porn statistics, then they will add in all of the context in the world. Even they will even go as far as to say that it's the cause of access to the internet, or the availability of access that is the main driver behind child porn, when in actuality it's just people who love child porn. Having more access to it, does not negate the prevalence of child porn, of the action in the community. But when they have that narrative to push, they're going to completely remove any type of context whatsoever that would speak to the contrary of what they're trying to push. And like you brought up with the 1350, that's all they talk about. That is the literal foundation of their particular talking points, which is the 1350. But as you stated, how misleading it is, because it doesn't encompass the actual number of criminals. It doesn't tell you the actual number of criminals who are responsible for the particular disparity. But in their minds, this is good enough to push their narrative that because of what 0.0 whatever percent does something, we can then attribute that to the rest of the 99. And yeah, it's very played out and very low IQ, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. Look, when it comes to race, in my experience, and I'll give you like an anecdotal story here. So I had a lot of white supremacists on my Twitter Spaces for about a year. Most of them have migrated somewhere else since they've heard my liberal views. But they were saying the most heinous things about Black Americans for the past, you know, 6 months. Right? They
Wasn't
was
it based
talk.
off you having some sort of deal or like not deal but relationship with Johnny Somali?
No, no. So listen, there was a bunch
That's
of
how I
white
found you.
supremacists. There were a lot of white supremacists in my Twitter Spaces, and they were saying the most heinous things about Black Americans for about 6 months. And then there was this page that came in called White Recovery. So this was a fairly big Twitter page. I think they had about 20,000 followers. And it's about white Americans leaving opioid addictions and drug recovery and this kind of thing. And so all of these guys that were just shitting on black people for the past year, 6 months to a year, they started opening up. I'm like, yeah, dude, my wife left me. They took my kids. I've been clean off heroin for like 6 months, and I'm in halfway houses. And it's like the biggest losers. So what they did was they project their insecurities and their shortcomings
Isn't
on the
that
Black
like an
Americans. And I'm like,
anecdotal experience though?
hang on, Alaska. Aren't the, aren't they just projecting their insecurities onto Black Americans? Go ahead, Alaska. Try not to interrupt, bro. You will interrupt people's flow.
My bad. Um yeah, I think that's an anecdotal experience because a lot of the people that are realistic with race and stuff who actually like care to acknowledge the truth and not just kind of be retarded in a Twitter space are people who don't do heroin. Yeah, it's just a dishonest light to paint people in because
But what?
there's the
What?
problem. I double checked, right? Someone else kind of checked the facts that you're trying to, like the statistics that you were given about the exoneration. They actually did have the highest amount of exonerations, but when you account for, even when you apply that statistic, that metric, it only lowers the total crime by like a tenth of a percent. So it's like it doesn't really mean anything.
I think it's more like 5%.
No, it was a tenth. It was we could double check it together, but I just don't believe these stats. I don't believe that Black Americans are doing better. Personal belief in the UK for like any type of test, I just don't believe it because the UK is the biggest, most liberal country, like a developed country to exist next to Canada, probably. The thing with the UK is, for example, they're trying to introduce carbon tax, like carbon limits and stuff like that, digital ID. So I just don't trust the UK. I don't trust statistics in general because the most credible ones are supposed to come from like FBI data and stuff like that. I'm not saying every aspect of government is corrupt, but I wouldn't be surprised one bit if it was, because you can't trust the government nowadays. But if we want to talk about statistics today, like I'll actually double check everything with you and try to see where it's really at, because a lot of it sounds good, like Jelani said. It sounds good for everybody when it benefits their narrative or what they're trying to confirm. So if we want to talk about
All right,
statistics, we
so
can do that.
let's go over exoneration rates. So I was correct. It's more like 5% rather than a tenth of a percent. An estimate from Georgia Innocence Project suggests that somewhere between 4 and 6% of incarcerated people in the US might be innocent. And Black Americans are 7 times more likely than white Americans to be falsely convicted of serious crimes.
Okay,
So that's the general prison population overall. About 5% of
but
those
it
people will be innocent. So Black Americans are significantly higher than that 5%.
but what you did right there is might be innocent. How many were proven? Like, what is the actual exoneration? What
Well,
statistic?
it's based on data for exonerations. It's based on for people that get the death penalty, and there was evidence that came along later and it showed that actually that person was innocent. Their DNA was a mismatch, or there was some kind of flaw in the judicial process which convicted them and killed them. So look, the best estimate we have from the Georgia Innocence Project is about 4 to 7% of those in prison.
I mean, just by the name of it, it sounds relatively objective. But I mean, who's doing the study on the floor on the Georgia Innocence Project?
Like academics in the field, criminologists. I mean, who do you think are doing
I mean,
it?
when you think about Georgia, we think about Atlanta, Georgia. You think about black apologist culture. Like, I mean, it's not the best state in the United
So,
States.
okay, for drug crimes, the NRE found 69% of exonerations were black, though white and black drug use rates are similar. So I posted some stats on my Twitter the other day. Let me pull those up so I don't misquote them. Drugs. So black Americans and white Americans do drugs at roughly the same rates and report dealing drugs at roughly the same rates, yet black Americans are somewhere between 3 and
Is this
5 times
per capita or is
more
this is
likely.
this?
Yeah, yeah, of course it's per capita. So black Americans are between 3 and 5 times more likely to be arrested for drug offenses, yet their rates of dealing and using are fairly similar.
What statistic is this done by who? Because I'm
Let's
gonna
look.
look this stuff up and see if there's any
So black Americans.
mischaracterization of the data. Because I do not trust a social liberal race trader such as yourself.
Yeah,
I
black
mean, well, here's
Americans.
the thing, Alaska. Um,
Yeah.
if you trust the studies on IQ, and if you trust the statistics, again that support your narrative, then are you not being just as
No,
biased as the
no,
people
that's
who
what I
you're
was talking about
claiming?
earlier. I usually don't believe them, but if we're gonna talk about them today, I'm gonna double check and I'm gonna do.
Okay, so according to the Sentencing Project, black and white Americans use illicit drugs at roughly similar rates, but about 1 in 4 people arrested for drug law violations are black. The
Oh wait, so the
American,
sentencing
hang on,
project
Alaska, you keep interrupting me.
is done by
I'm
who?
gonna,
Real
I'm
quick,
gonna,
because I got to double check this while you talk.
Sentencing Project,
By who?
the
It's
Sentencing
just
Project. Look it up.
what year? I mean, what year?
This is from 2023.
All right.
The American Civil Liberties Union reports that black people are about 3.6 times more likely than white people to be arrested for marijuana possession nationally despite similar usage rates. So that goes into over policing, if there's police presence. It's like if a tree falls in the middle of the woods and no one's around, does it make a sound? So if you're smoking marijuana on your porch and there's no cops because you live in, I don't know, rural Appalachia, yet if you're smoking out in a more urban area where there's higher police presence, then you see what I'm saying? So they use drugs at roughly the same rates, yet black Americans are between 3 and 5 times more likely to be arrested. A study in Washington, D.C. found that while blacks and whites had similar or even lower predicted drug use rates for black men were still more likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So, why this matters. These disparities suggest that higher rates for black Americans are not simply due to higher usage rates, but are heavily influenced by policing practices, location, enforcement priorities, and structural bias. And so there's more studies that go into this, right? So if a black and a white person are arrested with similar priors, they have similar priors and similar offenses, black Americans will get a 20% higher sentence than white Americans. And so How do we explain that? Black Americans are more stopped than police, yet contraband is found less in their cars than the white Americans they pull over. Why is that? So again, if a tree falls in the middle of the woods and no one's around, does it make a sound? If white people are out there committing crimes at similar rates, but the focus isn't on them, then it's going to elevate those numbers, isn't it?
Exactly. Or precisely. It makes all the sense in the world. Go ahead, Elias.
So
And somebody asked
I'm
a
not a
question
master of
too.
I'm not a master of using AI to like come up with things, but one of the key points of contention are the methodological limitations in scope, and the 2023 sentencing project relies on snapshot data. The report primarily uses a snapshot of the prison population on a single day. This method can miss important dynamics. For example, it doesn't capture disparities in sentencing length, rates of parole, or recidivism. A system could have proportional sentencing, but disparate rates of initial arrest or prosecution, which is a single day count, doesn't fully explain.
Crime study and bots.
Yeah,
Lack of
so like
offense
there's limitations on
severity
any dot.
control. The
There's
report
limitations.
provides
Like, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
The report provides broad state-level disparities, but does not control for the specific crime committed or the defendant's criminal history. When studies do control for these factors, racial disparities often shrink, but rarely disappear. Critics argue that without this level of detail, the report overstates the role of pure racial bias.
What report is that from?
Ideological and advocacy positioning, the sentencing project's mission is reform. The organization is not a neutral academic entity. It is explicitly an advocacy group with a mission to advocate for effective and humane responses to crime that minimize imprisonment and criminalization. This does not mean their research is invalid, but it means their work is framed to support a pre-existing goal, ending mass incarceration. This can influence the data they highlight and how they interpret it. Data
Okay.
omissions and interpretive choices. The focus on incarceration, not crime. The report starts with the disparity in prisons and works backward. A critic would argue it should start with the crime data and work forward. By focusing on the end result, which is incarceration, it can overlook whether the initial contact with the system, like arrest rates or certain crimes, is itself disproportionate. And then it talks about victimization data and some more stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's just these certain things that are like these statistics. I mean, if we're
What
gonna
was your
use
take? What was your take?
data, let's use a government like FBI crime statistic or something like that, because I don't trust. There's so much statistics out there that anyone can reach for in terms of supporting their argument. So I'd say let's go with the most neutral government sponsored ones. Even though, like I
Well,
said,
the
government's
FBI
corrupt.
crime
The
stats again.
government sponsors ones are the least neutral, but I think that you're touching on
You could say
something
that, but why would you say that?
because the government, like any advocacy group, like any group at all, has their own special interests that
So
they
we
want
can
to preserve,
find.
obviously. I'm not saying
Well, you
they're
could
good or
say that,
bad.
but I mean, ideally, you would
I
think
mean,
the
there is
government has the most accurate, most neutral.
most neutral, no. Most at
You could say
if
that,
the way,
but why
wait,
wouldn't
can
they?
I finish? Well, can I, because
So I mean, using that argument, every single statistic can be necessarily like
oh
discredited
my
for
God, let
whatever
me
goal
finish
that
what I have
you
to
are
say.
personally gonna attribute to them.
Okay, can I
At least
finish
it's
what I have
very
to say? I'm not
explicitly
going to,
known in the Sentencing Project
dude, if you let me
2023
finish,
what their
then you'd see
goal
that I'm
is.
not disagreeing with you. If you
Women
just let
shouldn't
me
talk.
finish.
Anyways, go ahead.
Can I finish? I appreciate it. Thank you. Going back to what you're saying in the general conversation. Damn, that was so unnecessary, dude. Going back to the general conversation, when you're talking about statistics, I got down that circle where I'm like, dude, you just can't trust anything because everything has its interest, and obviously, but you did exactly what you're supposed to do, going back to the methodology. And like, you can have a survey say, we surveyed people in the city and they said they don't like this policy. And then you look at the methodology and you're like, oh, but you surveyed like 30 people. How can you say that a whole city is behind or against this? And then you go down to like how they surveyed people. Was it online? Was it over the phone? Was it email? And then you start thinking to yourself, okay, what does a typical person who's, let's say, at home can answer a survey at 3 p.m. What is that? That person is retired. You know, it's not like a person who's out there
We
dealing
already
with.
prefaced every single one of like, we already know this. So, like, what's the point of what you're saying? We don't need details. We can understand the gist of it.
But details, that's what makes you understand what the interest is. That's what
No,
makes
like,
you
what's
understand
statistic? What
exactly
are you
what the
saying?
data
You're
is
saying the
saying.
statistics aren't credible.
I didn't say, first of all, I was echoing
What's the
what you're
gist of what
saying
you're saying?
because you said the gist of what I'm saying right now is that you need to chill out. But what I'm
Exactly. You're
saying
making
is,
it personal. You're making it about you and me. Like, what is
because
the
I can't
gist of
talk
what you're
because you're not
saying?
letting me
In
talk.
terms,
Oh,
no,
Alaska,
because
let
you're
her
dude,
gonna
all
talk for
right.
finish.
5 minutes and say nothing. What is the point of what you're saying?
Alaska,
And then
hold up. Let
describe
her
it.
finish the point. You keep interrupting. It throws people
She's
off. You've done
making a
that to me
moot
twice in
point.
this space already. You don't
Yeah,
I
I mean,
let
don't
either
think
her
I'm
way,
finish her
making a
point,
moot
and then you
point
can
at
rebuttal.
all.
Keep it
I'm
There's
professional.
no
actually
Let her
giving
rebuttal
some.
finish.
because it seems like she's just saying like, oh, well, I mean, we have. She's already like basically parakeeting
okay, well,
everything I
let her
just
say
said
it.
with statistics.
Alaska, that's
No,
kind
go
of the
ahead.
point.
Tell
I
me
don't
what
want
I'm
to listen
saying.
to
Tell
a
me what
woman
I'm
talk for
saying.
10 minutes just to pretty much say exactly what we've already said.
Well, I mean, this is a stage and this is a show, Alaska. So that's kind of the point is to be here and listen, even though you don't like it, bro. Like, so,
Well,
let's
I
just
mean,
let her
time
finish
is
it.
more important than what's going on. We're not going to get a clip out of this. There's not 1,000 viewers right now. Like, let's for the sake of time.
We
What the
have
fuck is
200
this woman
people
trying to
listening right
say?
now.
Well,
We have
I mean, do you have
200. We
something
have
else to go do? Like we're all sitting here. We came here, to talk. So, like, I'm not rushing. If you're rushing, then
She's just
hey, maybe
well,
this time.
basically everything she said is just like, oh, we have to look at the intentions, this and that. It's like we already know we should question statistics. What is she trying to say? What should we do? What should we do? Where
Still,
should we
I'm
let
go
telling
from
you
here?
exactly what you should do, dude. You should go to the methodology and look exactly what they're talking
I
about.
just did. We already just did that. We don't need you to
Okay,
say
but
that.
well, I just did. What are you gonna do about it?
You got to go.
Well, I'm
Women
still
can't
here. What are
have
you gonna do
actual
about it?
conversations. You should never
I'm trying
listen
to
to
have a
anything a woman has
conversation,
to
dude.
say.
You're the one who's saying we
You
shouldn't
have
believe
nothing to
any
Alaska, you're
say.
being
statistics.
extremely immature right now. You are.
go ahead
You interrupted
and finish.
me twice in my flow. You interrupted her before she was 20 seconds into a
So,
monologue. You went for 5 minutes. No one interrupted you. So stop being rude and let
No,
her finish
I
her point.
didn't.
Just
Let's
go
be
on mute.
honest.
Go ahead.
I maybe went 20 or like
You
You
did. You
regurgitate
shut
from
shut
10
up.
Chat
minutes. I
GPT.
went
You
10
have no
minutes.
original thought. You need to go eat some fiber, dude.
You're
Like, go
saying
chill.
exactly what I just told you. Get out of here. Thank you. I mean, let's be honest. She was contributing nothing.
She was
we can't
about to
say that,
contribute,
Alaska.
and you cut her off rudely.
No, I mean, let's be honest. What she
Right.
was saying, oh, we have to question the methodologies. It's like I just did that before I even talked to you
I'm
and you
saying, but
giving
that's
your
not the point,
statistic.
Alaska.
I just said
Alaska,
that.
the point is to let people give their
Hey, I
submissions
just
because we
saved
have a
us all
show here.
20 minutes from going back and forth on
Well,
bullshit. So let's keep
but now
going.
we
Let's
just
keep
lost a
going.
person.
You can either keep complaining about nothing or we can keep going. Is well, I was right. I don't care what y'all have to
And
say. I
by the
was right
way,
about everything I said
Alaska, when
about
it
her.
comes to
What she
crime
was saying.
stats, when it comes to crime stats, government sources aren't always the best because they don't control for environmental factors. So that's why, like academic criminologists, they do control for environmental factors,
Yeah, but how would
socioeconomic
that influence
factors.
data though?
And when you hang on, shut up. When you account for socioeconomic factors, crime rates shrink drastically across races. And that's what sociologists do. That's what criminologists do. All you're going to get is raw numbers from the FBI data, which
That's
are
all that
arrests,
matters
but
though.
aren't
I mean, for the
convictions
most
either.
part, because then we can
No, it's
interpret
not that
whether
all
or
that
not
matters. No, that's the Simpsons
No
paradox
context.
right there.
a what?
Right.
That's a
Context
what?
is important too, not just the numbers, Alaska. You can't just look at numbers and think you're going to get
So you're
a
saying
meaningful
you're
explanation.
saying basically because of people's socioeconomic factors that would change the data is what you're saying. Like, oh, they grew up in poor areas, so the data is now we're gonna cut it in half. Like, what do you mean? How does that matter? I don't understand. Maybe I'm retarded, but explain to me this.
Yeah, most definitely.
How does that
Yes,
affect the
most
data?
definitely. Yes, social economics affects data because we can see it with people who leave those environments. You see it with just look at the rappers. Do you see any rappers'
So we're
children
not.
doing the same
So
thing
we're
they
just.
did? Is Ice Cube's son selling drugs? No. Is Snoop Dogg's children selling drugs? No. So we see that when people get better economic conditions, that they
So
make
we
better
could say that,
choices,
but that doesn't
and
influence
that
the
they're
data.
not.
The data is still the data. If say for example,
It
if
actually
in
it
low,
actually does though, because again,
well, I'm going to give
over
you an
time,
example of why I
over
just don't
time,
understand it. Maybe you could help me get past this way sooner than later. If in low income, say majority white neighborhoods, if maybe all these white people were, let's demonize them, like radicalize them right here, like let's say they were selling child porn and committing like more rape or something, are we not going to include that data, or are we just going to completely ignore the fact that, oh, they were low income areas, so we're not going to? How does that influence data? Do you cut the data in half at that point? Like,
not
how do
breaking
you
up.
influence this?
So look, when you have two groups of people, Group A is living in poverty, Group B is living at the top 10% of American households, you're going to see a discrepancy in crime rates. So if there's a million people from Group A and a million people from Group B, the real factor there, the real proxy for crime is poverty, not race. So
I'm
that's
not
why they
arguing against
account,
that.
huh?
I'm not arguing against that, but I'm just saying if we're
Okay,
going
and
to
so
use
when you
data,
look
it
at
should be
FBI
raw.
stats, black people are disproportionately poor, so they're going to be disproportionately involved in these criminal enterprise. It's the same thing that happened in the 19 and 1800s with the Irish Americans. If you look at New York homicide rates in late 1800s to the mid 1900s, you'll see that Irish American homicide rates were about triple that of the general population. Black Americans were lower than the general population because, there was a lot more policing and social exclusion. So they had to be extra careful. But Irish people committed homicide rates 2 to 3 times. And so when
So
they got
let's
accepted
so
into
given
white,
that that
hang on,
may be
hang on. When they got accepted into whiteness, they got social mobility. They went into the fire departments, the police departments, and they became part of the American fabric. Black Americans have been historically excluded and ghettoized. And this is universal. This is just isn't about Black Americans. You can look at Aboriginals in Canada, Native American, Aboriginals in Australia. You can look at the Roma Gypsies in Europe. These people that have had similar histories have the lowest educational attainment, the highest homicide rates, the highest
all right,
prison
all right, all right.
populations,
I hear the
and,
gist of
and
what you're
Gypsy
saying.
Romans are the highest. They're far higher than Black Americans.
What I'm saying, man, it's like sometimes I want to respond to something, and it's like I get it. I don't know if I really am going to interrupt and miss something, but it's like it's hard to remember. Like, all
It
right,
down.
so
Write it down.
well, certain things, it's like fuck. All right.
Write down some bullet points when someone's speaking. That way you're able to address them when it's your turn to speak.
It's just people over expound on this bullshit. It's like you can go back and forth a lot faster without over expounding on like certain key points. Like you don't got to
Why?
fuck.
Okay, you're Pacific Islander. Why are the Maori
No,
so
like
much
say kind of
higher
what you
in
said again in a sense, because I had a,
why
I had
are the
a,
Maori? Why are the Maori in New Zealand far poorer, far more likely to be incarcerated, have low educational attainment? Is it because you guys are just like genetically inferior, or is it the
oh,
environmental
okay. So this is
conditions?
what I was gonna say. This is what I was gonna say. It kind of reminded me. So nowadays, Black people, Native Americans, Asian people, people of like ethnicity who aren't white. We have affirmative action nowadays. People have the opportunity and the ability to do anything that anyone else is allowed to do. So there's no excuse for anyone except systemic things that just cause them to somehow end up in a poorer area. They introduced crack in the 80s to Black neighborhoods, this and that. But nowadays, today, everyone can do anything. It's up to their choice. But yes, it does include, factors like their family and their neighborhood, the location. But nowadays, if we're talking about today, people can do all of that. And so if they want, and we have things
For the
like
last
affirmative action and other things to actually help these people get jobs, as to get into colleges, to get into positions like being a fireman or a police officer. So there's really no excuse. And they say, sometimes you got to help yourself. No one's going to come save you. So I mean, I don't but if we're going to
here's the
talk about
thing. Here's the thing,
statistics,
Alaska, is
people
that
care about
again,
raw data. That's what I'm
Alaska,
saying.
what you
Statistics,
keep
you have
doing
to
though, you keep doing the
only go by
competition
raw
fallacy.
data. Socioeconomics we can account for later, when we analyze this raw data. But what's important is that it's raw. We don't
That
need
doesn't give context. context. There's no context there. Just because it's raw
No
doesn't
Yes,
mean it's
there
context
good.
is.
whatsoever.
If you have any life
You need to
experience
control
and
for
knowledge on a
variables.
topic, you can
Listen,
account
listen, you
for it.
need to control for variables. That's what academics do. They don't just take raw data. They look at it and they control for variables.
So
Whether that's
if you
Exactly.
income,
say
whether that's
We
spatial
have the data
inequality.
already.
you could have more, I mean, data is objective. It's not subject to anything. So, for example, if
What
we
do you mean
got,
it's subjective?
it's not subjective. Raw data is not subjective. Like if we're going to
The
talk about, for
interpretation of that data
example,
is though,
The
right? That's why
interpretation
they
is
have
though.
controlled
so
variables.
we can talk about that, but we don't have to look up certain studies that are done by certain people that are less credible because they don't give raw data. Like all the FBI is omitting the fact that socioeconomics. Why should they even bring that up? Like that's not a factor. And if you're aware of it, you're already aware
It
of it. It's
is a
like
factor.
how
It
can we
is a
adjust
factor.
for
It tells you exactly
socioeconomics
why the
mathematically?
disproportion exists. That's the whole point. You need
Okay,
to
but
know
that's not
why
going
the
to affect the
disproportion
data. For
exists.
example,
What's the point of
if
getting
we're
the
going to talk
data
about strength and
if you're
not
not
crime,
going to do
crime, it gives
anything
people all up
about
in their
the
panties. If we're gonna,
disproportion?
I know, I
What's
hear
the
you, right?
point of
I
getting
hear you, right?
data?
Don't keep repeating yourself. What I'm saying is, if
Come
we
on,
have a
come on,
You're not
white
guys.
going to
Come on,
learn
person,
please,
anything.
please. Everyone. When I speak, I need everyone, please, to be quiet. I need to bring control here. So, I'm the unofficial host. This is everyone's platform. D to the Dre, if you
I'm
wouldn't
not the
mind
only one
sharing.
that thinks the way I'm thinking.
Alaska,
So
stop
it's like,
interrupting. Holy shit, did you just hear what I said? I said, when I speak, please be quiet. D to the Dre, welcome to the space. Feel free to share it to your Facebook. This will be a good conversation. We're going to get a mathematician in here. He's a professor. His name's Semitic Jew. He's on Twitter. He's got 30,000 followers. So hopefully he can come in, hopefully now, to because it would be great to talk to Alaska about this. So look, guys, one mic.
yeah,
Just look.
indoctrinated.
Try to wrap it up between 1 and 2 minutes, so there's no over talking, and just wait for a pause, Alaska, before you jump in, because you interrupt mid train of thought, and it's really off putting. It throws people off. So look,
Well, I
Alaska,
mean,
I'll
they
give
already
you.
get to make a
I'll
point and
let
then
you
they
go
expound
first.
on it. And I already
Uh,
understand the point. I don't need it to be
no, you
overly
don't.
expounded upon.
You're
I don't
guessing what he's
understand
going
the
to
point.
say, and that's your problem. Just
No,
let him
because I mean,
finish.
the thing is, when I talk, sometimes my point comes at the end. When I listen to you guys talk, you guys
No,
introduce
I
your
wrap my
point.
points up at the end. I make a bunch of different claims and wrap them up into a point at the end. That's how I speak. Anyway, Alaska, since you're so eager to speak over everyone, you go first, 1 to 2 minutes. Go ahead, and then Jelani, and let's be respectful.
Because my whole approach to this, my argument for raw data, is it can be interpreted after. You can't influence data by any means and say, oh, this is accurate. Saying, oh, we have to account for this. So there's no way to account for it. And like a way that people will cope, and they'll come up with these reasons for something that's racial or that's something involving crime, both, right? So if we're talking about people, oh, on average, an 18-year-old white man, white males lift this much, when recorded, just any type of data that they can just somehow fucking get. But black people do this. Are we going to account for the fact? You don't account for it. You take the data for what it is, and you analyze, and you try to come up with reasons or factors afterwards. Raw data is the most accurate thing you can work with. You can't influence data and say, oh, it's because of this. Like, because white guys, their culture is different. They may be weaker, so we're gonna up it 25% because you have to account. You don't have to account for shit. Raw data is raw data. If you got three people breaking into houses and they're all white, you're gonna say three white dudes broke into a house. You don't need to say where they came from or why. I mean, what are we talking about with this socioeconomic things having to influence data? Tell me how that makes sense. Like, give me a raw
When you
example.
control for these variables, you'll see the crime rates are fairly consistent. Like there's still an inflated, elevated Black American homicide rate, but that's again socioeconomics doesn't account for things like culture, and I think there are cultural criticisms you can make against hood culture in America, these Black American subcultures that do inflate their crime stats, but it significantly shrinks, and that's why we have these controls when
What
it
I'm
comes to
asking for
interpreting data.
is an example of how you would adjust for these controls. Like, even given the controls, like, for
You look
example,
at things like
okay,
spatial poverty, you'd be like, okay, people here in this suburb or this city, it's a lot richer. They have access to better resources. They have access to education that isn't underfunded. And you'll see that those crime rates in those places are lower. the main variable here is the environment that you grow up in rather than race. Race is a bad proxy. If race was a good proxy, you'd see consistent crime rates when it comes to homicide rates across majority of black countries, and you don't. You see that Ghana, places like Botswana, a lot of West African countries, a lot of Central African countries, they have significantly lower homicide rates than they do for Black Americans. Black
So
British people have significantly lower homicide rates than they do for Black Americans. It's about 10 times lower than Black American homicide rates. So
Right.
you don't see this constant across when you use race as a proxy, which means it's a bad proxy. What you do see across the board usually is inequality of incomes and discrimination within a nation, because poverty again is relative to the people that you're growing up next to.
I wouldn't exclude raw data from the fact that, maybe these people have like different circumstances than the other. It may paint an unfavorable picture to some people if you exclude the fact that, okay, they grew up in low income areas, but there's other factors than just income. Why do they commit different crimes? I mean, you could say it's access to this or that, but maybe there's a father in the house. There's unlimited variables that can go into any one area as to why it may influence the data. But like my argument is what I'm just still talking about is the data is the data. People can talk about the information afterwards. You could say it's relatively consistent, but where are you getting the statistics from? Is it from like a group that explicitly has a goal, or are we getting it from, some people, one that's a little bit more credible that someone just doesn't like because it's raw data? Because to me, it's more accurate to take the raw data. Maybe it's more broad, like they only talk about a state or an area or in the United States in general. But the raw data is the raw data. You can account for it later, but I wouldn't take it from the sentencing project of 2023. I mean, just listening to the title, there's something going on with the group. And then you look it up and there was something going on with the group. So I
Well,
mean,
no, there was not
raw
What's
data
going on with
anything
the
cannot be
group?
wrong
right.
with the group.
Yeah, they're an advocacy group because there is the prison industrial complex in America. America has one of the highest rates per capita of people that are locked up in prisons. America
I
is a
think
police.
I think the reason why it's good also to work with raw data is because you can't blame everyone who wants to focus in, for example, on say 1350, because the reason why you have to take that raw data that people don't like is because
That's not raw data, though. That's not
address
raw
the
data.
problems. Because if the raw data says 50% of the crimes, of violent crimes, are committed by black people, even though it may be only half of the black people, maybe 6%, 7% of
It's not even
it's
that
only
much.
seven. Hold on, man. It's only 7% of the 13%, because it's
It's
mostly
not
done
that
by
much, though.
males. Because
That's
it's
not the
mostly
raw
done by.
data. The
Okay,
raw
yeah,
data
sure it
said
is.
that
We
it's
we can
zero
check the
point.
13% and who's given the data, and we could expound upon that right after this. What I'm saying is it's 7% of the 13% that are committing, say, 48%,
It's not, though.
50%
That's the
out of the
problem, Alaska. It's
53%
not seven
of the
percent.
data. So
It's
my
not
point
seven
here,
percent.
my point here is, when people hear that, what they want to acknowledge is why. And then then you can say, oh, it's the low income areas, maybe we have to give more opportunity. Oh yeah, we already do, we have
But
affirmative
your data
action.
is
But
wrong.
you can't force families to move. You can't force families to this, to this or that. You have to change, a big control with a lot of, like, not control, a big variable that can influence certain things are algorithms and culture. So it's like, if we're just going to promote high contentious, not even high contentious, just pop. I mean, there's a reason China doesn't allow their algorithm to push bullshit, right? So when we have radio stations and algorithms, media that's platforming bullshit like mental illness, transgenderism, get LGBTQ community bullshit, like just trying to blanket everything under the virtue of love and acceptance, it's not going to get a better result than places like China, when you don't have this crime, when you have smarter average IQ, like a given age, whatever. So people like raw data because then you could actually find solutions. Then you could actually identify
Okay,
problems.
Alaska, Alaska, damn, Alaska.
Low
How
income
long are you going to
areas.
go on, Alaska? My God, it's a conversation, man. The thing is, that's not raw data you're using. because it's
Oh,
not 7%. If you're using raw data, then you would have to go down to 0.02% of the population. That's the raw data. So if you want to deal with raw data, let's deal with it. The raw data is so small, it's so infinitesimal, it's so minuscule
we can
that
find it right now. Let's find it then.
it cannot give you a good determination or even a good consensus of what the behavioral issues are amongst the other 99%. So your raw
I think you
data is
can.
flawed. The raw data, again, is
How?
0.02%.
Who
It's
says
maybe
that? Where?
130,000 people out of 50 million. So that is, so again, using your raw data, it brings your point to moot. It makes your point moot because that
Who you
number is so
who are you
small.
referencing? What data
I'm
are you
referencing the
referencing?
1350 statistic. The
And who's
1350
that given
so-called
by?
statistic is not raw data. The raw data is the amount, the number of criminals actually committing the crime. And that number in
That's
percentage
included in
is
the
less
data.
than 1%. So we're dealing with less than 1%.
We can
Is
look
what you're
up the
talking
data
about.
right now. I mean,
Yeah,
that's included
less
in
than
the data.
1%. Less than 1% is responsible
Are
for a
committing.
50% disparity. So for you to
I
try to
don't think
blanket,
it's 1% of people
it,
committing
it,
the
it doesn't
majority
matter
of the
what you
crimes.
think. We're talking
Because
about
Hang
the
on,
that
actual
would
Alaska.
number.
no. Because I
Hang
mean,
on,
we could
everyone.
expound on that.
We're talking about raw.
Alaska. Hang on, everyone, please, please. Alaska, just let him finish, right? Like we're going one mic policy. One mic policy. Wait for a pause. How about this? When you're done speaking, say
I,
finish, and then you can jump in. Just
well,
we need to
I
keep
think
it.
it's best to have a conversation as if I was in the gym with somebody, or if I was on the street with somebody. I'm not gonna just wait, let this person talk, and then say, "Oh, can I talk
I
now?
mean, we have
Can
people
I
listening
go?"
though. We
Yeah,
have people
it's a
listening.
Well, I
show.
mean,
It's a
I
show.
try to respectfully interject. Like, if you're saying something, I just,
No,
oh, let me get this out there real quick because you're just talking. I mean, just like how I'm just talking. But
just
when you're
keep it a
saying certain
minute,
I'm
things,
saying the
Alaska.
thing though.
Alaska, look, try keep it under a minute. So you, if you have points, if you can't remember what someone says in a minute, like of speaking, then just write dot down. This crime stat, this report, blah blah blah. You can do it like that, right? D- He's not
That's
gift
exactly what I'm
galloping. Just
doing.
let him finish his points. Like it's
all right,
multifaceted. Like
I
that's
could
how I
modulate
speak.
how I do this just a little bit. I got you.
All right, go
Yeah,
ahead,
that's what
Jelani.
I'm doing.
Try keep
When
it
you
under
talk,
like 90 seconds.
right? That's what I'm doing. When you talk, I write down what it is I want to address of what you're saying. So again, if you're going by just raw data, which you actually aren't, you're just saying you're using raw data, but you actually aren't. The raw data is there are only about 130,000 people, not even counting for recidivism, that are responsible for the disparity. 130,000 people out of 50 million. That number is
And
so small and so microscopic that it cannot
okay,
give
so
you
you're
a
giving
true picture
subjectiveness
of
right
what
here
the
now.
other 50 million people are doing, dealing with just raw data. And just raw data, the raw numbers of criminals within the black community is maybe 130,000, maybe out of
So
50 million. There's no
this is
way you get
oh
any,
my. See,
again,
you give your opinion after the fact.
no,
I
that's
just
not an
want to
opinion,
talk
that's
about the
raw data.
facts and
That's
principles.
raw
You
data.
over here want to
So let's
call it, oh, it's microscopic. This is
so
that.
let's deal
That's
with that raw
nothing.
data.
You give too
Let's
much
deal with the fact
subjectivity
that
on what you're talking about. It almost correlates with the way you take in your data. So, anyways, if these 130,000 people, they're all black,
mhm, yes,
and then how many? Okay, because I'm not double checking this. I'm just giving you, say,
and that's
given that it's
maybe
true. And and that if that's 50% of the crime, how many crimes is that? How many? How many individual crimes is this? Fifty
those
percent.
would be
It's
arrests.
like
Those would be arrests, and that's not accounting for
no, because I
recidivism
mean, no,
because we do
we
know.
accounted for exonerations, and it only lessens
No, no, no,
the
no. Again, we're
overall
going to raw data right now. Just
conviction
with raw data,
not even
just with
conviction
just with
rates.
raw
It
data,
lessens it by 0.1%. So I mean,
just with raw
how
data,
many were
you're looking
guilty?
at. We're not talking about exonerations. We're not even talking about convictions. We're only talking about arrests. The FBI crime statistics. There's only about
Because we'd only take away
130,000.
less than 10 a percent. So I mean,
There's
what
only
is
about
the arrest?
It's not a tenth of a
130,000
percent. It's about 5%. We
arrests.
went over that.
No,
Exactly.
no, no.
It's not about
That's an estimation. Remember, you highlighted that it was estimated given the rate of
Yeah,
possibility.
so
So
why do you?
how many
Okay,
arrests
okay.
though? 130,000
If
out of
the
how many
best if the
arrests?
best evidence that we have,
If it's fifty
right?
those are
percent,
the
If
arrests.
listen,
Those
hang
are the
on. If
arrests.
the best evidence we have is that it's about 5%, why then would you extrapolate it to be? Why then would you say it's less than a tenth of a percent?
Because I
Where are
we
you getting?
I
Where are you
I
getting?
did this last week
Hang on,
after
let
the
me finish the
conversation.
question, Alaska. Where are you getting the tenth of a percent? Where are you getting that from? Because I'm getting it from the sentencing project. Where are you getting the tenth of a
I
percent
don't
from?
have my Chat GPT tab
So you
saved.
made
If
it
I
up.
look it
You
up
made that
again,
up.
no, I didn't. No, I didn't. It only accounted for a tenth of a percent of like it
Based
didn't
on
even
what?
change
Based on what?
anything.
The sentencing project says between 4 and 7%.
I wouldn't reference the sentencing project because that's like you said, it's a possibility. If we're given
It's
actual
based on the best
objective
data
data, like
available.
how much we're actually, like I said, it gave a snapshot
It's
of
a
a day in a day.
probability. It's a probability, not just a possibility. It's a probability, which means that it's
It's the
based off
same
of
thing.
evidence. It's not the same thing.
You could
A
say it's likely, but
possibility
it's
and
not
a
true.
probability
How
are
many were
completely different.
actually exonerated? How many were
We don't even,
actually
again,
arrested?
exonerations is not even the conversation right now. Right now, let's stick to raw data and let's
All
stick
right,
to
so
the
like I
number of
said,
arrests.
if it's 50% of the
The number
crimes,
of
how much, how
arrests of
or
black.
50% of the arrests? What is the number of the arrests? What is the number?
I just told you, 150,000 arrests.
No,
Yes,
that's
and that's not even
130,000
counting.
people.
That's not even counting for recidivism. Again, 130,000. I give you
So
150.
it's
But
only
those,
so there's only 260,000. If that's 50%, there's only 260,000 arrests a year for violent crime. I'm not
no, for
extremely
black
familiar.
Americans, period. I'm talking about period. Yes. For violent crime, period, 130,000 arrests. Maybe. And that's not
All right,
even
so how
accounting
much?
for recidivism. I keep telling you that.
So
That's
I
not
thought that
counting for
was
repeat
oh
offenders.
Jesus, oh my God, yeah. So
That's raw,
that's what I was gonna
that's raw
ask
data.
for. How many people committed those 130,000 crimes,
Again, we don't even have
arrests?
to do that. I'm giving you the complete raw data without even bringing down recidivism. I'm not even doing recidivism. So fuck
It's not
recidivism.
even about recidivism. I'm saying like
Well,
if
or
those are
well, repeat
130,000
offenders.
blacks on
Right.
average, how many of those are repeat offenders? So it's like,
That's what
did
I'm
they
telling
ever
you.
account for that? Did any
That's what
study
I'm telling
already
you.
like do this?
That's what I'm telling
It
you,
should be out
Alaska.
there.
Alaska. I'm not even counting for that. I'm adding all of that
I'm not
in.
saying
So
what you're doing. I'm asking you about the raw data. It's nothing to do with what you're doing or what I'm
the
doing. It's
raw
about the
data does
data,
not account
raw
for
data.
recidivism. You are
Okay,
getting
well, if it
the
doesn't, oh
raw
well,
data.
because you can't blame people that 130,000 arrests are, out of the 260,000 that are violent, they're still black. So people are gonna want to address black culture. They're gonna
There
want to
are
address
not
black communities.
260,000 violent arrests. There are only
I'm not. No, I'm saying
130,000 violent arrests.
that are
And those
black, right? That are
130,000
black,
people,
because we're talking about 50%. So I'm saying out of the
it's committed, that
260,
50%
if half
is
of them
committed
are
by
black
130,000 people that are black.
people or
That's it.
arrests, because like I said, how many of
Again,
those were people?
again, let's
Oh,
just
you
go
need to
ahead
calm
and give
down
it
so
to
you could
you.
hear what I'm saying. All right,
I
go
know what
ahead.
you're saying. But let's just go ahead. I'm giving you that, Alaska. That's what you're not understanding. I'm giving you that it's 130. I'll even give you 150. It's 150 individual black people causing the 50%. That's what I'm giving you. That 150,000 individual black people cause this disparity. Now, 150,000 black people taken from 50 million black people, such a small number that it is negligible. And it means nothing to the point of what most people are trying to prove about black
I
Americans. And
believe
that's
you.
Hang
raw
on,
The
data.
majority of black.
hang on, let me jump in there. Let me jump in there. So 2% of the counties in America, 2% of counties are responsible for 50% of the homicide. And 10% of black Americans live in those 2% of counties, right? So if you got rid of those 2% of counties, you would reduce the population of black Americans by
What
10%. Yet
counties are that?
you want me to list off the entire 2% of counties? Listen, if you got rid of that 2% of counties, you'd reduce the black population by 10% and you'd reduce the homicide rate by 50%. Homicide isn't a constant across America. You have hot pockets of crime. And that's the point. It's like what you're trying to do is you're trying to take a very small fraction of the black American population and apply guilt to the whole. So, a fraction of a percent of black Americans on any given year will commit a violent crime, a homicide, anything of that nature. Yet you're trying to extrapolate that onto the 13% of 13% of the U.S. population, which are black,
Well, I
and
mean,
that is a very bad framing. It's
well,
not a
I
good.
don't think it is, because if you have 13% of the population, whether that may be 50 million or not, it's still 30%, 13% of the population.
It's
really
not
half of it,
13% of the
half of that.
population. It's a fraction of that 13%.
I know.
It's zero.
Well, that's the
It's
point. But
zero
of
point
that
zero one
demographic,
seven
right?
five percent of that black population.
Of that demographic, right? People
So
are
why
still
you
going to
why
focus in.
okay?
I mean, how are you going to blame someone for thinking, oh, well, if I go past this group of people in New York City that look like criminals, in their opinion, whether they're right or wrong about their having their opinion, these people could be fine people.
Well, you
But
would be
how
doing
can you
fallacious
blame
reason.
them?
You would be doing
Because
fallacious reasoning there. You'd be an
because the
illogical
stats are the
person.
stats.
You
How is
would
that
be in a.
illogical? I mean,
Okay,
I
let
don't
me
fear
finish.
black people in
You don't
general if I
like.
walk around, but
I,
how can you? My question is, how can you blame somebody
You're setting yourself
for
up.
understanding that a rare like minority of people who only consist 50 million or not 13% are committing half of the violent crimes? How are you going to blame someone
okay,
for
it's
thinking
not
that, oh, this
13%
black
though.
person could possibly
It's not
commit a violent
13.
crime against me?
It's not 13% though, and you repeated the same thing like 10 times. It's not 13% that are doing that. It's 0.0175% of the black population that are doing that, which is 1 in 7,500, right? So
One in
if you're
7,500.
applying a fraction of a percent onto an entirety of a collective, then you're an illogical person. That's what you are. You're an illogical person. And yet, right? So on any given year, as
So
an American, you have a 1 in 30,000 chance of being killed randomly. Like you have a 1 in 30,000 chance of getting killed in a homicide.
yeah,
Yet,
even the most
as a
violent
white
cities, it's
American,
like your chance is not very high.
hang on. Let me finish the point. Stop interrupting. Holy shit. So you have a 1 in 30,000 chance of being killed by anyone in a homicide. But as a white American, you have a 1 in 300,000 chance of being killed by a black American. So what you're doing is you're missing the forest through the trees. When you're looking at risk, your risk should be judged based on the most likely. And so are you worried about being killed in general? Because that's a 1 in 30,000 chance. Or are you worried about being killed specifically by a black American, which is a 1 in 300,000 chance? You're missing the
I think
forest through
people
the
are
trees.
focusing mainly on the, like I said, the total data. If excuse me, if 130,000 blacks are committing, which, well, you said 7,500 out of
No.
the,
1 in 7,500 black Americans will commit homicide on any given year,
and
statistically.
that's 5%, 5% of the
That
130,000. No,
say
I mean
again.
out of the 50 million, or is that 130,000 out of
No.
50
So out of
million?
the 50 million black Americans, it's about 0.017% of the black population will commit homicide. So
Out of
it's a
50
fraction of a
million
fraction
black
of a
people,
percent. Yeah, yeah. It's about one in seven thousand five
135
hundred. So
all
if,
violent
if you
crime,
have
not just one.
if you have 7,500 black people in a room with you, one of those people will commit homicide on any given year. And most of those homicides are between rivaling drug gangs. That so like they're not randomly killing. Like the chance of you being killed by a random black American, if you're not involved in a gang, like your chance is extremely low. So like to worry about a
that's why I
elevate.
don't really demonize personally. It goes along with my rationality that's unmatched. What I'm saying is I don't judge black people like that. Like I said before in previous
You have
spaces,
a
it's
far
about
higher
black
chance of being
culture.
killed by a white person. Do you feel like more scared walking past a white person? Statistically, you're more likely to be killed by them.
Statistically, I'm more
Drastically
likely,
more.
but no, because I just have I just have an understanding that it's not going to happen. But you can't blame people for wanting to address black culture. If
I
it because if black culture is contributing to this gang violence, drug dealing, I think it'd be accurate to attack, because culture is one of the biggest variables on any
what
country or
creates
community.
okay, Alaska, what creates culture? Is it the conditions or just culture pop out of nowhere?
Um, human, what's it called? Human nature, human nature, and
Okay, so
and
culture's not a stagnant.
conditions.
Culture's not like biologically encoded in you. If you were to look at the Vikings, the Scandinavians 1,000 years ago, these were amongst the most feared people on the planet. These were Vikings. They were doing the slave trade. They were raping. They were pillaging. They were warriors. Look at Scandinavians today. They're the most socially liberal people on the planet. These are the same people genetically, yet their culture's drastically shifted. So what I'm saying is that it's you put in the horse before the cart or the cart before the horse. I forget how the saying goes, but it's the conditions that created this black culture which you are against. So you should be
It's
against the condition.
has to
You
do
should
with the
be. Hang on,
government.
let me finish. You should be against the conditions that created this culture, rather than culture that spawned from those conditions.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the culture is affected by the government and the corporations. If these corporations weren't allowed through strong government to be able to platform bullshit, because we live in a culture, like basically the United States, if we're being specific, that doesn't pedestalize, especially like we used to more or less 26 years ago. It doesn't pedestalize high achievement, success, discipline, and order. You know, when you go on TV, when you look at a lot of these things, it's this liberalism is what's destroyed culture. This oh, you don't worry about your body count. You know, men and women are the same when they're not. You know, you don't judge yourself or your family or your community because, you know, socioeconomic excuses. It's like we have to champion certain things like discipline, morals, and
Yeah, but when
values that
it
aren't
comes
just
to,
easily adopted without actual
but the
practice.
thing is, when
Let,
you
let, let
say,
me just give a bit of housekeeping real quick,
my bad.
Urban. Everyone, welcome to the space. We got about 200 live listeners. Hopefully, the Semitic Jew, he's meant to be a mathematician, a professor, joins the space. I'm a bit disappointed. You know, this is a problem with trying to schedule guests, is that they're very flaky. But hopefully, he joins up. Dr. Urban, if you don't mind sharing this to your X or your YouTube, whatever you're streaming on, we'll boost the audience. We got about 200 people in here now. It's been a good conversation. But yeah, Jelani, do you want to explain just briefly how to share to various platforms?
Yeah, so if you look, there's an option to share with your audience on your screen, and you just click that button, and then you're able to choose which accounts or which audience you want to share the stream to.
He'll be back. You know, it kicks you out sometimes when you need to log in.
Yo, Davinsky, talk again. I think he joined back and it just muted real fast.
He
Oh,
he's
there
gonna
you go.
connect to his ex, I think. So I'm just gonna eat. I'll be back in 1 minute. But yeah, I think that Jelani, what are your thoughts?
Well, yeah. So, it's Alaska sounds very, very propagated. Very
Mm,
indoctrinated.
mm.
Because on one end you talk about raw data, but then when we give you raw data, you still find another way to wiggle around to get back to the narrative in which you want to support. So,
I don't have an
as
objective. I
I
don't
mean,
have an
okay,
agenda. Yeah,
okay,
basically, my
well,
opinion
I would
hasn't
disagree with
changed
that because
either.
I would disagree with that, Alaska, because you said that people shouldn't feel a certain way about looking at Black Americans a certain way. Like you said, if I'm walking past a bunch of Black guys, don't I have a right to feel
No,
unsafe?
can you not blame the average person who doesn't, who only hears the raw data? They haven't really thought of it. They haven't really conceptualized it in a way that's a little bit more rational. But the people that have, you can't blame those people for at least being aware of it in a sense to where if they're in a certain one of those hot spots, I mean, you know what I mean? If they're in one of those hot spots, or in general, even if they're not, even if they are still rational, they're going to be addressing more or less the
But they're not
culture
looking at the
because the
raw data.
socioeconomics is not an excuse. And
Well,
whether they're
see
looking
well,
at
see
it or
that,
not, the 1350 thing is the popular topic for people who want to talk about black
but it's not
crime,
raw data though. That's
whether
just
it's
the point.
black on
It's
black
just
or
it's
not.
just a popular topic, and it's not actual data. That's the entire premise
Well,
of this. It's
like I
only a
said, it
popular
hasn't
topic.
changed my
The
opinion
actual raw
because
data would
I
be
just was wanted to make sure that
0.175% causes the 50%. That would be the actual raw data if we're going by raw data. But as you just admitted, and again, it just came out of your mouth. That's the
no, it
popular
doesn't
talking point.
change any
A
way of
popular talking point
it
is not
doesn't
raw data.
that
If they
doesn't dispute
actually
my
looked at the raw
extremely.
data, they would have no fear of Black Americans. If they actually looked at the raw data, because they would
That's
see
not
that
true.
only. No, it is
A
true
lot of
because
people
they would
can't
see
defend
that only
themselves. A lot of
150,
people
only
are,
at most,
even if they're
maybe
rational, they're gonna see
150,000 Black
Listen,
Americans
black
are
culture, when you
causing
look at
this
black
50%
people, when you look at
disparity.
black people and how they dress and how they're pressured to act without
You're
being
only looking at the
ostracized by their own
minority, though.
people,
That's what I'm
hey,
saying again.
have a
You're
little
only
bit of
looking at the
decorum and
people who
allow
are
me
out
to
in front of
speak
you.
because you're just repeating yourself. So
So
when
are
you look
you,
at black
Alaska.
culture and you look at
You
the
said
way
this
a lot
already.
of these people, so you don't want to listen to what I have to say because you know
Well, I
that
mean,
you have no actual like. I mean,
well,
what are you
again, it
afraid
does
of
not
hearing?
apply to
Because you
most
just
black
can't hear
people.
me. You're repeating yourself. What I'm
So are you,
saying,
though. So are
going
you, Alaska.
off of that, yeah, you gotta calm down, buddy. So what I'm saying is, Jelani, when people see a black person dressed a certain way that's parallel with what black culture champions, they don't know if that person is one of the murderers. They don't know whether it's a good or bad area. They don't know. But what they do know is the raw data statistic of the majority of these crimes are being done by black people. So if you see a black person not like yourself who's dressing and trying to not be ostracized and be worried about his fellow blacks' judgment, who is trying to carry himself a certain way in order to be accepted in a certain way, then you can't judge people by actually, you can't blame them for thinking what they're thinking. And like I said, what this whole conversation, I haven't been wrong in the sense I've always said I like black people. I hate the culture because I understand through my life experience, I have positive interactions with black people. I like the way they act and conduct themselves on average more than these fucking white people. But I like white culture. I like the effectiveness and the order of it. I like I like white culture. I don't like white people. I like
That's
black
subjective,
people.
though.
I don't like black culture. I know,
But
but
see,
like
that's
that doesn't make me irrational because I'm still acting in correlation with the
Hang on,
data.
Alaska, you don't like white people?
In
no,
general,
he likes black people. He said he doesn't
not
like black culture.
necessarily.
What is it
But
about white people you don't like?
And the thing about the black people that I like is they're not over here, acting like the worst type of black people you could be
So
around.
what is it about
And the
white
ones
people
that
that
do,
you
I'm not around. What
what is
is
it
it
about
about the
white people?
white people?
Hang on. What is it about white people you don't like?
They have this not all but most have this type of it seems like they have a confidence issue. You talk to them about anything, and they can't take what you're saying at face value. They always kind of like they always seem like they're trying to come off in a way that they can't be fooled. Like they can't be kind of in the moment with you talking about anything, or it's kind of weird. I don't know if it's
What
just me
what
personally that they
what do
see
you
something
mean?
wrong with.
They're less
Uh
conversational? What do you mean?
they're more scared to say what it is that they've observed one way or another, even if they're talking to someone like me who's not black or something, and someone who's like, we know I could be saying something I think they agree or disagree with. They just seem more tentative. They seem like they have less
They're less
confidence.
genuine, right? As the black
they're
community says,
less
they're
they're li-
genuine.
they're,
I think
they're a little
that's
bit more
I think what it
fearful and less
is,
genuine.
I think what it is that minority there isn't a minority privilege where you guys can speak more so without a filter. Whereas, like around minorities, white people police each other as well. We get more, I guess, political correctness policed upon us. So, like, you can
Yep.
say one thing, I can say one thing, and someone like a bystander is going to take an issue with what I say rather than what you say. So, it's actually a privilege that you have that you can speak freely. Because white people, for a long time, we've been applied this like collective guilt, this shame. Even saying the word white to some people will trigger them. So like that's what it is. It's the
that's
social
true.
conditioning that has made white people, yeah, I guess more afraid to speak openly. And it's a form of racism because why can you say something, yet you hold, and I'm saying you personally, but the society will hold a white person to a higher
It
standard
is a racial double
based on
standard.
yeah, it's a racial double standard. So look, I
Yeah,
don't really think it's
especially
white people's
recently.
fault for that, but in my life, I've experienced
well,
that
it kind
same
of is their
phenomena
fault.
where, like, I can't speak as freely because people are so quickly to jump down my throat and try to PC me. And it's one thing that I think is breeding hatred of other races from white people that we do have this double standard that's applied to us. And why should you
Yeah, you see it on
have
Twitter.
more rights to say what you want to say, but you're going to police white people for that?
Well, I can tell you. I can tell you. See, here's the thing, Davinsky. We have to stop trying to ignore history, right? Like we have to stop trying to ignore that, especially in
Yeah,
these
but why are you
developed countries.
extrapolating white history on a white
Here's
people?
the
Why are you
thing, though.
extrapolate?
Here's the thing, though. Again, if you ask the question, we have to know that there are consequences for actions. We have to know that what goes around comes around. So, especially, let's just take America. For the first few hundred years of America, white people could say absolutely any fucking thing they want to say. Literally, they could say it whenever, however, wherever, and there were no consequences to it. So let's stop ignoring that fact.
So,
That is
so
something
Jelani,
that
I
happened
mean,
for
that's
years
not
and years and
let
years.
necessarily
me say
untrue.
a few things.
That's pretty
So,
much
so, so
true.
here's the thing. So here's the
Say
thing.
a few
So,
things.
so now the
But
tables have
it's their
turned.
country.
That's
It's their
karma.
country.
Let me
It's
say
called
something,
karma.
man. I'm probably agree with you on so much, Jelani. I'm about to disagree with you on this. Everybody should have the right to say what they want. They should have the freedom of speech. There should be no kind of consequences. As far as the history, yeah, don't forget, but you gotta forget. We gotta move on. We gotta focus on the future, not focus on the past. I
Well,
think
that's
There we go.
understandable.
basically this whole generation, not just focusing in on black people. I don't even like that term because black people in Missouri are different from ones in Louisiana, different from ones in South Florida, different from ones in Boston. It's just to say black people like and say white people is just oversimplification, and it really doesn't lead nowhere productive. But I think that we have to stop focusing on being anti the other person. So much Christians are anti-Muslim. So many Muslims are just being anti-Christian. They're not even being pro their movement. They're not being pro-black to be anti-white. So many whites are being anti-black and not being pro-white. Be pro your shit. That doesn't mean you have to hate on the other person. Doesn't mean you have to talk shit about them. Doesn't mean you want them to fail. Doesn't mean you have to criticize them. Do your own thing. Focus on your own people, on your own stuff, your own family. Like you gotta make your bed first, like they say.
Yeah,
You
I
know what I
agree.
mean?
I agree.
So I
But
think we
but
get caught up
but
too
the,
much in that. We gotta move on. It happened
I
already.
mean, listen, I understand that, but here's the thing: if you're asking the question why, the question is why are white people's speech policed so much? Again,
But that's
it's
racist then,
it's
because
it's what goes
you're
around comes
but
around.
Jelani,
So
that's
like,
a
it's
form of
not us
racism.
personally doing it; it's society.
Yeah,
Society
but
has
that's a
made
form
this
of racism.
decision.
If I be like, oh, listen, my some black guy
What
broke into my
goes around
my
comes around.
skin.
Urban,
I'm saying, yeah, but what goes around comes around. I had black people because I live in a majority black neighborhood break into my car. I never once was like, oh man, I gotta watch every black person that walks by. No,
understandable.
that's just low IQ. That's dumb. Just because
Hey, I
white
got you,
people
but again,
did something in the past, just because in the past a white person did something to me, I can't
speak up,
think that
some urban. Speak up,
bad energy
urban.
should be
Speak up,
towards
urban.
somebody today that's white. That's
Urban,
not
urban.
fair.
Get closer to your mic.
It is rape. My bad. It's racist. You know,
There
if
you
I
go.
think that way. You know, if I make, oh, this person's white, therefore he probably believes this, therefore he probably is racist, therefore I'm the one being racist. I'm the one prejudging him. I'm being prejudiced towards him because I'm making assumptions on him based on his race. That's actually
Yeah.
racist.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Like an Indian, piece of shit Indian, but I'm not all Indians are like that, but this Indian was. He said Australia is like Australians are very racist, and I pushed him on it because I'm like, oh, he said most Australians are racist. I'm like, well, have you met most Australians? And he's like, oh, it's the way they look at me. It's like, well, you're being racist right now because you're prejudging someone's thoughts and you're applying racism to them just because they're white. They could be looking at you in a certain way because they're trying to macho you, they're trying to alpha you. Maybe they don't like your tattoos, maybe they don't like your style of dress, yet you're assuming that they're racist purely because they're white. And that is the societal fucking standard when it comes to white people. It's like white people have to walk on eggshells in these conversations because you guys are so quickly, and not you guys personally, but society in general is so quickly to fucking label a white person as racist.
Prejudge.
And
They're
when
being
you
prejudiced towards white people.
when you call a white person racist, that's kind of an arms to violence. That's a call for violence because there's this whole thing about punch a Nazi. You and me, like, if you're being honest, Jelani, you can say something racist or bigoted or ignorant, and they'll be like, oh well, he's just ignorant or he doesn't know better or whatever. You'll get a degree of black privilege. If I say that same thing, they're going to call me a
Right,
Nazi. So I
right.
have to be
Let me
hyper
say one
vigilant
thing.
around other
It's,
groups of people. And like an example of that, I was working in a casino and there's this half Filipino, half white guy. He identified for white for whatever reason, but you could tell he was mixed. And so we had this Lebanese wedding. It was a conference at the casino, and he said, "Oh, I fucking hate Lebos." And like I concur, I don't like Lebanese either. Yet if I said that, I would be like socially condemned,
right.
Like, but he can say it
But
freely.
but
It's
but here's
bullshit.
the thing, Davinsky. It's the same thing. If somebody says, "Oh, I don't like black culture because black people crimes and all this stuff," that's the same thing as saying, "Oh, this white person is, or white people are racist, or this white person's racist, or they probably did it because they're racist, or he probably did it because he's black because they're racist." No, you don't. You don't know what kind of family. He probably came from a great family, and he's the only like fucking bad apple. You don't know this person if his freaking stepdad is black. You don't know if his mom married a black person. You don't know this guy.
Yeah,
So I think we need
exactly.
to stop
Yeah,
prejudging on both ends. It's the same shit.
yeah.
You
It's literally the
you
same.
know what I
Urban, just real quick, do you mind sharing to your X account, you handsome motherfucker?
Sharing my what?
Can you stream this to X? There's a link where you can stream to other platforms. You don't
The
need an
thing
account. You just
is,
sign in.
I gotta sign in, then I'll have to leave again. I'll do it in a few, but I love
Uh,
to share this to all my group chats.
yeah,
you
because
know
the
what I
more
think
people
is
that watch, the better. Like Jelani's streaming on Twitch and on X. We've got about 200 live listeners right now. But the more people stream, the more people come in from different communities, different people, and it just builds it up.
Yeah.
I got you. I
Here's the
got you.
thing I got
I
to
gotta make an
understand.
account then. I'll probably do it for the next one.
Like, like you really have to understand reputation. And we just got to stop acting like reputation is not a real thing. Again, context. This is the same context that a lot of racists try to ignore when it comes to statistics. We have to add the context of whites being able to do what they wanted to do and say what they wanted to say for so long that
I think it's
eventually
been
that table was going
But
to
Jelani,
turn,
what if I said
and
that
that
to you?
table
I
has
said,
turned
what
now.
about the context of black people? What about their
two
reputation?
Again,
things.
that's what I'm saying. The context has
Because
turned
the
now. The tables have
reputation
turned.
of
Can I get a minute?
Well,
So
hold
like
on.
two
The tables have turned. And so now whites cannot do what their grandfathers and their great grandfathers were able to do. It's just the natural progression of something going around and
No,
coming
but
back
white
around
people can't
again.
do what you want to. White people can't do what you say or what you do. If I say something like, "Oh,
Exactly.
like
Exactly, Davinsky. Just
we're police," you're not police. That's racism.
I think
exactly,
people
Davinsky.
have already
Just like
been made
50 years
aware.
ago, it was the opposite. 50 years ago, a black man couldn't say what he wanted to say. He'd be arrested. But
I
now
think
it's
black
different.
people
The
through
tables have
practice,
turned, and
ex-
that's just the
especially
natural order of life when it comes to karma.
I think the black people already like white, especially if they've like lived a life of like a regular person. They see that majority white people aren't really that unfair, aren't really all that racist unless they live like in or near a sundown town, for example. In the same way that I know that all black people aren't all bad. But and then there's already been a cultural like assessment of this type of issue. Like we've had MLK and Obama and all this stuff. Like MLK talking about judging people by the content of their character. We've already like kind of objectively, like rationally identified that racism is not good. White people should be held accountable for how they act and what they say. So we've already kind of culturally had this assessment. But even more so now with kind of going with what Davinsky is saying with white people can't speak what they want to say, even like what they can't say what they believe is because of two things is it goes wrong with liberalism and everyone's a paycheck or two away from being broke. So people who have a fear to speak uh basically what they believe because they have that fear because Jews installed this liberal way of
hold on,
policing
before
and
we start
fear
blaming
to where
Jews,
they
look,
have
what,
no no
what
no no
brings
no
me
no
the
because
last
I
clip?
say that because like I said it goes along with people being a paycheck or two away from being broke and the
Right.
majority of these companies are owned by and have huge large Jewish if not completely owned a large Jewish
Mm-hmm.
influence Zionist influence Israel first to where they're trying
Oh, but
to
before we get to the Jews,
get people
I want to just
basically
say this.
afraid and to be like police and they're afraid to speak because they'll be identified people will get mad at what they're saying and not agree and attack them by reporting their views in any recordable sense to their employer and then no one wants that problem so they just even they can't
Yeah, I
say
think
what
that should
there's on
be
their
illegal.
mind
You should never be fired for
because they're a
flexing
paycheck or
your
two
First
away.
Amendment right. I think that's un-American, and we needed to dissolve that from our society. Even though it's an unofficial, unbureaucratic, unlawful thing that happens, you should be protected no matter what to freely express yourself. There should be no negative repercussions, whether it's under the table or on
Yeah,
the
but it's
table.
not just
But to
it's not
respect,
just legal. It's not just legal like repercussions, right? It's just societal norms as well, right? So like you can be around a bunch of black dudes or a bunch of Asians or a bunch of like minorities that aren't white, and you can speak freely, and you're not going to get the same level of pushback as if I was, right? Like there's going to hold you to a, and it's like why does every fucking white person have to have a PhD in sociology and this historical context. Why
Well,
do they have to?
here's
Why are
the
they
thing,
held to a higher
Davinsky.
standard just because they're white? That's racism.
Yeah, they
Like
have to
when
be accredited
That's
before
I
they have
see
racism.
any
this,
That's
I see
opinion
this
on
across the
anything.
board. In Japan, for instance, you go onto like Japanese subreddits, and I'll be talking about like there was this biracial girl. She was half Portuguese and half Angolan. She was raised in the UK, and she said, "I'm going to Japan." And I'm like, oh, Japan's like an ethno state, you know that, yeah? And she's like, oh, well, Japanese don't even have a word for racism. And it's like, oh, it's this cute little ignorance that they have, right? So when they say something that's racist, it's like, oh, they're just ignorant. They don't know better. But if a white person says something, then like they're held to a higher degree. It's like what a white person's meant to like
Yeah, it's
like
actually
like
racism. That
racism's a degree of ignorance. But when white people say it, it's always malicious. It's always hateful. It's misconstrued in a way that fits like like I can misconstrue anything to sound racist, and that's what they do to white people. They misconstrue a sentence and they
look.
add malice to it. But when an Asian does it, or a black does it, or a Hispanic does it, or they're just ignorant, or they don't know
You have to
better,
Here's
or
the
blame
there's
thing,
like
history,
Davinsky,
though.
about that I wanted to
You
address
have
what
to blame
Jelani
history
said.
for that.
It's two things I wanted to say, right? The first thing is because white people in America, right? The stage is America. We got Hollywood. Everybody knows our story. I'm okay, but there's a lot of shit that happened throughout the world that we don't even talk about. But in America, it's the popular. We're gonna talk about it, right? White people had more power, so there was more focus on them, right? On this whole racial issue and the dynamics. So they, in turn, as a people, had to grow, right? But I think it's now African Americans and minorities' turn to grow and fit in, so we can both be fair and balanced with each other. Because like he just said, that's the way karma is, brother. That's not the way growing works. That's not the way moving on works. It's not the way becoming better works. Because you can't be like, oh, I'm gonna pity party you and tell you you can't do that because of moral reasons, but then I'm gonna turn around and do all of that shit times 10 the next day. No, the whole point is that I'm telling you that your people are not being moral. We should both be. You should hold yourself to our standard, and then I go and just start doing the same shit you're doing to you the next day. I'm gonna fucking turn around and probably double down harder than ever, which is what's going on with white people nowadays. They're becoming more fucking racist than ever, and a lot of it is because they had to grow and change and be more moral. But a lot of minorities still treating them bad, saying jokes about them, not letting them talk. That's not
So,
fair, and it doesn't make no
so
sense because
what?
they got more power than us anyway.
Here's the thing, Urban. So what? Like that's
Nope,
just
you're
life.
wrong about that. Nope, you're wrong,
That's
and it
life.
doesn't make sense because I'm gonna tell
Think
you
of
right now,
all the
Jelani.
people who had to go through
If white
that
people didn't
50
want to
years
be
ago.
moral, they could destroy and kill all the minorities. They're crazy. They got
So
guns.
no,
They're most
listen.
of the people in the
So what?
military. They hold most of the power.
Yeah, we shouldn't
You
have a
can't say
so
so
what
what.
attitude.
They got us by the ball. So if they're being nice to us, we should be double nice to them if anything.
They actually don't because you have to remember they're
You
actually
cannot beat
split.
white people in the war. You think African Americans could beat
We don't
white people in
have
a race
to.
war? They
Here's the
cannot.
thing. We
Well,
don't
it's not
have to be
about that.
white
It's
You
people.
the
you
thing
can't. You
is,
don't
it's not
have
White
it's
it.
not
people
about
will
Most of you
that.
speak
guys already locked
themselves.
up anyway. They got
The
most
thing,
but
a
30
Most
problem
people
that
of us are
people
dead.
are
not
Most
already
of
having,
them in
locked up.
jail.
A
especially
very
with like
small
what you're
If
percentage
bringing
of
you're
up,
us
just
are
a
locked up.
Jelani.
snitch and you're all dead right there, then what you got? Just a few
Here's
Jelani,
the
people left
thing.
inside. It
We
doesn't make
don't
no
have
sense.
to fight
what
white
people
people
are,
Let's
because
just be
white people will
nice.
fight
Let's be like how
themselves.
Martin Luther King said. Let's be
the
how like
problem that
Malcolm
people,
X said
what
at the end before he got assassinated. Let's just be fucking nice to each other. That's too much to ask for. You
That's
got to
not
be
that's not
no,
petty
the
human
and
nature though.
problem
lean back
Human
with
because
what
nature
somebody
is not
Jelani
killed
is
you
nice.
50
saying.
years ago. That doesn't make no sense.
Human nature is not
The
nice,
problem with what
Urban.
But
Jelani
you're
is
better than
saying
that,
is there's
Jelani. I
black
hear you
people
talk. You got a lot of
whose
emotion. You're a good
parents,
brother.
whose
You know that.
grandparents have never had
That's
to deal with
conflicting.
any
But who you
sense of
really are, bro? You're a
racism.
good brother.
They're trying
So
to
come on,
complain about
don't. I
something
know
that
that you're
happened
regurgitating
outside of
some
their
things that you
lifetime.
read, and that's the norm.
You
But
guys
trust
hear
me,
Both
bro.
of
this?
y'all
Just because
can't
it's
talk.
the
Hold
norm
on.
doesn't mean it's right. That used to be the norm for white people, but that wasn't right, and
I
it's
never
changing.
said it was right.
We gotta
I
level
never
up.
said it
We
was
gotta be
right.
nice to white
All
people
I'm
too.
saying
And
is
I don't
how it
fuck with
You
is.
white
want to
people
talk
like that. I
about
don't
stuff
really
that
got too
you've
much
never had to
Davinsky where my
experience
like
in your
that. I
lifetime.
don't really
Your
got a lot
mother
of white
never
friends
had
and shit.
to
I'm not a white
experience it
guy.
in her lifetime.
Not a
No
white
one's
rock
talking
dude.
about that, Alaska.
But I'm just being
You
logical,
were
you
just
know.
you just were. You're saying, "Oh, we had to deal with this from 50 years ago." It's like it wasn't even 50 years ago.
But
And even
listen,
when it was
listen,
Exactly,
closer
man.
to Jim
I'm only
Crow
talking.
Alaska,
laws, people enjoyed
Alaska.
Jim
Hang
Crow
on,
laws.
hold up, Alaska. I got a question
Black
for you.
people said it was a better time. Yeah.
Alaska. Who do you like more online? When like people have freedom of speech, who do you enjoy conversing with more? White people or black people or Hispanics? Because I feel like online's the equalizer, you know. So like who do you prefer talking to? And can you understand why white people in public are more timid and more I guess they're more sheltered in saying how they truly feel about something because of that. Like, do you understand the context which leads to that? Like, there's a lot more policing of white voices.
Online, I would say, I mean, anyone who's not like a just an obvious troll, but like on Xbox, I like playing with white people. On Twitter, I like anyone who's trying to like actually contribute to the conversation and not just come in like Clarity or the other troll who's just has nothing to contribute whatsoever. I don't really see like a race divide other than on Xbox. On Xbox, I like playing with white people a lot more.
Yeah, like, that's something that I've noticed, honestly, and it's bullshit because like Jelani will bring up history. It's like motherfucker, my ancestors per capita wise were probably worse treated than yours. Irish people per capita, half our population was killed off. We were enslaved. We were sent across the fucking world. We never had white privilege. Yet me with red hair and freckles, I have to walk on eggshells. Why don't I get minority privilege? Why can't I fucking like say what the hell I want to
Again,
say without
well,
people
hey,
like being so quick to jump down my throat?
Because of the liberal
well, see,
instilled
you
ideology
can't
based in
control
first
who
world
you were born.
countries. Because
You
it's
can't
not a
control
problem
what you
with
were
Jews,
born
it's a
into.
problem with Israel first, the Zionist Jews that are in the UK, that are in Australia. I don't know if Australia has that much more of a problem. I'm pretty sure they do. But especially in the United States, Canada, and the UK, it's this Israel first Zionist agenda to police white people's speech on certain things so they can more
Yeah.
incorporate their agenda.
No,
I
it's not.
think that's
You
the main
Well,
cannot blame the
contributing
Jews.
like,
factor.
why? Let me say this. Why do
Zionists
black
control.
comedians generally?
Come on,
Hang on. Why are black
my bad.
comedians generally funnier than white comedians? It's because they don't have that same social policing. They can say whatever the fuck they want to say, and they'll get laughed. They'll get laughs. Whereas white
Right.
comedian, it's
They're
much harder to
also
be a
funny
white
too.
comedian. Like when it comes to white comedians, we have to be higher IQ. We have to make social observations that are racial, and that was like the beautiful thing
Yep.
about Seinfeld. Seinfeld was one of the funniest sitcoms, and they never targeted protected groups. So it's actually like a higher degree of intelligence that allows a white comedian to be funny. Like someone like Eddie Murphy can be like black people like this, white people like that. White comedians can't really do that. So we're held to a higher standard, and this whole idea of punching down is bullshit. If a
As you
fucking
should be.
cripple, if an Asian cripple in a wheelchair that's transgender insults me, I'm going to insult them back because at the end of the day, it's an individual versus an individual. But society will judge me more harshly because, oh, you're punching down, you're punching down. Fuck that. If they're going to throw punches, I'm going to throw punches back. I don't care if they're
Not
on the
if they
There we
wheelchair.
go.
started it with you though. If they saw that a crippled guy was fucking with you first and you responded, no one's going to hold you accountable for that.
No, it's
Well, at
not
least not
true.
the
It's
majority,
not true.
at least not
If
the
you call
majority of
me a
people.
dirty,
It's kind of like when a
hang on,
woman
Jelani.
attacks a man; they
Jelani,
expect the
hang
man
on,
to
hang
do
on.
nothing.
Jelani, if you call me a
You should
dirty
be able
ass
to
C
abuse
word,
crippled people.
hang on. If Jelani calls me a dirty ass C word and I call him the N word, I'm gonna get the
That's,
social pushback. I'll probably
that's
get
different
attacked on
than
the
a
street.
handicapped
I'll
person,
go.
though, Davinsky. That's different than
No, it's
handicap.
not.
So
You
like
insulted
that's
me.
moving the
I'm
goalpost.
insulting you back. Why am I held to a higher standard? Because I'm white?
Again, when it comes to race, that is a different subject because of what your forefathers and your foremothers what
No,
they
fuck that.
did.
We're two individuals. I don't give a fuck. Listen,
It doesn't
if you
listen.
I'm going to
That
insult you
matters
back. Why do I have to carry? Why do I have to carry the burden? And again, my
that's
ancestors are fucking
because you
Irish. We were
do
genocided. No, I don't.
because
My
you
ancestors are
do.
Irish. You're being racist right now.
The entire Davinsky, the entire South was all Irish and Scottish immigrants. All of the racism in the South all came
That's
from
not
Irish
true.
stock.
That's not true. A
All
lot of them
yes,
were
it did.
Portuguese and
The,
French and
the
Spanish.
Irish and the Scottish populated the South of America. Yes, they did. They populated all of it.
So
It's in
what
my
about the
blood.
blacks who had
I say
slaves?
they're
What
more in
about
the
the blacks
north.
who
I
had
don't really
Again,
see
slaves?
that.
you're steamrolling. Hold on. We cannot ignore history, and you all are
Hang on.
trying
Why
to
do you want to
ignore
collectivize
reputation.
this though? Why? Hang on, Jelani. Why do you want to
That's what
collectivize this?
society does.
If you
And
insult
that's
me
what I
as
was
an
talking about
individual,
earlier that
and I
Jelani said he
insult you
wasn't trying to
back
do.
as an individual, why am
That's
I
From
right.
held to
hundreds of
a
years
higher
ago.
standard?
Because of the reputation of the white race from a societal standpoint. That's what it
Okay, so you're
is. Like it may not
collectivizing
be
me as
fair,
an
it
That's
may
individual.
they're
not be
trying to.
right.
That's how they're trying to instill
But listen,
culturally
no one
liberally.
is justifying it. No one is saying that it's
These
right. I'm
liberals,
just telling
these
you what
Jews.
is. It's not a justification. It's just a reason as to why it is. Take this for example. Imagine if
No,
white
we
people
heard you.
never used the word nigger. Just imagine that. Just imagine if they never used the N word. we would not be here.
It's pointless to deal
So
with that
we
type of
have to deal
hypothetical.
with cause and
Nah,
effect. It
that
does not
N-word
make the
shit is
effect
also
right,
bullshit. Let me say something
but it
about that.
is
Yeah,
what it
That
even
is
is.
that's
just the
bullshit.
French
You know,
way
I,
because I told you most
But
of
they
the
did
slave
it
masters
though.
were not English. They were
But
French,
they did
they
it
were
though,
Spanish
Urban.
and Portuguese. That's the
But they
French
did it,
word for
Urban.
black. In Spanish, we say negro, right? The problem is with this English speaking world, they're extremely polite people. They don't like to offend people. The English are like, I'm sorry, excuse me, pardon me. Even African Americans,
very
they're
friendly.
way more polite than Spanish people. I've seen it because my culture doesn't say excuse me 100 times. Black people be pardon me. You guys are very anglicized, right? So it's offenseful, right, to even mention anything of a person's like physical attribute. In the Spanish speaking world, Arabic speaking world, all these other different words, we'll literally call you by that. If you're cockeyed, the Spanish will call you cockeyed. If you're too black, we'll call you blacky. If you're too white, we'll call you whitey. If you're fat, we'll call you fat. So we
Do the same
gordo,
thing.
this blanco, rubio, negro, prieto.
It's true.
Listen,
It's
my
true.
whole
That's
thing is
true.
this: you guys are offended because they were just calling you the word black or this person. Like for example, if somebody say, "Oh yeah, you know this black guy," a black person around there
That's
who's African American will
disingenuous,
get
Urban.
offended. Will get offended.
Offended
They'll be
by
like, "Oh,
everything.
why does it matter that he's black?" Bro, it's just
Offended
he's
by
black. Like if
everything.
my eyes are brown, you say my hair is black. Why is the skin color such a sensitive topic? It
Don't
is
ask why. Again, I
particular
tell
to
you why.
America. That's
Because
true,
of history.
but
We
it's
have
not
a
normal.
history here.
It's not
We have a
normal.
history here that cannot
The
be
N word
denied.
is just my whole. Let me just tie it back so I can just land it. So my whole
Mhm.
thing is the N word just means black. There's nothing wrong with being black.
True.
You,
True.
the
But see, it's
crazy
not
like
Then
just
they
a
try to
word.
subconscious
create
thing
double
about. Hold
standards.
on, let me say something. The crazy subconscious thing about being like sensitive towards the N word or sensitive about somebody mentioning that you're black. It's like you're saying that being black is bad. They can mention that. There's no problem. There's nothing wrong with being black, right? So what if they just mention that you're black? Why does it matter? Your skin color. A dermatologist has to talk about how your skin color, what color it is, the level of pigmentation. Some fields of
Okay, so
science
that's
even need
very
to address it
reductionist.
perfectly, particularly.
That's
So
very
I,
reductionist.
I
Let me
think
tell
it's
you
a
why.
oversensitization. Like it is
It's
a
not though.
It's
complete
Let me tell
bullshit.
you why,
weird thing
It's
Urban.
that
bullshit.
doesn't exist in
Jelani can say,
any fucking culture except for South Africa and North America. That's it.
look, Jelani can say
You
10
guys are the
positive
weird
things
ones.
about
Everyone else is different.
Jelani can say 10 positive things about being black. I can't say one positive thing about being white. Everything that I say about being white has to be self-deprecating. Oh, we can't dance. We have no rhythm. We have no culture. We can't handle spices. Every fucking stereotype when it comes to being white that's socially accepted has to be negative. Every like, it's bullshit.
Yeah, you
Of
go to
course
a
it is.
comedy show. I've been
No
going to
Yeah,
one's
comedy shows in
justifying.
my
and weak is your
hometown.
culture too, man. It's
Hey,
weakening your culture. That's like how
Hey guys, one
women
second.
they
I'll be
can
right.
make fun of men. Women can be like, "Oh, I'm as strong as a man," or I was raised with boys, I was raised with four brothers, and they could do all this weird shit. Like, "Oh, I know this one girl, but she was keeping up with us." That's because normatively men are stronger, men are this, men are more systematic, da da da. So we got to give the credit and always downplay men and give women credit. But when you do that to your whole entire culture, and you make it okay for, white people always have to down themselves and they're always uplifting black people. I knew this black guy, he's a doctor. You're basically like solidifying the stereotype. Like, oh, they're all criminals, but I know there's one guy who's a fucking doctor. When actually, statistically speaking, there's more African American doctors and dentists and all that shit than there is people in all the sports. Statistically,
It's
there's
true.
more black doctors.
Look,
So it's
look.
just, it really hurts and crushes it, just feeding into that framework. You got to
You
dissolve
know,
the whole
that's one
framework.
thing that I respect
yo,
about
can you guys hear
Dominicans.
me? Can you hear me
That's
right
what
now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I was just double checking. Yeah.
Yeah, look, one thing I respect about Dominicans is they don't have this like hatred for the colonial past. Like they embrace it. And it's very rare. Like you don't understand how rare that is around the world. Like it's super super rare. So shout out to Dominicans for being kind of impartial on these topics.
Yeah,
Um,
we
you
see
know,
both sides, bro. We see
It's
both
a
sides. We were colonized
spiritual.
by whites. We were
It's a
colonized by black
spiritual
people.
thing.
let
So
let me just do some admin
we
real
got a
quick.
different outlook on it.
Urban, if you don't mind sharing, bro, like the more people, the better. On my side, I got 150 people. I think Gelati's probably got like maybe 50 to 70. So we got over 200 people in here. Look, this is a
How
good
do I share it though?
conversation.
Like, how do I stream it? 'Cause
So that can you tell him, Gelati, please?
Well, well, again, I don't use mobile, Davinsky, so like I can really only just speak for desktop.
I'm on the
Um,
iPad, so but I think that's
okay,
still
all
good.
right. So if you use a desktop site, like click on your settings and use the desktop site, and then once you switch to the desktop site, you should see the share with your audience button in the top right hand corner.
Give me. I'm gonna leave my mic on. So
All right,
right now,
try
some
to figure
shit.
that
Okay.
out.
And I
It does.
see
It
So look,
definitely
Room. I
helps if we
see
get more
Glock.
people.
I
I'll
see
ask you. You
right.
should share as well.
Yeah. So listen, you guys have to
I'm about to head out
understand that.
soon, but
So listen, no one is saying that the way things are now is right. Of course, it's not right. But we live by the laws of nature. And in the laws of nature, what goes around comes around. Choices have consequences. Those consequences reverberate throughout histories. Every choice you make has a ripple effect. So it's very disingenuous to say that a choice I make today won't have an effect on my child 20 years from now. Of course it will. Inheritance is passed down. Debt is passed down. Reputation is passed down. Why do you think you don't see Hitler's children or Hitler's family members prominent? There's a reason for that. Aren't Germans today still suffering from the actions of what happened 80 years ago? So we cannot ignore the consequences of choices. We cannot ignore that the son suffers the sins of the father. It's not supposed to happen. It's
Okay,
not right,
so Jelani, by
but
your
it does
definition, by your
happen.
logic, can't somebody say that, oh, but most black people, the statistics and this and that, the
They do
incarceration
say
is,
that, Urban.
then you can't be mad at people who assume that you're a criminal, you're low
I'm not mad
educated,
at
or you're
them.
this, you have a criminal
Right, you're
back.
right.
What do
You're
you
right.
think?
I'm
So
not mad at
how do you
them. All I have
reconcile
to do
that?
is educate them, but that's exactly it. I have to live that reality every day. I have to live the reality every day of being considered a criminal. I'm not mad at that though. I understand it because of the reputation that came before
Okay,
me.
well, if you're coming at it from that angle, I respect that because at least
Yeah,
you're
most
holding your own
definitely.
people
I'm
accountable. You're
consistent across the
realistic.
board because it's
Okay,
human nature
yeah, I'll
and it's
give you
something
that.
that we cannot get by. And then watch this. This is the last thing. You're right. It is a privilege. It is a minority privilege, but it's one of the few privileges that minorities have.
well,
Whites have
minorities
more
get the benefit
privileges.
of the doubt. They
It's
get
one
they,
of
they
the
get a
it's one of the
cultural.
true privileges that minorities have. When
Yeah, well,
whites
I mean,
have
speaking your mind is a
They get
huge
affirmative
privilege.
action.
Look,
hold
let
on.
me say this. You want to know what's caused Nazism, like, in Gen Z, white Americans? It's
Yeah,
because for so long we were over policed, right? We couldn't say what the hell
Exactly.
we
I
wanted to
doubt that.
say. Like, hang on.
Underrepresented.
So
I
someone
doubt
like
that.
Jelani, someone like Urban, even Alaska, you guys can speak your mind. If I say the same thing you say, I'm a fucking neo-Nazi, I deserve to be assaulted, right? So if you're gonna call someone a Nazi, then they'll become a Nazi. It's like, oh, well, they consider me a Nazi anyway. I'll become a fucking Nazi. 1488, hail the H word. That's what it is. It's a pushback. It's the pendulum swinging. It's like, well, if you're going to classify me as this, then I'm going to become an SS super soldier because,
That's
so, like, in
disingenuous.
some sense, you've shot yourself in the foot by over policing white people that were just saying things that other people were saying and calling them all these kinds of names and assaulting them and all of this bullshit. And now those people
So look,
that were over
so
policed
That's
are
basically, I
going
think you're
disingenuous.
to.
right. I think Jelani, you made a good point. I won't concede to a lot what you said, but I think that everything comes to an end. I think what you said was true, and it was true for a long time, and that the privileges of being a minority, all that. But I think now we gotta synchronize. I think now we gotta synthesize. I
Of
think we
course,
gotta
I
come
would agree.
together. We gotta
Yeah,
let that go. Having these conversations online, people talking to each other. A lot of these things, the newer generation, younger than us, they don't even acknowledge that
I
shit.
would completely
They
agree,
get together,
Urban.
they skateboarding together. They don't give a fuck about none of that race shit. That's a beautiful thing. They're becoming like Latin America, and I think it takes time because the thing about why Latin America
Exactly.
suffers
It takes
less in these
time.
things, the thing about Latin America, you have mulattoes like me, all this stuff. But first of all, because they got mulatto like me, there's a huge mulatto population, so it synchronizes the people. Because I got black people and I got white people in my family. And also the time, you got to let it go. We fucking was together living in islands, and living in islands also speeds up the synchronization as well. It makes it easier because it's a smaller population to deal with. But also the time, I think, you guys started in the 1600s, 1700s, you got that independence. I think it's a natural progression. And America is soon gonna be like how Latin America is.
Exactly. It takes
People are
time.
mixed family. People gonna get along.
Right. Right.
There's black people with the who with the fucking
Right.
metal.
And
There's
that's the
white guys
thing,
with rap.
Urban.
It's just
People
gonna
are
be
rushing.
whatever.
People are rushing this process too fast. America is just
Yeah,
now
but I
maybe
think we're getting
50.
to a stage where the FBAs have to kind of level up and kind of be like, all right, man, white people, they did what they think. Let's be a
Okay,
little
but
bit
see,
more
here's the thing. That's
lenient.
what
We
I'm
got to
saying.
give a bit
That's
more
the
slack.
natural, right? And that's my whole
But
point.
it's
That's
naturally
the
gonna happen. You're right.
natural.
It's gonna happen when it happens. You're right.
Exactly. That's the natural progression. And see, what's fucked up is, we don't want to go through that natural progression. But that's just the stage in which we're in. It's going to get to a point to where it will not be karma. But right now, we are too soon from the racism that endured then for us to just be over it now. No, you cannot expect
Yeah, in
people
the '60s, in the
to just
'60s.
be over something in the past 40 years. It's going to take another 100, maybe 200 years for us to get to an equilibrium to where it can kind of feel balanced. And Davinsky, to what you were saying, people were Nazis before anybody ever called them a Nazi. White people were being racist before anyone was ever chastising them or policing their speech. So no, that's an excuse to say that people are becoming more racist now because people are policing their speech, when racism was something that was inherent in a lot of white people way before their speech was
That's a
ever
good point. But
policed.
he's saying you're making
So
them
that's a
new
cop
young
out to
generation.
say that
You're
no.
pushing us. Look,
He's got a
what
good
you're
point, though,
doing.
Davinsky. But
Look, this whole bullshit about like, okay, what's a microaggression, motherfucker? We got not to you, Jelani. I like
I
you,
know, I know,
but
I
listen,
know. Go ahead,
my
Davinsky. I know.
microaggressions, right? We is in such a post-racial society, and look, I'm a social liberal, right? I try to explain away with socioeconomic variables and phenomena why crime stats are the way they are, why educational unachievement is the way that it is, and I do a good argument for that. But at the same time, why are we so policed? Why can't I speak my mind? Why am I held to a higher degree? Why do I have to have a PhD when I speak? Why does everything, it's bullshit. And when you do that to the average person, they're going to push back and they're like, okay, they're going to call me a Nazi regardless. I'm going to become a Nazi. So you're pushing people into this direction by doing what you're doing, and society in general.
but
Let me read
Davinsky
this.
is
I don't
also
agree with that.
Davinsky.
I
You're
Let let,
disagree
saying
with
the
let
that.
me
same thing. Davinsky, I'm gonna
let
be
me
honest.
just read this
You're
comment. Let
having
me.
the same way of thought as a person who's like, oh, why are these people being racist towards me? They think I'm a criminal, this and that. You know what? I might as well. I
Thank
had the
you.
same thing myself.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
had
Thank
the
yeah,
you.
same thing myself.
I might
I
as
went
well
through
be a
this myself.
criminal.
I'm
I
like,
might
yo,
as
I
yeah.
was
well
going
become
through
a
school.
criminal.
I was trying to be in college. I almost finished. I didn't get the
Thank
degree.
you.
I'm just gonna be a
Exactly.
You know
worker. I'm
that
gonna just get a job.
that
But I'm
you
capable of more of that, so I'm trying to go for
you
that.
know
So
that
you can't fall business. You can't fall victim to your societal thing. You have to overcome that. In this life, you have to be a person who overcomes. And this goes to every race. As a
yeah,
white
yeah.
person, as a black person, as a mixed person, as a Latino,
You know
you have to
the
overcome
best the
even the
best
structure of
people
your civilization.
the people that have it the easiest are ethnically ambiguous white people. They are ethnic enough where they can speak their mind. They don't have the same societal policing, but they're white enough where they get the white privilege. Like being like an Italian or being like, a swarthy white is the best place to be in society because you benefit from white privilege, yet you're ethnic enough where you can have more freedom of speech. Let me just read this speech, this comment from Earl of Lure. The woke has hijacked the left to have us fight over race, religion, fucking gender, anything but the fact 99.9% of us are getting fucked by the 0.1%. So that's Earl. Earl, if you want to grab a mic, look, we got over, Jelani's got about 60 people on Twitter watching him live. I
70,
have
70,
160 people
70.
across my platforms. He's probably got quite a few on Twitch as well. We're up about 250 to 300 people right now. So, guys, grab a mic on the panel. This is a good conversation. It's something that's really pissed me off because, look, I do my best to speak up for like Black Americans, especially. I like Black people. Like I've had many relationships
Marginalized
with
groups of
Black
people.
women. Yeah, yeah. So it's like, but at the same time, like I can't, like I don't know. I just think that there's an over policing of
But
white
It's the
people,
Davinsky,
same
and
thing
you're
I
for me,
think
pushing
that
Davinsky.
you
the
gotta
over
overcome
policing
that,
of
Davinsky.
man.
white people. Hang on. The over policing of white people is pushing them into neo-Nazism because it's like, well, if I'm white and you're gonna call me a Nazi anyway, then
That's a
fuck it,
cop
I'm
out.
gonna become a Nazi. And like I agree with what Urban said. If I'm black or I'm Hispanic, then they're gonna think I'm a criminal anyway. Let me be a criminal. So like it goes both ways. But I guess this is the thing with racial stereotyping is like people will actualize the stereotype. Well, if society, what did Eminem say? I am whatever the fuck you say I am. If I wasn't, then
Right.
why would you say I
Exactly.
am? You know?
Yeah. I
I
mean,
don't know.
that's
That's
exactly
In the
Yeah, I
And so
paper,
I
am.
the
just see
news,
that as a
every
cop
day
out.
I am. I don't know. It's just the way I am.
Yeah,
Davinsky,
M was
look, I
nice
just
though,
see
man.
that as a
He fell
cop
off
out.
though, but he was
Like
good.
some women who will say, "Oh well, you made me cheat on you." No, I did not make you cheat on me because all women do not have that type of response
Get out of the
to being
fucking
hurt.
road,
That's
fucking
just your
dickhead. What?
response. Your response to being hurt is to go
That's
out
what I
and
thought
fucking
for
cheat.
some.
So it's the same thing here. I didn't make you racist because of that, but that's just your response to coming to it. The same way for me. If I say that people constantly calling me a criminal, constantly saying I'm on EBT, okay, well, you know what? I might as well go be a criminal. I might as well go be on EBT. That's a fucking cop out. That's just me finding an excuse to do something that I probably wanted to do anyway, because that's my method of coping. So, we really can't use that. But the thing we must understand is that, we all pretty much kind of go through this, but we cannot get away from reputation. I cannot get away from the stigma of black Americans or being black. And I don't try to. I do not try to get it. And I don't complain about it either. I just roll with the punches because I understand that this is just the time in which, we're in. And so
And that makes
to
sense, but I could see to that, man. You made a very good
yeah,
point.
yeah. So to try to always and give people outs and give people excuses and in these ways to justify why they're feeling a certain way, is crazy. Because I love all
Yeah,
people.
but
I have
Jelani,
no
don't you
problem
think
with it.
that you have to have people? Here's the thing about the extremist people. I always criticize extremist people because I'm Muslim, been Muslim 15 years. There's extreme Muslims, and I criticize that, and I criticize the extreme whites, extreme blacks, their positions. But it's like you kind of need a few of those fringe people push the envelope, and they're like the storm. But at least they
Right, you
create a
do.
center, the eye of the storm, where you could just be a black guy who's an accountant. I'm just a Spanish dude from the hood who do construction and be a construction manager, and we could just be normal people. But you do need people who kind of fighting that far war at the
You do.
outskirts. You know what I mean?
Everybody
So it's
has a
also part
lane.
of the process, like we said.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I think
everybody
it's
has a
important.
lane. You need your extremes. They don't need to be the majority, but you do need your fringes because you need your people who are going to be militant. Because everybody's not meant to be militant. You have your people who are going to be diplomatic. You have your people who are going to be militant, and
So
you
does that
need
mean
that
it's
lane.
okay that there's some crazy racist white people who want to preserve whiteness? They think a little bit
Yeah, that's
superiority. They
fine.
criticize black people. It's
That is
part of the matrix.
completely
You're saying it is what it is. You're cool with it.
yes, that's completely
I
okay.
kind of agree
They
with
are
you, man. I'll
entitled
be
to
like the
that.
same thing. I'll be like, you know what, man? It's part of the matrix. I'm just getting my cubicle, do my 40 hours, and I know I'm woke to it. I'll meet people at their intellectual level. If they think that I'm this, go ahead, bro. Hang in there. You're gonna see I'm not. I'm very more
Yeah,
capable of
and
other
see here's
things.
the
You're gonna see
and see
that,
here's the
and then
thing
the
with free
proof is in the
speech, right?
pudding.
Yeah, free speech goes both ways. Of course, you have the freedom to say it, but the other person also has the freedom not to hear it. And at the same time, you do have the freedom to say things, but you are not free from the consequences of what you say. And that seems to be, which again, I believe is something that's kind of, just ingrained, especially most of white people, is that they don't feel like they should have consequences for their words. When in actuality, you are not free from the consequences that your words cause. Going back to the Charlie Kirk situation, Charlie Kirk words caused his death. It's not right. It's not justified, but that is the reality of the situation because words have consequences. And see, everybody wants to police black people on the N word when, if you say something to the wrong military member, you go up to an army grunt and say, oh, the army ain't shit, you piece of fucking shit. He's going to knock you out over your words. So, to just
Yeah.
always tone police black people for
Look.
being emotional,
See,
No.
that
you can't
response,
you can't
Look.
justify negative emotions and negative reactions. The thing is, it's a spiritual battle. As much as people want
well,
to
you
get
can
away from
justify
religion
that.
in this world, hey, let me finish. So, like,
Go ahead.
it's a spiritual battle in a physical world that appears to be physical, at least. And basically, no matter how much people try to get away from God and religion, especially nowadays, it's the truth. You have to be spiritually adept and realize certain emotions and certain thoughts, if not all thoughts and all emotions, are a lie. You're simply the observer of these things. And if these thoughts and these emotions cause you to act without observing them first, then that's wrong. So, I mean, only certain things are necessary of action. Certain thoughts are only an idea that you have to analyze first. And people have to be more aware of this if they want to be able to understand themselves, to better understand other people. There's this big championing of, oh, I can do evil because evil's being done. Two wrongs don't make a right.
But see, here's the
So
thing:
it's
two
just,
Yeah,
negatives,
that's true as
two
well.
negatives though do make a positive. So that's kind of a fallacy. Always saying, "Don't do to me what I did to you," because two wrongs don't make a right. Because two negatives do make a positive. It's just like two guys who end up fighting
yeah,
and
but
then end up
in
becoming
practice,
friends.
that doesn't exist. I mean,
It does.
if
I just
someone's
gave you an
being
example.
evil and you have to
I
defend
just gave
someone
you the.
from being evil, I mean, no, it
I really
doesn't, because you can do that in say arithmetic, but
I just gave
arithmetic
you the
you
example
can't
though.
multiply negatives. I mean, it doesn't work in practice. In math, it does, maybe in coding or whatever. But even
It
then,
does.
it's probably
Listen,
not even a
I
really
just told
like a
you.
real thing.
I just gave you a real world example. Two guys start off fighting each other. That's negative. They're fighting, but then they end up becoming friends. Boom. Two negatives brought
Well,
a positive.
fighting is objectively just what it is. But if
It
someone's
doesn't
starting
matter
a
Yeah,
though. It's
fight
but
still
for
a
a wrong
let me
negative.
reason,
say something
and
though,
someone's
Jelani.
It's
also
still a
I want
fighting
niggas
negative.
for
to
a
say,
wrong reason,
I,
there could be positive to come
It's
out of it.
still a
But at the same
negative
time,
though.
someone
It's
could
two
have made a
negatives
mistake in doing
creating
it.
a positive.
yeah, but let me tell you what
Sometimes you
this is
have to
even
be, as a
the
righteous
reason why
man,
Hold
this is
as
on,
a
even a
guys. Oh,
modulator of
hold on.
people's
brother.
behavior, as a
Hold on, guys.
modulator
Somebody
of
asked me
people's
something.
behavior.
Hold on, Alaska. Alaska, hold on. So Scud asked me what did I snort. I wasn't snorting, Scud. I was rolling up a joint, and I was making sure to get the stems out.
My boy.
Good
Let me tell
man,
you
good
something. The
man.
reason
If
why
you're
this
gonna
is
smoke,
even a
don't smoke stems.
conversation, bro, here's the sad part. It's becoming, I blame a lot of this shit on the one drop rule, bro. Because there's so many African Americans who are really like biracial and even new ones that have white parents now recently, they have to pick a side. It doesn't leave for that synchronization, that sensitization that we have in Brazil, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Cuba, where there's such a large population of people who are bridging the middle. It's like, yo, I'm both things. My family come together. His guy's playing the piano, this guy's playing the drum. We're making new music, new genres together. It makes it hard to build together. And a lot of it, I think, and it was systematically put there because remember, this colony was done after all the other colonies. So they were able to write down and organize, hey, look, I don't like this about Cuba, Dominican Republic, Brazil. The people, we're going to divide it. We're going to make a pure white race that rules over it. And it served them. This was the perfect thing that white job rule has served them. But it's also been negative because we're still having this
It's the
fucking
background, Scud.
conversations. In Dominican Republic, yo, listen, and then I would concede to something Jelani said because a lot of these things happened in the '60s. Like for example, at the Dominican Republic, we had a black president, like 4 presidents in. We had a dark skinned president, and he was from an immigrant family from Saint Croix. He wasn't even a Dominican like that. He was just a black guy from Saint Croix who was raised in Dominican Republic. He knew Spanish. Ulysses Sicilis, he was the president. We had several black presidents in other countries, Latin America and whatnot, Jamaica and whatnot. So it is a little bit harder here because it's so fresh. I mean, this shit just really got, you can say, officially done up with in 1968. And it still feels like the other day. And there's still a lot of effects that, remnants of the racism and the Jim Crow and all that. So I really wish that there would be a movement to kind of get rid of the one drop movement, one drop rule that's only
Yeah.
being preserved by the black
I
people, to be
hate the
honest,
one
at this
drop
point.
rule.
Only you
Yeah,
guys
Urban.
preserve that. White people don't even
Hey,
talk about it.
hey, let's get
Hey,
to some of the comments, Davinsky. Let's get to the
yeah.
comments.
Just let me do a quick housekeeping. Urban, if you can please share, bro. Jelani's got 80 live on
I
Twitter.
share, I did
I
everything, but
have
I can't do the thing
200
you told
here.
me. It still don't let
We're
me.
over 300 people right now. So that goes to show that we can run this space without a special guest. So shout out for Jelani. He's been here since day one. He's the unofficial co-host. I guess we're mutual hosts in a sense. So shout out Jelani. I appreciate you for coming, man. Uh, Urban, you're always a good voice here, my handsome mulatto. All right, let's read the You want to read the comments, Jelani? And guys, if you want to grab a mic, I'm going to put it into the chat. You just grab a mic. You don't need an account. Come on up, like share your voice, share your opinions. We got 300 people in here. That's a
Davinsky, I'm gonna
that's
make
like
an account for this so I can have more features and stuff. I got you. So I can
no,
share it.
you don't need to do that. Just share to your ex. That's all.
So
I did
Scud is
that, but I
asking
don't
why
I
my
don't think I
living
have to
room
make
is
an account.
glitchy.
Maybe
It's a background, Scud. That's why.
I'll make an account anyway. I mean, this is it won't hurt. I'll just make
No need to make an account. I mean, I pay $40 a month for this shit. Well, look, we're
Hey,
Oh, it's
growing.
like
hey,
I
that.
think this might be a record.
hey,
We're up to 300 people. I think that might be a record. 300 live listeners. I think that might be a
yeah,
record. So,
yeah, I'm up to
you know,
80.
so
I think that's the most I've had on
yeah,
this
yeah,
side.
we're breaking it. You should be getting that Twitter revenue coming in. So, guys, if you like the show, please like and subscribe, whatever platform you're looking at. We've been doing this for a solid week now. We've covered a bunch of different topics: the war on drugs. We talked about a lot of race relations, politics, Mandami. We cover breaking news. We have a good background here. Urban is a Dominican Muslim. He's a very smart dude. He's in the trades. Jelani's an accountant down there in Mississippi. I am a stock trader, and Alaska's a champion. He's a boxer actually from Alaska. He's
Yeah,
gonna
he nice.
be he's gonna take the state title. Yeah, Doctor Alaska, you should go on camera sometimes, you handsome devil. No homo. But yeah, if
Yeah,
you
this
want to
dude is
grab a
buff, man.
mic, feel free to. I'm gonna put
Dude,
the stream yard
I
show
might in the
again.
future. I've done it a couple times when we were with Turan,
Turan.
but
Let me try and get Turan
Terran,
in here. All right,
the
Gelati, you want to
modern
read the comments?
genius.
Go ahead if you want.
Okay, yeah. So Earl of Laurel, he was like, two guys that need to get physical to work things out are stupid. Well, I don't know, Earl. I would disagree with that, Earl. I would say that most times, that's what produces the best is when, especially men, when they're at each other, especially like in competition, Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, like competition is what breeds innovation, I believe, and it breeds progress because you
Brother,
you
we're
want to beat out
animals,
the
man.
next
At the
guy.
end of the day, man, we're animals. You got to get
Huh?
physical. You got to do exercise. You got to.
Oh
This
yeah,
we're
yeah,
not a
most
ghost in the
definitely, most
shell.
definitely, man.
We're,
Yeah,
we're
most definitely.
organisms, man.
It's just a
You got
part
to
of our
take that
nature,
bite. You got to.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, just think of the countless guys who have, like I said, started off beefing. Even on Twitter Spaces, people meet each other on Twitter Spaces, start off beefing, and then the next thing you know, they're the best of friends. So, like, it's really not even about getting physical, Earl of Laurel, because these type of confrontations, period, can happen, even just through social audio. So it's just the fact of two negatives can still produce a positive, whether it be mathematically or whether it be figuratively. Let's see what else we got here. It says it causes brain injury. You're right, it does. It does, Earl. It causes a lot of brain injuries. What else did Earl say? News, if you're racist, I'm racist too. The world is a better place. To a certain extent. I would even say that I would actually prefer people to be more open with it, because when it's so covert and people hide behind it, they're able to like they're able to manipulate more easily, because they can hide their racism behind statistics. They can hide it behind initiatives. They can hide it behind issues and parties. But Davinsky, I'm actually a proponent of allowing people, like, to be more racist and not policing them, because as I was just explaining, it gives me a sense of for certainty who to fuck with and who not to. Like, I don't want to go and spend my hard-earned
Yeah,
money with
yeah.
people who
That's the
covertly
weird.
hate me.
That's the
So if
weird thing
so,
about like the gays that were like suing bakeries for not baking them a cake. Is like, well, look, if you're homophobic and I'm gay, why the fuck do I want to give you my money? It's like it's kind of weird. Look, I can
right,
understand it in some sense because, like, let's say that that's the only gay bakery in your city. Okay, that's one thing. It's like, okay, now you can't get a cake. But I feel a lot of those like lawsuits and stuff are just like trying to play the victim. It's like, well, why do you want to give those
yeah,
people your money? But
exactly,
yeah,
exactly,
Bro, that's one of the
exactly.
things I
So
criticize MLK, and I don't criticize him because he's a greater man than I am, and I have a lot of respect and a lot of love for him, and I admire him a lot. But like a lot of that shit, like, oh, I want to eat at a white restaurant. When they go eat there, they don't even like the food. A lot of them be interviewed after they got that segregation, and it's also like I respect that, bro. Like me, I'm a loud ass fucking minority. I play Latin drums. I play loud music when I drive around. I play drums, bro. I bang on them shit. Blah, 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 like, do 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 do. No white people want to hear that, bro. I'm not gonna move next to a bunch of white people and be in dissonance all day, and they're calling the cops, and I'm like, oh, you're racist because I'm Dominican. It's not. Well, you can look at it that way, and it's some, the wholesome way, but it's really because I'm just not the same culture. I need to go somewhere where I'm in alignment with these people, some middle class Hispanics, Cubans, Dominicans,
Yeah,
and they might
exactly.
even
Like
come over
when
my
I'm
house
laying
and
down.
be like, hey man, I like your music, bro. Can I chill with you? Let's have a barbecue.
Yeah, like
They'll invite me to their
when
house,
I'm laying
and we
down
could
the
be friends
beach,
out of it.
when I'm laying down the beach in the DR and I hear like the loudspeakers next to me on the beach, it's like it adds to the vibe. But it's the culture here. In a lot of countries, that would be rude. So I feel like when you go to a
Exactly. I
country,
gotta
you
align
got to
myself with
kind of
people who are
abide
similar to my
by the
culture at the very least.
like you got kind of got to abide to the cultural norms. And this is the problem with multiculturalism in Western countries. Is like like I don't like the idea of multiculturalism in some sense is a good thing. You get like you get like different trains of thought, like it can add to a culture. But when you think that your culture is just as important as the native dominant culture, that's when it becomes problematic. So it's like, okay, like I'm in the DR. I'm not going to tell that guy to turn down his speakers, but in the same sense, if he goes to Australia or if he goes to Sweden, he probably shouldn't have loudspeakers on the beach.
Well, yeah. So,
Yeah, it's like me
like,
going to Mexico. I can't complain; it's their country. But when I'm back in mine, it's fuck them. But the thing that was fucked up
Yeah, but
about
the thing
Juarez,
is, Alaska, like,
Paso,
like the thing with multiculturalism in the West is it's like, oh well, actually, their culture is equal to yours, even though you're an American, even though like your culture doesn't matter.
right.
Every culture is equal, and that's bullshit. It's like no motherfucker, like you're in that country, like you can't do your little
yeah, that's what I'm
bullshit.
saying.
It's like
Yeah.
Yeah, but
everyone has a right to
it
their
also
culture,
works
except if
when
you're
you
in a
come
Western
in.
country.
Yeah, you also have to respect other minorities. Like a lot, what happens a lot now, especially with the FBA situation, other minorities. It's like people are coming from Africa or coming from DR, and they're like, "Oh, why you being racist? White people cool, this and that." And I have more of a positive experience. I think like the modern white people that like learn their lesson, blah blah. But I can't impose that on somebody whose people have been oppressed. There's been laws passed systematically by the government and are seeking reparations for these damages, this and that. I kind of disencourage them. I think they should. I think there should be some kind of reparation. I'm pro reparations because the government has passed laws and has done damages to these people. And just because they do it to me, or I'm not getting a check out of it, doesn't mean I have to be anti it or give a negative opinion. Probably not any opinion, if anything. If you got nothing nice to say. So you got to understand that too. It's not just going with the majority white population. And in this case, the FBA is huge. You can consider them a minority, but they're fucking huge, like 13, 14%. That's very significant. And in other areas, they're majority people. Like you go to New Jersey and whatnot, and South, some part of
Yeah.
the South.
Yeah.
You're
We're the
not gonna see a
biggest
white face for a
native.
while. So
Yeah.
gotta
We're
respect
the
that
biggest
as well.
native
Yeah.
born. Yeah. We're the largest native born ethnicity, in America. And the issue comes in with multiculturalism is like Davinsky said, is when newer cultures come in and get put at the same level of I would say respect or deference as those native lands. America is like a salad, right? People love saying a melting pot, but it's really like a salad, and that's kind of how you got to look at multiculturalism. So the native population would be the base, and your base can be a mix in the salad. You can have a mix of different type of greens, but it's still your base, right? And all the other toppings are never going to amount to what the base is. And that's kind of how America really should be, or how the West should treat multiculturalism. It's like, yeah, all cultures are welcome, because in these countries that are set up by non-native populations, immigrants or settlers or whatever you want to call them, in countries that are founded by non-native populations, you have to have an aspect of multiculturalism, and you have to be welcoming. But at the same time, you can have degrees to that shit. Like our culture, like here in America, we have a mix. That's a base. Um,
Yeah.
Black, whites, and natives, which include Mexicans as well, because they were already here. But that's our base, you know.
Well, I'm gonna be honest
Uh,
with you, Jelani. I
and
don't
The
and
hang
believe
on,
everything
that.
else
the
is
thing
kind of
that's
Can I
like
tell you something?
the thing is like
This will be
with
an
multiculturalism.
interesting pivot. I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe in that Mexican, that word, that concept. I think that's a psyop. Most of
I
those
mean, it's
people
just the
who are
best way I could
so-called
describe,
Mexicans,
south of the
they're
border.
just no. I'm not trying to get against you. I'm just trying to say an interesting thing that I think they're being misclassified, bro. Most of them are just Native Americans. If you do their
They are.
DNA,
Yeah,
they're like
they are.
70, 80, 90% American. If you look up a
Exactly.
picture of a Native American with their fucking feather hats, they look just like Jose that's working at Home
It's a
Depot. These
nationalistic
are the
label.
natural
They
people. It's
are.
like this. It's like, I'm going to give you
They
an
are
example.
all Native Americans.
Basically, in America, you got to look at it like if we was in Africa. And then we look at the black population there and be like, oh, now they're called Zimbabweans. But they're just Zimbabweans. They're not really from here. They're here in Algeria illegally. They need to get. No, wait a minute. You colonized this whole shit. You divided it. These people
Right.
weren't divided that way. Now they got Catholic, became Catholic, and speak Spanish.
Enough of
Now
that
what they
tether
do?
babble.
It's not
Yes,
tether
please.
Bible, bro. The
What I'm
truth
saying
is,
is,
those are the people whose DNA been here for 10,000 years. We're all the
Right.
immigrants,
Right.
including myself. I'm mostly
Right.
mulatto. I'm
yeah, but the
Yeah.
thing
European
is, we
black.
came here and actually like evolved the place. We did more with it.
I
They
don't
they
care
get to
what we
benefit
came
I
in
mean,
from
and did.
I
us.
We
mean that
came
And
doesn't
in
Native
as
matter.
fucking
Americans
aliens. That
actually, let
shit
me
is
finish. Let me
crazy.
finish. Native
That
Americans
is
actually get
fucking. That
reparations.
is crazy that even exists. That's a psychological operation that is
No, it's
accepted.
not.
It's the fact
In the
that they're
olden days,
considered
all we could do is
aliens. They're not
conquer
supposed to be here
and
when
take
this is their
what we're
Africa.
allowed to.
This is their
When
land.
shit gets real, people are gonna do
We
the
don't do
same
that to
thing.
people in South
And the
Africa.
thing
We don't do
is
that to people in
about,
Ghana, even
hey,
though
let me
the
fucking
Europeans are the
talk,
ones that
Urban.
created the
What the
systems and the
fuck?
railways and all that.
It's
They're
like
still considered the naturalized
people
people.
aren't gonna listen to every fucking body,
Why do we
man.
play
It's
into
my
this
fucking turn.
psychological
You've had your
bullshit that
fucking
Yeah,
time.
these
I
people are
Urban, hold
waited.
Mexican
up.
or
Urban,
Guatemalan?
brother, hold up,
Talking
hold
over
up, hold
everybody.
up. Let Alaska speak. Can you hear him?
Yeah, I just want to
Yeah,
finish
he
my
was
point.
responding to me. No, fuck your point. I'll let you finish yours first. I waited for you guys.
Go
So
ahead.
what I'm saying is multiculturalism, we already have an allowance for that. We have the First Amendment, we have the right to gather. But the thing is, the problem with America is we're overly tolerant and because we're taught to by what I was saying earlier with the people that run the country, which are basically the organizations, which are basically the Jews, which have an attack by using liberalism to put fear in certain practices. So we're way too tolerant of these other cultures coming here and having no fucking respect. Like these new immigrants, these fucking jihadists, and these fucking Mexicans that fucking come here and just put their shit on here loudspeaker and just don't give a fuck because they look at America as soft. So I mean,
I don't even think they're Mexican
we
to
have
begin with. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in that framework. I
it
think they're
doesn't no one
Asian.
it's not
If they need to identify like that,
that's not
we
what
need to
people are
understand
talking
that.
about. That's a nationalistic label from a country adjacent to us.
Mexico is
We
only
might as well
110
have
years
it.
old. That's
Fuck the
bullshit. Those
genetic
people been
aspect
there for
to it.
10,000 years, bro. That's the people that Cortez met. They're the same people.
What I'm
That's what I'm
saying
telling you.
is we already have an allowance for
Chicano,
multiculturalism
that's another
and we're
psyop.
overly
Chicano, they used to be
tolerant.
Mexican, now they're part of America. No,
You
no, they're
just
just
want to
Native
talk about some
Americans
shit that's
who learned
irrelevant. Why
Spanish and
does
became
anyone give a
Catholic
fuck
in
about what their
America. They're
genetics
not
are? That's not the
Chicano, they're
topic
not
of
Mexicans, they're
conversation.
Native American. The Native
Who gives
American
a fuck?
population in
People already
America
know
is
that. No
really
one's
higher
arguing
than what
that.
we say it is.
It's
Compared
like
to
talking
people
to
in white
somebody
people,
about
I
some
have a
shit
question,
and they
bro.
just want to talk
They're the
about the fucking
majority here.
food they
We're
ate
in
that
their
day.
Africa.
No
We're
one
in their
gives a fuck.
continent, bro.
Do you
Trust me,
think
what I'm saying
mayonnaise is
is
spicy, bro?
100%
I
Fucking
feel
facts.
like a
dickhead.
mayonnaise spicy type of guy.
Talking
Look, the
about some
problem with
shit no one's fucking talking
multiculturalism,
about.
the problem with multiculturalism is that I can look, if I'm a Indian and I move to America, my culture is just as valued as American culture. That's bullshit. I'm a guest in that
Yeah, even
country.
this Asian cop doesn't know how to
Until I'm in
fucking
that country
drive.
for a couple generations, who am I to dictate what culture they have to practice? Why do they have to fucking bend their knee to me? I'm a newly arrived immigrant. Why the fuck do they have to bend their knee to me?
Well, yeah.
You know,
Like I
and
said, that's the issue with
that's the problem.
America.
No,
Like I
I
was
agree
saying,
with that, but I think when it comes particularly to like Mexicans and those kind of people from Central America, I think it's a whole different ballgame. I think we're looking at the framework is just incorrectly mislabeled.
well,
They
the only
really
reason
are
I,
just Native Americans.
well, yeah,
Hang on, hang
That's
on.
what they are.
Urban. In Mexico City, there's like fucking 200 American expats are there, and they hate Americans. It's like, look, they don't. I mean, look, white Americans have been in America for what is it, like 600, 700 years?
Nah, 400
nah,
years, not even
How,
60,
no, it's
70,
longer than that.
Anglo-Saxon,
When did the
Not
first
even
white
Anglo-Saxon is
300.
American?
400.
that's the
When did the
that
Anglo-Saxon
is
is
300
might
400
be a
years.
little
years.
bit longer.
how
Anglo-Saxon
how
Maybe
is
long ago?
400
1300.
years.
When was America settled by Europeans?
No, so it
If
was
you look
settled
at
by
350
Anglo
years
Spanish,
ago.
Saxons. It was
Spanish
settled
in
by
the
the English
1500s.
in the 1600s.
The English came in the
The
1600s.
Spanish
Okay, so
settled South
400 years,
America
whatever, 400
in
years.
1500s. Yeah,
Europeans have been there 400 years. They go to Mexico City, and the Mexicans hate white Americans. They call them gringos. They attack them. They talk about gentrification. Yet there's 30 million illegal
Yet their
Mexicans in
president is a
America.
Jew.
They're not Mexican, bro. They're Native Americans, bro. That's what I'm
I mean,
saying.
Who
but the
gives a
thing,
They're
fuck,
not Mexican.
Urban? You
Mexico was
fucking
made up 100
dickhead. No
years ago.
one's talking about that.
yeah. I mean, that's fine. Like I said, we I agree with that. But the thing is, Davinsky, why are we still acting like there's not history there that causes that? Like you all are acting like trauma is not generational. You're acting as if trauma is not passed down. Like they have good reason. Like there's good reason for the reputation that the white race has. I know you don't like it. I know you hate it. You know, it's fucked up, but it's the same for every race. Every race, for the most part, probably has good reason, for whatever their stereotypes. Maybe not Black Americans as much, because a lot of our shit was induced, but there is good reason for these people to have something against the
Fuck
white
the
race.
reason. There's a
It's not
conduct.
right.
It's like you
I'm
come
not
to a
saying that
country,
it's
you have
right.
the problem
I'm
with
not saying that it's right.
Americans
But
is Americans are typically disrespectful.
what I'm saying is there is
Americans
a
are loud and
history.
obnoxious.
There is a history there that cannot be ignored, a generational history. So as much as you like to say how long ago
Look,
stuff was, that means
look.
nothing in the
Hang
grand
on,
scheme of
Jelani?
things.
Would you
Yeah,
agree that a Mexican hating an American just because they're white or they're American is a bad thing? Like, are they in the wrong for that?
yeah, I would say yes. That's not
Okay,
right to
because
do.
like I was talking to this Italian once, he kind of pissed me off. He said that this was during the whole Brexit thing. It's like, oh well, if we do Brexit, then I'm just gonna break into like English people's like villas in Italy and rob their shit. I'm like, well, that's racist bullshit because you are taking action against individuals for a governmental policy. So like whether there's like reason, you can't extrapolate that
Fucking
onto the
pussy.
individual.
Not you, my bad.
If you're going to attack like a random Englishman or a random American based on history or based on policy, then you're the bad person.
Well, again, like it's really hard to push the point of reputation. It's not right, but like that's what happens. So every action has a reaction, right? And if you make a choice, there's going to be a consequence to that choice. You may not suffer the consequence of that choice, but your child might, your grandchild might, your great grandchild might.
I mean, this is
And
just a talking point by FBAs who have
it's
no
not a
fucking
talking
identity
point.
other
It's
than a
actually what
victim
happened.
mentality due to
It
slavery.
actually
I
what
mean,
happened.
people
Alaska.
got to get
If
over
they
it.
did
We're
not do
talking
it,
about something that might
then
have
we would
happened
not be
hundreds of
there.
years ago. There's no repercussion from a child that's had to experience nothing but the possible effects from what happens afterwards. And what are the
There
possible
absolutely
effects?
is.
The
There
possible
absolutely
effects that they
is.
have a community where they can get a job and use an iPhone and the internet and live in a warm house with plumbing and heating. So, I mean, what is the problem that people are finding other than just this bullshit victim identity that they just wish to have so they have an excuse for themselves in every aspect? I mean,
If you don't, if you
it's
don't
not
make the right
effective.
decisions, Alaska, then your child is going to suffer for that. Like
Yeah, that's a more
there's
accurate
no
way.
getting around your children suffering for your bad decisions, and those
But
things have
that's more of
ripple
a
effects.
family topic or a spiritual
No,
matter. I
it's
mean, we're
not. No, it's
talking
not.
about
That is a decision
multiculturalism.
topic
That's why we're
for
talking
every
about
single human being
multiculturalism, and I
that
address it that
also
way
apply.
because the
No,
only way that
no, no,
that's
no.
applied
Hey,
to multiculturalism is through
Alaska,
victim
no,
mentality by
Alaska,
FBAs.
Alaska. It applies to anyone who has responsibility over any other person. Family was just an example of that. Politicians, decision makers, they have responsibility over thousands and millions of people. So
You either fix the top or you
their
fix the
decisions,
bottom.
those politicians, those decision makers, those decisions have ripple effects. They have consequences, and those
So if we're going to
consequences
address that today,
cannot be
we have to
skirted.
address that Israel
Again,
occupies
the
a
history is
country
too
that they
soon.
have no affiliation
It's just too
or
soon,
openly
Alaska.
loyal to. I mean,
Alaska.
if we're going to fix it,
It's
we have to
it's too
fix the top
soon.
or the bottom. We have to fix the
Alaska, it's
top
too
or the
soon for
bottom.
us to
You're not
experience
saying
what we're
anything.
talking about,
You just
right?
repeat
Our,
yourself when people want
our
to
great
rebuttal, when
grandchildren
people want to
will live in that
respond.
type of society. We will not live in that type of society. We are too soon
You ain't
removed from
what are you talking
that.
about?
The
You're
society in
speaking
which
for a
you're
whole group
talking
of
about,
people.
in which people should
The
forget
victim
about the
mentality
past, and
society?
the past should not be mattering. Hold on. The type of present, what you're saying, this stuff shouldn't matter because it was so long ago. We're not there yet. That's going to be another 100
Yeah,
to
we are. We're
200
right
years
there right
down
now.
the line.
There's nothing there's nothing
We
the
are not going to
FPS have
live in
had
that
to
society,
endure.
Alaska. We
Nothing.
can
They've had
pontificate
to
about it,
endure nothing but the benefits of affirmative action and of this
but there
cultural
have been no
thing where they get a
benefits
little bit
for
more
affirmative
leeway.
action for the Black Americans. White
Yeah. You
Americans
expect
benefited
me to just stop talking
off
and listen to
affirmative
what you
action
have
more
to
than that.
say in the
So that's a
middle of
moot
my
point.
response,
Don't
and
even
you
bring up
think
affirmative
people are going to
action
be able to
because
listen
it
to
has
both
not
of
been a
us?
benefit. It has not been a benefit at all. Not more than it's
There's
been a
been a
benefit
massive
for any other
benefit
race.
because other than that, you can go back to whatever country that you claim to have originated from because you're not Native American. You're not from here. So, I mean, what are you complaining about? You were brought here and now you get to reap the benefits of what your ancestors did. So, what I'm saying is,
Everyone does. Everyone gets to reap
if you
those
want to, if we
benefits.
want to
Yes,
address, if we want to address
everyone
certain
gets to reap
things, you
those
have to
benefits.
start from the top or the bottom. If we're going to start from the top, then we have to start with the
Here's the
government
thing, though.
that
We're
occupies.
already
Shut the
addressing
fuck
it,
up, you stupid fucking. Come on. Am
dude.
I going to talk or are you just going to interrupt? Because I'm
Well, you
actually
keep
saying
being
something. You're
repetitive,
saying
man,
bullshit over and over again, projecting
just
that
like
onto
you
me,
are.
saying I'm repetitive. No, because I'm saying something that hasn't been said yet. I'm addressing
You
what you were
sound like you're
talking about.
reading off of
If
a
we're going to
fucking
fix, oh, yeah, because that's what I do,
teleprompter.
right? You're projecting again because you use AI. I don't. What I'm
It's like
saying
you're
is,
using off.
if
It's
we're
like
going
you're
to,
reading off a teleprompter.
mute his fucking mic, this bitch ass nigga. Pussy. God damn it.
Well, see
All
now
right.
you're now
You
you're
Hang
ready
on,
to
speaking
hang
out
on,
fucking listen? You
because
everyone.
you don't have
stupid
impulse control.
motherfucker. Let me get some
Hang
time. Let me
on,
fucking have
guys.
my piece.
Alaska. Let's
Bitch
turn it
ass
back.
nigga interrupting.
Yeah, now
No,
you're
no,
checking out
no,
because you
no
don't have
N
impulse
words.
control.
Alaska, please. Come on. You can
Well, I mean, what the fuck? Say something. I'm trying to say something. This bitch ass motherfucker is just
But
interrupting
You
me
keep
over and
I,
over again,
you keep
claiming I
repeating
don't give
yourself.
him his time. What the fuck is this shit?
all
Can I
right,
talk?
let's okay. 1 minute for Alaska,
Uninterrupted?
1 minute for Jelani. Let's go.
The
One minute,
amount of
Mike.
stuff I can cover in a minute versus this bitch ass motherfuckers, man. So listen, if we're gonna fix things across the board, you usually start from the top or the bottom because that's the only thing you can do. The middle is a latent effect, a latent result. So if we start from the top in America, where the majority of us live, we gotta fix the Israel first government. They're openly loyal to Israel first, and they say, I wouldn't even, it doesn't matter, the Israel first. They control the organizations which control the government. So that's how we start from the top. Because we have fake leaders who lie to get power and influence, and then they get benefits from the Israeli government, ADL, all this other stuff. When it comes to the bottom, we have to start with the people, right? But who runs the family? Who's supposed to be the head of the family? Is the man. You fix the man, you fix the woman, you fix the children. Because the men set the standards and allow women to do what they do, whether it's through voting or through enforcement. And in order to fix the man, he has to fix himself. So, I mean, that's solutions other than just finding problems. And that's the way to fix things. You can't
Uh,
just say, oh, I mean, okay, that's it. That's mainly what I got to say.
Real quick
And then
before you go, Jelani,
that has
we
nothing to do
have
with
over 300 live listeners. I got 198 across my platforms. Jelani, record breaking. He's got what's he got on Twitter? Give me a second. It will load.
87.
87. Okay, so on Twitch you might have 20. We've got over 300 live listeners. That's a record. Guys, please like the stream, like and subscribe wherever you're watching from. Let's get this going. Go ahead, Jelani.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with the conversation, multiculturalism,
No, you just did
or
get the
I
response that
mean,
you wanted specifically that
Alaska, don't
favors
anything
what
interrupt.
you wanted to say.
like
Like
Alaska,
like
don't
Jelani is
interrupt.
just completely
like
dishonest.
all the
Alaska, don't interrupt, please. Come
Why
on,
do
man.
you interrupt me but not him for 5 minutes when he
What
was
do you
interrupting
mean?
me for
You
five
had a whole
minutes?
minute
No,
without
I addressed what you're
exactly.
interrupting.
doing is correct. I addressed
You've
what you're
been
doing is correct.
monologuing the whole
But it's
time.
like, holy shit. No, I take a
You're not
minute. You
letting
take
Jelani even
three.
get a word
You
in.
say nothing.
Alaska,
No, I know.
Alaska,
This is just my
Alaska.
point. I'm just what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Alaska,
You've
you
already
finished.
addressed
We
this
gave you
shit.
your
Yeah,
minute
he's giving us that
uninterrupted.
babble, that real Alaskan babble.
Yeah, man. Like, come on, man.
Shut the fuck up, Urban. You did the same
Come on,
Because
thing.
Yeah,
Jelani's
Saying
a
we
this
ain't
cool.
even
bitch
hear
Hang
your
ass
on,
shit,
fucking
nigga.
Alaska,
I'm tired of
Alaska.
hearing
talking
Jelani's
your
a
about
shit.
this
cool.
Shut the
bitch
fuck up.
ass
Never
Native
mind.
American shit.
you
Jelani's a cool
want to
dude.
say
Shut the fuck up.
anything?
You know I didn't do no
Come
condescension.
on,
Fuck that.
guys. Come
No, you see
on.
how it
Bro,
is though,
Bullshit.
right?
Jelani,
listen,
please.
man.
Sorry, not Jelani. Alaska, please. Let Jelani
Actually
finish.
say shit. Listen to the amount this motherfucker says. I'll be able to say it in 10
Well,
Look,
seconds.
we're,
But
we're
anyway,
he
fucking
says something.
pumping numbers.
What I'm
Shut
saying
up.
is
Hang
he's
on,
saying
Alaska,
15
Alaska, with all
seconds
due
worth of shit
respect, please be quiet. Please be quiet. We got
so
over
and fucking
300
2
live
minutes of
listeners right now.
bullshit.
come on, dude.
This
Where's
is a
your impulse
record
control,
number.
man?
We're going to go to Jelani
Temper
uninterrupted.
yourself.
Limit him to a minute like I just did.
Temper yourself. So,
Yeah, you need to smoke some
Says to
weed,
you,
man.
bitch ass nigga. Fuck are you talking
man, you
about?
need
Temperament.
to look
No
at you,
N
man.
words. No
You
N
triggered,
words.
man. You triggered. That's all right.
Nah, I'm annoyed by your
All right.
bitch ass
You
fucking way of
triggered.
fucking bullshit. You're a bitch. The way
You
you fucking
triggered.
just interrupt
You
like
I'm
triggered
not
because you
asking what the
keep
unapologetically.
fuck, my
repeating
And
nigga. We
Urban
having a good
started
the
this whole
same
little
stuff.
conversation.
fucking interruption
You
shit
keep repeating
fucking
the same
Sir,
first.
that's
stuff. You're
what
And
you
then
want to
triggered.
Davinsky
do,
just
man.
lets it fucking
You're
go.
making yourself out to be a victim. You're not a victim. Stop with the victimhood. All
Nah,
right.
you're projecting
You're
again
not a
with your
fucking
victim
victim. No
mentality,
one wants to hear
bitch
your
ass
fucking
nigga.
victim ass
Pussy.
mentality, with you fucking bitching and moaning and complaining.
Ah,
Like
who's
you really
mad?
got something to
Who's
bitch and moan and
triggered?
complain about. So what you need to do is just
Pussy.
shut the fuck up and listen,
It's amazing how you
because
point
no
the
one wants
finger.
to hear your fucking tether babble. No
Tether
one wants to hear
babble.
that shit.
I'm the
Okay?
tether.
The fucking society that you want, this post-racial fucking society, this getting over
You're a
the
white
past
Chinese guy
society,
in Alaska. You're a tether, bro.
is you're not going to get it. It
How
will
the
not
fuck
be
am
this
I a
society.
tether? How the
It
fuck
will
am I
not.
a
It
tether?
will not be this society.
You're
So all this
tethering on to
fucking
white people.
complaining and bitching and fucking moaning you're doing about the
That's
fact
all
that
you're doing, you pussy.
no, that's
Talking
exactly
about
what
this
you're doing.
FBA
You're
shit.
projecting. You're completely projecting because you're sitting here
Yeah,
Yo,
like
let's
it's
talk
completely
about
fucking
that,
fucking
Jelani.
idiot.
Why
amazing.
we don't
It's
have a
amazing
And
that
conversation about
shit.
people
white
say
tethers, man?
fucking
There's a
mean
lot of
words to
people
you.
who just migrated to
So
America. They
what the
think they're
fuck if
white. They're
people
not
Ain't
say
white.
mean
nobody
words to you?
migrated.
Who gives a fuck?
You're an
No one has
immigrant.
to
You're
be
an
nice to
immigrant.
you. No one has to be nice to anyone. So you just
See,
have to
see,
fucking
you
deal
have
with
these
it.
talking points that favor the way
Exactly.
you want to
It's
address
going to be
shit.
another 200
But
Hang
years
on,
before we
Alaska,
get to
Alaska.
a point.
Hang on, please,
but then
please.
you find a problem with
Everyone,
the
be
same
quiet.
thing you're trying to.
Everyone. Hold up, Alaska,
How's it going?
Alaska. Look, I like both you and Jelani. Let's not like do this infighting. It's getting a bit chaotic. Let's just let
Yeah, you know,
Jelani.
this whole thing started off with Urban and this motherfucker interrupting
Look,
Why are
every
you so
time
like the
someone
reason
wants
emotional,
I
to
like you,
dude?
actually say
Alaska,
some
is that
shit
you
that has
do
something to
bring.
do with the conversation.
Alaska, please stop over speaking
All
me.
right, stop being so
Look,
Bro, I
emotional,
didn't.
I,
I
man.
I,
didn't finish my thing
Nah,
with you.
I
Listen to
already
me.
did it. It's
Alaska,
just this fucking
hold
thing
up,
where they want
everyone,
my
shut
data.
up. God, Alaska, please listen. I like you. You bring in like counter arguments. You know, you gotta build your brand a little bit. We like every night we're doing these spaces. We're getting 300, 400 live listeners. You need to get a username. You need to get a profile picture. You need to link your shit to your X account or whatever you're trying to build up. Look, you are a voice of dissent in here. Look, I disagree with like half of what Jelani says. I think that he's a little bit anti-white for a lot of things that he says. But at the same time, like Jelani's a smart dude. We can engage with him. We don't have to just attack him, call him the N word. So just be a little bit more polite and just say what you disagree with him on, right? I'm giving you ample time to speak. You haven't allowed Jelani the same respect. So just let Jelani give his 1 minute, two
I
minute.
get it once
One.
every 30 minutes, but I got you.
All right, go ahead, Jelani.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, again, the conversation was multiculturalism. The conversation wasn't picking yourself up by the bootstraps. And it's just so amazing how every conversation just always goes back to that, which just again proves the propagation of which I talk about when it comes to people and how indoctrinated they are. Like that's the only talking points they know. They literally just regurgitate the same thing no matter what we're talking about. They find some type of way to turn it back to telling black people to fucking bootstrap. I don't get it. We were talking about multiculturalism and how in America it works, and how in the West, well, in Western culture, we're allowing newly immigrated cultures to be on the same plateau, preference wise and respect wise, as foundational cultures. And somehow you take it to this same talking point of, people need to get over this, get over that, get over this, get over that. It's not going to happen. Not in our generation. It will happen eventually. We are moving towards that. But we will not see that. Our great grandchildren and great 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 grandchildren will probably see that generation because the shit ended too soon ago. And I know that's probably wrong, but it hadn't.
Too
We're not
recent. Too
too
recent.
right. Yeah. Too recent. We're not too far removed from that shit. Like literally. And to just kind of, bring it home, well, just kind of give you an idea of how not far removed we are from it. The last living slave died in 1970. Like literally. The last person who was enslaved died in 1970. That's how close we still are to that. Like, so, this
Now,
whole
even there's a
conversation.
lot of people who were born in Jim Crow during segregation still
Yeah.
alive.
And see,
That's
exactly, not even counting
that's
Jim Crow.
recent, man.
A lot of people,
I
Yeah.
can
a
say
lot
in
of
Latin
people from
America, we
that
don't have
era,
anything that
Not
recent.
even
All our
a
shit
counting
lot
is
of
Jim
people
Crow.
like
from that
Exactly
we
my
era
point.
squared
actually
it
say
up.
that it was a better
You guys
time.
kept the
So the thing
segregation, but
is,
like in Latin America, we squared everything up like in the 1800s. Like we just
yeah. So
it's
the
not
thing
joke.
is, so listen. The thing is that conversation is so old. Is like, coming in from a standpoint of always preaching to people about getting over shit is not going to happen because it was,
You
it
can
just
say
happened
it's
not
not
too
going
long
to
ago.
happen, but you're just
It's
saying
funny,
It's
something
but
not
that
going
is
to
they
happen
get
right
ancient.
over
now.
being
You're
interrupted.
Not
just
in this society.
regurgitating
I
FBA
just said
talking
that our
points is all you're
grandchildren and
doing.
our great grandchildren will experience it. But anyway, getting back to the multiculturalism conversation, as I was saying earlier, America is a salad. We're not a melting pot. We're a salad. And we have foundational Americans. We are the base. And then we have
No,
all
you're
these
not.
other people who immigrated after the founding of the country. They are the lettuce, the tomatoes, the cheese, the pickles, whatever topping you want to add on to it. But they can never be the base. A tomato can never be the lettuce. Never.
You know what's crazy,
And
Jelani?
that's
I think it's
exactly
actually made it worse, bro. Because if I was to, I bet you I don't have the numbers on it, but I bet you if I was to calculate like where most of the fuckery coming from, a lot of it is black tethers, and where most of the racism is coming from is probably not even real foundational white Americans. There's a lot of fucking like tethered white people who just came from
exactly
Poland and
European
weird shit
tethers,
like that.
Euro
Like
trash.
it's weird. It's
Yeah,
like they're making your beef. You didn't even get to squash your beef 100%, and here come these other people agitating the whole situation in
exactly,
different
exactly.
ways. And I'm speaking as I'm not a tether because I know I'm Dominican. I present as a Dominican. I'm not trying to be anything else. I'm not trying to be cognito or say I'm black. I'm a mixed, multi-generational Creole mixed race person from the Dominican Republic, first generation. That's what I am. You know what it is. But there are people who are trying to masquerade like they're this founded father white guy where his mom and dad speak Polish. They don't speak English.
Exactly,
And they got green
exactly.
cards.
That's why
So
I
it's on
always
both ends
question.
of the spectrum. It's
Exactly.
very crazy the way it is.
Yeah, that's why I always question it. See, because again, I grew up around foundational white Americans in Mississippi, and I didn't get called a nigger until I went to New York, right? And so like they kind of opened my eyes. But again, this was by a person who was, probably one of those Ellis Islanders, and that's why I
How
make
much
sure
did that hurt your feelings?
I
Were you
make
able to
sure
get a job
I make
still? Were
sure
you able to
to
go order food? Were you able to
I
use the
make
bathroom?
sure.
Were you able to
Listen,
get
I,
online?
I make
How did
sure
that
every
hurt your
time
feelings?
to ask
Or
them
was it more
where
than
they're
that?
from. Because
Fucking
most times,
pussy.
like you said, those people that come from those other countries, they're doing more because they have to prove themselves. They have to prove their whiteness because they're not white. So they have to prove it. They have to go overboard. They have to do so much. They have to be so extra. That's why the leading white
I agree.
supremacists
I
on social
agree.
media that we
Give an
see now
example.
are all brown people. Gypsy Crusader, Nick
Yeah, they're
Fuentes,
like white
H.C.
Hispanics. They're
Gizzard.
like half white,
All
half
the leading
Puerto
white
Rican.
Nick
supremacists are
Fuentes is
brown.
30% Hispanic.
And
So what are
that's
you
They're
talking
like
exactly
about?
why.
Alaska. Alaska's a perfect
30%
example. He's
Hispanic
half
when he's
Chinese, half
That's
majority
white.
Italian.
exactly
He's more
why.
racist than
Because
foundational white people.
No,
exactly
I'm
my
half
point.
Irish, retard, and I'm a
These
He's a
mix of the
people
fucking
other
are
white.
not
stuff.
He's a white
right.
chick.
These
He's a
people are
white.
not right. They're not foundational. They're not Anglo-Saxons. Benjamin Franklin gave the definition for what a white American was considered. He laid it out plainly what it was, which and he actually did not include Germans, did not include the French, most definitely did not include anything below Hadrian's Wall in any Southern American or any Swazi person. So that particular whiteness, so many people do not meet that whiteness.
You're
But that's why they
beautiful.
have
You're
to
beautiful, beautiful
compensate so
white
much.
man. Beautiful white king.
They have to compensate so much to meet that particular definition of what a wasp is. And they have to do all this extra shit. They have to do all this extra, all this,
Damn, you nailed it on the
black
head, bro.
statistics.
That's the real
Yeah,
American, the wasp,
yeah.
bro.
And they
Because
are
they're trying to
obsessed
be
with it.
wasp.
They're
Urban, you
You know
trying
what's
to
smoking
get a
crazy,
weed?
though,
market.
Jelani? If you meet the wasps over here, a lot of them live in Connecticut, Long Island. Not too much Long Island. There's a lot of Italians over there, but like Connecticut, they're like upstate Westchester. They're really not racist, bro. They got a lot of good values. They're real chill people.
Right.
It's fucking those Italians from Long Island, those Russians, fucking whoever the fuck people. They're the ones that be like, these fucking niggas, they fucking niggas. Like, I seen the real racism from them. When I meet like white wash people from
How are
Connecticut,
you
shit
gonna
like that,
control for that
they're
though?
so like,
Are you
nah,
just
bro,
gonna
it's
bitch
they be
about the
depressed,
problem?
bro. They
Or are
need
you just
this.
gonna
They're
like
like
are you
so
just gonna do
understanding and
like
shit like
kind
that.
of what
Like,
they're already complaining about more because they're complaining about it? Or are you gonna try to act like the best person
I'm
you
just
could be?
telling you what it is. I'm saying from my experience growing up in the New York
You just kind of
metropolitan
just
area, the
talking
wash
like you
people are
sound like you've been
probably way.
smoking weed recently. You used to be a
I
little bit
never
more
seen them
rational.
racist, bro. They just,
You used to
they live up
sound a little bit.
a lot too, but they really are not like have evil energy towards other minorities. The actual white wannabe wasp that came the other day, two generations, one generation, they're more likely to be, really racist, like not like black
They
people,
are.
not like
Yeah.
Hispanic people, not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I,
Because they
I,
feel like they have
I think
something to
that's
prove.
that's just a good observation right there. Thank you for that. That's really true.
And you know what? To prove that point, well, to drive that point home even more, pretty much all the white people, or well, all of the so-called white supremacists who are really brown, asking for separation and asking for all of that, that even speaks more to how disconnected they are from what actual white Americans are doing. Because again, in the South, we are still separated. We have our side of town, they have their side of town, and we commingle when we feel like it. But if we don't, we stay to our sides of town. So that just goes to show you how out of touch most of these people are. Like that guy, who's doing the return to the land shit. He's so fucking out of touch. Eric Arrowball, he is so out of touch and bringing so much
I told
on
him he's a
one.
tether. I'm like, yo, that last name, where you from? He's like, oh, my family came here like 80 years ago.
Exactly.
My 70
See,
generations. Like, bro,
exactly
you're
my
not even
point.
American like that.
Yeah,
Exactly my fucking point.
that was a
Not
good
even a
space.
foundational American. And they don't
The
understand
col-
that actual white foundational Americans are already living in their own fucking communities.
just
As an
real
example,
quick,
go
the
ahead.
Kalergi crew, we have interviewed what's his name? Eric Avol.
Errol
He's the
Ball.
guy that started that the white only settlement in Arkansas. So we're
Mhm.
out here, guys. We've got like 400 live listeners right now. It's Saturday night. If you're enjoying the show, the least you can do is just drop a like, boost us in the algorithm. There's a tether walking down the street right now in front of me. What's the chance I'm going to get robbed? We will see. What's up?
But
Let's
yeah,
I think
see,
it's
my
sad, man. The
brother.
segregation,
but
the
yeah, though,
segregation in the one drop rule really did stop the synchronization here in America. Because, like, I think about DR, like places like DR in the Caribbean, we have this community of people. They're all over the Caribbean. They're called Maroon people. They're like communities of black slaves from when there was
You want
slavery
to
that
see a
formed like
bodega right
communities in
now?
the mountains.
yeah,
You
go
I'll
heard?
ahead.
show you a
They form
bodega.
communities in the mountains and shit like that. And in DR, I know
Hola.
this because I educated
How you
myself.
doing?
So I know, like, you know what? These Dominican people, they're technically maroon people. Like, they're mostly
Right.
black. They do a lot of drums. But in DR, they'll get along because we never had, like, that segregation, like a law. We didn't have, like, this one drop rule. There's a lot of their ancestors who are probably looking like me, more fair skin, but they keep their drum traditions and all their African traditions from the maroon shit. And it's
Right.
kind of like there's no official like division. Like you could just move there. You just have to get cool with the way they do their way of life if you want that. But here in America, since it's so like systematic, mechanical, it
Right.
becomes very difficult to bridge that gap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but I think that you guys have done a good job because the blacks and the whites in the South, I think they mostly get along. They share a real common culture, the way they talk, the
We
way
do.
they eat. They're very, very similar to one another, and that's a beautiful thing. I
Yeah.
think that people who come and immigrate who are white skinned in the North don't get to see that, and also they have this opinion because so many blacks who came into migration were more lower income. That's why they removed to New York and Chicago. They got that perception of black people. They don't know there's a lot of middle class black people in the South, and then even in the North too. There's
Right.
towns, Englewood, New Jersey, Teaneck, New Jersey. That's all middle class black people, bro.
Yeah.
They got houses. Mom and dad is home. They go to church every Sunday. Like they're not no hoodwinks. You know what I mean? So they gotta have. They kind of have that bad perception because they come into New York. They come into the Bronx. That's all they see, Brooklyn, and they think that that's the whole America. You haven't seen America, dude. You're still in the fucking airport, bro. If you're in New York, you're still in the airport. You didn't see the fucking
Right.
America yet. It's way different. You go down south, your dentist is African American. Yeah, you be
Right.
like, oh
What I
shit,
want to
I was like,
say
yeah.
as a white man walking through the favela, in the Dominican Republic, you've got to come and explore the world, bro. You got to get out here. Use your right. Like I've said this before, white privilege really exists in third world countries. That's where you get the most white privilege. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm
Yeah,
fucking.
I mean, I think this foreigner privilege period. I think that the FBA's proved that because they get good treatment too in Dominican Republic. They're
Yeah, they do.
tourists.
They're treated
They
like
try to
kings, bro.
take care of them. Yeah.
I was walking down the street today. This motherfucker had his gold chain on. He was on a quad bike. You could just tell that guy was in peace. You know, he was
Right.
like, this is like the for a D for a FBA. This is like, what do they call it? Hyperborea for white people. That's what it is. It's a holy land. When I left the DR, when I was dropping my girlfriend off to go
Big booty
home to
Latinas.
England, bro, it's like Mecca. I was at the, we're eating at the departures. We're having like this beautiful like little meal, and the FBAs were almost in tears. It's like they're leaving Mecca. That's what it was like. They were somber. Like they had the little Hawaiian shirt on. They had the best time of their life. This is the holy land for the FBA. That's what I'm saying, bro. You got to get out here, explore the world,
Yeah, and I
walk through
tell, listen, like for
favela.
example, look, for example, like I had a cousin of mine. She dates a lot of FBAs there in DR, and she was like, "What do you think about? It? You think they're bad?" I'm like, "It depends. America is very big, but I think there's a natural filter because you gotta be financially stable to go to DR for long periods of time. You have to have your paperwork correct, so no warrants, no nothing. You have to have a passport, this and that, be able to travel. So you're getting a lot of the cream of the crop of African Americans going over there. So if you're dating them,
Yes.
I can't really give you a general opinion of what they are like in New York. It won't apply to the African Americans who are
And
going there from
you can't be
Mississippi,
a
Texas
pussy
to
Right.
either.
Dominican Republic to have a good time. So they're
Right.
probably most likely good guys. If you want to give them a shot, I think that if you
Well, yes,
feel
because that's
comfortable,
most
then go for it.
that's
But
most
that's the
Black
type of
Americans.
thing
You
that
just
people
you
don't
can't
apply,
be you
bro.
can't
You
Yeah,
can't
you
compare
can't
the
be a
FBAs that
pussy
go
either.
over there.
Look,
And I'm not saying you guys are
um,
like
that's
that.
how
I'm
most
just
of
saying
us
there's
live.
natural filters to shit.
look.
Most
The
of us
thing
have
is,
passports. Most of us
people
travel.
is
Most of us don't have
people.
felonies. Most of us are out,
Yeah, yeah,
in the
but
world.
especially the ones that are
But
traveling, you're already filtered
yeah,
out. Like those guys are like
And
ex-military guys
like
usually.
these countries, they're
They're
not
good
I'm not
guys.
dangerous
racist,
either. Look,
girl.
I'm walking down a dark alley late at night. There's no problem. You got to get down here, use your privilege.
So
You got
even
that
if you don't have
American
felonies, though, the
currency.
I
problem
tell
is
them
you
like,
guys
yo, you
have
want
this
to see a good
FBA
victim? Those are good
fucking
dudes. Those are filtered out
victim
dudes. They're
mentality
vetted.
mind virus.
They're
You
in
guys are
DR. They got
fucking
vetted, bro.
retarded one
They're
way or
not there
another.
because they're
It's true.
criminals and
That is
pussies.
true. It's true.
Okay, so
Look, in
it's a,
order to even like catch a flight, you need to have some IQ to be able to like book a ticket and to
Yeah, you got to be
budget and
capable. You got to be
get
able
a
to organize.
visa.
So yeah.
scud. No scud. A check for $35.87 a month would not suffice for reparations. You can add a few zeros to that, maybe.
Look, we got a good show
No,
though.
scud had a
We
question.
had, I think you're up at about 100. We've got like over 350 people watching live right now. If you want to grab a mic, feel
Yeah.
free. Do I sound drunk as fuck? Well, I am. Look
What you was
at
drinking
this
on, man?
dog.
I
I
saw you
don't
went and got a
even
beer or
know.
something, didn't you? You went and
I'm
got you a
whiskey.
beer,
Look at
didn't
this little dog. Oh, doggy.
Yeah, that's the number one dog you see in DR. I forgot the breed of that shit. It's like a fucking.
you? The Chihuahua?
Nah, you know that the Native Americans used to have their own dog. It's like a Chihuahua, and I think they got
Yeah, I know
interbreed
that.
with another breed. But that's the number one dog we got. It's like a Jack Russell kind of Chihuahua thing. You see
Right.
that dog all over. It's disgusting.
Disgusting.
Wow. That's
For
wild.
real.
Oh, but yeah, look. Oh, yeah. Getting back to Eric Arval, right? The return to the land shit. So, yeah, like, again, I didn't even know he was an immigrant. Well, I didn't even know he was from immigrant stock.
He's a Swedish
So,
tabber. Swedish
see,
tabber.
well, see, that that proves our point of what we was just saying. But this whole white supremacist, white nationalist movement is basically just a bunch of European tethers, dirty Ellis Islanders descendants who are pushing a movement trying to lark as white Anglo-Saxons. And now here this guy is thinking that he has to broadcast that we have a whites-only community when the majority of white Americans in the South already have white-only communities.
That's what the
Like,
fuck I was telling him
like,
too. I'm
like
like,
it's
bro, it's
places
called
where you
white
can go.
neighborhoods.
Yeah, like I'm talking about,
All
I'm
the
talking
white
about
neighborhoods.
complete white neighborhoods with no black people. We already have that system. It's already here.
And the
But
ones
that
who
is the
are
end.
there, they're conformed to that way of life. They prefer that style, and that's okay. That's their thing. Like
That's
these
true,
white
Earl.
people in black neighborhoods who prefer that type of lifestyle, whatever that particular is, in that particular African American
Right.
environment. I usually see Jewish people, to be honest, like places like Teaneck, Englewood, Roosevelt, Long Island has a lot of middle class black people that've been
Yeah.
there for 100 years, and there's Jewish people there, so there's usually like a symbiotic relationship I've seen with those upper middle class black communities. They'll also have a lot of Jewish people, like liberal Jews though, not usually
Yeah.
like the real like curly like practicing. It's kind of like that free,
Right.
how can I
And
say? Yeah, the
and
liberal Jews.
anytime I see these people talking about that, we want to separate shit, like I instantly think tether. Because actual white Anglo-Saxon Americans already know that we live separately. Already know that we have our own pockets
Look, and
of
it's
community.
not. We're not. I'm not promoting like rigid. It's just a natural way of being. Like me, like here I'm right now. I'm in Florida. I'm in Orlando. There's a lot of Puerto Ricans, Dominican, Cuban. I like the vibe here because I'm around my people. The other day I was playing the drums in the front with some salsa music. The neighbors came through. They were Cuban. They were playing with me. They liked the fact that I did it. I like that. I like being around my own. It's a
Right.
natural thing that I feel other people obviously gonna feel that way. And I think as long as it's in a healthy, non-toxic way like that, it's just a generic. Like I want to be around people who have align with me. That's okay. You might have that one white guy who loves Latin American music and he wants to move to the Latin American community. That's cool. You might have that person that likes black culture and wants to align himself there. You should have the freedom to do that. But I think you should be aligned with it. I think when you go to some place, whether you're a black person in a white neighborhood or a Spanish person or vice versa, you got to be aligned with that. If that's not your cup of tea, then don't drink it. You got to get the fuck out of there.
Right.
So I
Oh
think we
yeah.
got to
Most
be
definitely.
open minded to that too.
Most definitely. Most definitely. That's why I said, like, when we want to commingle and congregate, we do that. When we don't, we separate. So like all this shit, this whole white identitarianism or white nationalism that's being promoted so much now is just a bunch of people who are actually not Americans. Well, they're not foundational Americans, and that's why it's important to delineate. That's why delineation is so important in every
I think
aspect
it is good if it's
of
not
dealing with
toxic
people.
because I seen it get a
It's
bit
not. It's
toxic
not.
too.
And again, I'm not just talking about
Yeah, some of them are
with black
toxic. Some of them
delineation.
are toxic. To be
Even with these
honest, some
white
of them
guys,
are
I tell them,
toxic.
I ask them every time, where are you from? Where's your family from? Are you foundational? Because if you are not a foundational white American, I cannot have the same conversation with you, especially if you're on this, this racist shit. Now, this only applies to the racist motherfuckers. This is only who this applies to. If you're not a white nationalist or a white identitarian or just a white racist period, none of this applies to you at all. But if you are, then this most definitely applies to your ass. If you are not a
I think I'm gonna
foundational
be
white
honest.
American,
Even though
you will
Jelani,
get
even though I'm a
no.
first generation,
Yeah,
immigrant born here. I still think there should be like a like a sub level to citizenship. I think that the
we should.
foundational whites, the foundational blacks should be like a tier above. And like once you have like 4 or 5 generations, whether you're Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban, whatever, you can graduate
Exactly.
to that too.
Then you move up
But I
to
think
that.
there's certain conversations, certain things that being voted on, certain framework, foundational things that a person who's first, second generation, who's still going to their countries, building houses there, they can't really be a part of.
Exactly.
It's just
Most definitely. I completely agree with that.
misalignment. And I'm just speaking objectively. I'm not the type of person who just wants to take and give shit. I want to be equal and have everything. I think you got
Yeah.
to earn it. I think that would clarify a lot of
Yeah.
a lot of problems that is in America.
It
You
would.
know
It
what I
would.
mean? A
Just
lot
like
of people
running for
just come
office.
here off the boat and just start saying shit. It's just
Right.
causes
Yeah.
like
You just got here and you're just as American as I am. No, you're not. You're not.
yeah.
And
I think I'm not. Yeah.
it's just like with politics. You should not be able to run for office until you're at least, at the very least, 4 generations in. At the
Yeah, I think
very
four
least,
generations is a good number.
4 generations in
Yeah,
before
four
anybody
generations
from
in.
your family
At least
can run for
100 years,
office.
something like that. 3, 4 generations, you got to be
I'm
here.
talking about at least, at the very
Yeah.
fucking least, 4 generations in before anybody from your family can run for fucking office in this country. Because it really, like, we're really going to have to start uh, um, emphasizing this American exceptionalism for foundational people, because
I think that's a
it's
good
so
move, bro. I think
disrespectful.
in that aspect of it, in that motion, in that direction, I think is a good thing, because we have that. Like, look, if you come to DR and you're African American or you're Jamaican, whatever the hell, you're not gonna have the same. It's not gonna be the same as a person who happens to be black. Because in DR we look at it differently. We don't really care about
Right.
it to that extent. That happens to be Dominican black. You're not gonna have the same privileges. So I think it's
Yeah.
a natural thing. Like, if this person's Dominican, you're not gonna
Yeah.
you're
That's the
trying to
problem here
get.
in America. We've
So yeah,
equated.
if it's problematic, it hasn't been problematic in DR. We had people come from Jamaica become president, St.
Mm,
Croix and stuff. So it hasn't been a problem in our country. But I think everybody can't, function the same. We're a small little island. Little politics, 10 million people. It's easier to do shit like that. In a
right.
big country like this, where it's so vast and people are so different, I think it might have to be ran differently, and I think that's appropriate
Yeah,
to
most
certain
definitely, most
capacity.
definitely. Because like that's been the issue in America, is that it's not that we're allowing multiple cultures in, but it's that we are giving these multiple cultures the same level of deference that we're giving to foundational people. That you are just as American as someone who was here before the founding of the country.
And there's
That
not,
has
to be
been the
honest,
issue,
a
because
white
your culture is
foundational
not
American.
more. Yeah, your culture is not more important. Your culture does
Look,
not get
let's lay it down like this. I'm gonna try
more
my best to lay it
preference.
down. A white
Yeah,
foundational American that lives within the same state, because it's a lot of, like, a black person from Missouri ain't the same as a black person from New York as Florida. So it gets specific too. But, like, let's say within the same state, Florida, Mississippi, whatever. A white person and a black foundational person have more in common than an African guy who's first generation, or a Dominican, or a Cuban, or a Polish dude, or it's not the
right.
same. We don't eat the same food. You guys eat basically the same food. You listen to the same music. Y'all listen to each other music on the low. Y'all listen to country music. Y'all listen to each other music. Yeah, same people. So I think it's a beautiful thing. It'll let a lot of shit get healed between your community. It'll bring you guys together to synchronize that distinction, that foundational American in general.
Yes,
You know,
most
I think it'll
definitely.
be a good healing. I want you guys to do that. I'm happy about the FBA movement and the foundation movement, because I think it'll be a good way to unite, just you foundational whites and blacks, and heal, and possibly, come to ease. And I want that for you,
Yeah,
because I'm here experiencing it, and it's like I'm seeing two family members fighting. I'm sleeping
that's
over
the
your house. You guys are fighting. I'm tired of giving me a headache. I want you guys to
that's
get
the
along, not fight in front of me.
that's the
That's how I
best
feel.
thing. That's the best thing that, like, I don't know why there's not a movement like that where it combines foundational white Americans with foundational black Americans. Because look, pretty much all black Americans are foundational. So you got 13% of the population there. Foundational white Americans, at least one grandparent. You probably got like 60% of the population there. You've got a super majority. So what these immigrants do is they come in and they try to separate black Americans from white Americans, when really it's white Americans and black Americans that are the foundational stock. So why do you have some fucking Italian or Albanian or Ecuadorian come in and try to separate white Americans from black Americans? You know, you should be teaming up together.
Well, see, that's a part of
Exactly,
the
bro.
propaganda, though, that's kept it that way, because it's so profitable for people to play into the stigma of the stereotypes of Black Americans. Even though it only applies to such a small number of us, it is profitable. It is advantageous for people when they come here to play into that, because they get to benefit off of it, and make ways off of it. Look at people like Myron. Myron has made a living talking about Black Americans. He's made an entire living off of that. And just think about
Look,
all the other influencers
yeah.
who have made a
Look,
living off of
someone like
nothing but
Myron Gaines,
Black
someone like
American content.
Myron Someone like Myron Gaines is not American. Urban's more American. I'll tell you who is American. So you've got European Americans, Black Americans, and then Hispanic Americans. Everyone else is a filthy, dirty tether. Like Urban is more American than a gypsy or an
Right,
Italian
right.
or a
Well,
fucking
here's the thing
Nigerian.
about that. Here's the thing about that, because I look at it very macro. I like to look at the biggest framework. In general, North and South America, including the Caribbean, which is part of North America, a lot of people don't know. we have a common culture. We're friendly, we're this and that, we're talkative to each other, like we talk to strangers, we're blah blah blah. So it's way easier for like a Dominican, Cuban, Mexican to assimilate to American culture than somebody who's coming from Albania, somebody who's coming from Middle East, somebody's coming from Poland, even Germany. You know, maybe you can count UK, Ireland, type of, but even France, I would include that. I would consider that like they're different. They're really different than the like uh United Kingdom American world. We have a certain way that we are. I guess you could divide it to that North and South too. America is more and Canada is more similar to UK, but also North America and South America are more similar to each other. So that's easier to assimilate. And historically, Asians couldn't even immigrate to America. So you have that. They've been disconnected from us always. And these are the particular people who are coming and causing a lot of trouble. The people who are like, getting that kind of Asiatic, like, Hungary, they're Europe, but they're more like Middle Eastern, people from Asia, people from, I would even say Africans. Their culture is very distinct because we historically oppressed African rooted culture and even Latin America and even more in America. So when they come here, there's a lot of dissonance from their culture. They might look like African Americans, they might look like a black Puerto Rican or Dominican, but the way they function is very different, very tribal, it's very weird. Um, that's the way I look at it. You know what I mean? So
Earl,
Yeah.
you're
definitely.
trying to request to come up on the panel. There's an issue with accepting you. I don't know what's going on. We haven't had this issue before, but we've got like, I mean, how many you got on Twitter right now, Jelani? Probably, let's have a look.
97.
Okay, we're up over like 400 live listeners. I got 250 people listening on my end across my platforms. Jelani's got 97 just on Twitter, probably a bunch more on Twitch. Next time you join Urban, share, we'll get more people in here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to walk me through how to do that. I was trying to do share, but I was just gonna share it through a post and log me out, so I didn't do it. I
Right.
reshared it through a bunch of group chats on X.
Yeah, it's been a good conversation. It really has. So should we wrap it up, or you guys want to continue talking?
Oh, we can probably wrap it up.
Yeah, you probably wrap it up, man. But
Yeah.
next time I wanna talk about that Native
Pushing
American
on 3 hours.
Mexican shit because
I mean,
I
unless
feel
you
like
just want
there's
to
some
shoot the
truth to
shit,
that, man.
unless we just
I
want to shoot
think
the
there's
shit,
some truth
and
to that. What you think, Jelani? You think there's some truth
just
to
hang out.
that?
So what now, Urban?
I'm saying that a lot of these Mexican people, all these names that we call Mexican Guatemalans, that's all new shit.
Yeah.
These people are the Africans of Africa. Like they're the Native Americans of America.
Right. Yeah.
They're
Oh
the
yeah. I agree
least
with that.
they're the least alien. They are not
I agree with
aliens.
that.
They're
Yeah.
from this
I
continent.
classify. I classify all indigenous people of the North American continent and the South American continent as the same. I see them all as
I
the
feel like
same.
they've been brainwashed, bro. And remember,
Yeah.
school, that's what school's made for, to create nationalism. All
Right.
schools have been made to create nationalism. So they've been brainwashed to think they're Mexican. No, you're not. You're
Exactly.
fucking a
Exactly.
Native American who has
You're
been
Native
converted to
American.
Catholicism and now you speak Spanish.
Yeah.
That's all
Yeah.
you are,
Yeah.
but you've been here for 10,000 years.
Yeah. I feel the
But
same
they're
way.
the ones we call aliens. That's the crazy shit.
It is. It's wild. So the only difference is the Spanish colonized South America for the most part. The English colonized this part of North America, and then the French colonized the northern part of North
Well, they
America. Canada.
colonized all the Louisiana Purchase. The British only had the 13
Well,
colonies, man. They really
yeah,
didn't give a
right,
fuck.
right, yeah. The French did colonize
So
there
that's
too,
very
but
recent. That's like 1800. And it really didn't get solid. A lot of them still speak Spanish. That's how you got Chicanos. They still speak
right,
Spanish from when it was a Spanish territory. But those people are Native Americans. So they got to get off of that whole loop of of that Native American benefit program because they
yeah,
identified as something else.
right. But yeah, it's
But really,
wild
when
that
you go to those Native American places, those Native Americans, their last names is usually Hernandez, Garcia, shit like that. They're already Spanish to begin with.
right, yeah, it comes from their lineage. But yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
it's just that they all got colonized by different people, so that's where the separation came in. It, but to me, like I see all of them as indigenous people, Native Americans. Uh, uh, I only have to separate them just for just speaking in layman terms so people understand. But
Yeah, of course, of
just from
course.
just from a conceptual standpoint, yes, if you're indigenous to the North American continent or South American continent, you are one people, from my point of view.
Exactly. And who's to say how they divided them? I don't know if they're all one tribe from like Texas,
No, Earl,
Oklahoma
you should
down
not
to
die,
the.
Earl.
I
I
was
respond to the
born
comment.
overseas,
The dude says, should I
situated
just
wherever
die?
you
No,
want.
Earl, you
Should I just
shouldn't.
die? Not today.
No, Earl.
We
That's
got
not what we're
record
saying.
breaking numbers. Shout out Jelani, man. You're doing numbers on X. Sharing some group chats. Let's keep it active a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, and you know
You got a
what?
couple more.
While you're saying that, I do want to thank all the people watching on X. Thank you all my listeners, my followers on X. I greatly appreciate it. This is awesome. You guys are really coming through right now. Thank you so much for the support. Is heartfelt, and because you could be doing anything right now. So the fact that you're sitting here
But this is
listening
an
from
interesting
my mouth,
conversation. A lot of people don't talk about
like
this. People are talking about
like
regular talking points, man.
yeah, like I couldn't thank you guys enough for tuning in. We really appreciate it.
Like you got to understand how big even 300 people listening is, right? So a classroom, like like when you're sitting in a classroom, you got
Thanks,
20 to
Earl.
30 students. We're 10 times larger than a classroom, so we're basically teaching 10 classrooms full of students that are listening to us. If you guys want to drop a comment, we'll read them out. We want you to participate. If you want to come up on the panel, I've dropped the StreamYards link in the comment section. So feel free, come up, like say your piece. You don't have to like have your video on your face. You can just like have a username. There's no account needed. Just come on the panel. Shout out to Urban too, the unspoken hero, my mulatto homie there from New York City. Shout out
Always
Jelani.
coming through.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Hopefully we can get a couple more people on the panel because we could do a quiz night.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. And
Yo,
then you
I
know what?
made
I
the
think we need
quizzes.
to,
I invented the quizzes online, boy. I don't get my credit. I be seeing
I
everybody
think
doing
we need
that
to let
shit.
the people know. I think we need to let the people know that you still can be anonymous and be on stage. Like you don't have to show your
Yeah,
face. No
exactly.
one will know it's you because I mean it's actually just like a Twitter space. You can be just
Yeah,
as
you make your
anonymous
own
as
You
you
can
account.
put
are
in
I put
any.
that name,
You
that
on the
don't
name
need to
Twitter
in
sign
space.
all
up
the
for an
fucking.
account. You can just put in any like random
Exactly.
username. So
Exactly.
like
You know, that's a
anyone
So
that
good
wants
that's
to
a good
push back, I don't
clarification,
want this to be
Jelani.
an echo chamber. But that's what I like about Dr. Alaska, is that yeah, I disagree with 99% of his views, but he pushes back and it sparks a conversation. So
right.
me, Urban, and Jelani, we think similar. I think we disagree on some things, but like by and large, we think we're right. So especially if you're a grouper, come on up and talk to us. I want to talk to a grouper. Groupers are very vocal when it comes to text, but they don't come up on the mic.
You know, the Davinsky, but Jelani made a good clarification there because a lot of people may not be familiar with StreamYard. That when you come in, you have to turn on your camera and you make your own username on the spot. So we're not gonna be knowing who you are, who's your Twitter handle. We're not gonna know what's your X handle. We're not gonna know what's your Instagram, YouTube, whatever the case is. You're just starting fresh, temporary, burn account. So you can come over here and share your ideas, have a conversation. We're not attacking nobody. We're not jumping nobody here. We're open minded. So if you want to come
Most
up,
definitely.
go ahead. Here's the time.
Yeah, most definitely.
So,
Come join the
Jelani,
conversation.
what do you think will bring peace? Like, what do you actually think will bring peace between the foundational people of America, foundational blacks and foundational whites? What will bring peace, and what will see themselves as being American, more American than these immigrants that come in?
Yeah. So let me respond to Earl first. Earl, you're good, bro. You don't have to get on camera. It says I love how your response to my doom was to make sure I like the video first. Yeah, Earl, listen, we don't want you to die, Earl. Immigrants are fine. We're just making sure the respect is there for the foundational people. But to answer your question, Davinsky, you know, as I said earlier, um, the utopia, I guess, that we're looking for, or I won't even go so far as to call it utopia. I would just say that this ideal place of a post-racial society in which we're looking for, or well, what, not even it. This ideal place of where foundational people are together. I believe it is coming. It's just not something that's going to happen now. But I believe what is happening now is going to cause that to is going to be the cause of it. It's going to be the catalyst for it. So everything that's happening in the present, all of the realizations that are happening, the awakening of foundational Americans, the awakening of delineation. These are the seeds that are going to grow into that particular society in which we're talking about, to where foundational people do come together, to where we do create this system of this tiered system, to where foundational people are preferenced more. And if you want to get to a foundational status, then you have to have been here for a certain generation. Starting off, people who are already here, of course, you may be grandfathered in, but all the ingredients are here, and all the things are happening now that is going to lead to that particular eventuality. We just have to, keep the keep the message going. Actually spread it. Do not allow this movement of delineation, and again, not just delineation within the races, but delineation also among the races, of what's foundational and what's not. And this is not to hate immigrants, as my boy Earl, or descendants of immigrants. This is not hate towards them. This is just an understanding of, you're not the same type of American if you have not had the blood in the soil for at least this certain amount of time. And you most definitely should understand that there is a difference. And while there have been contributions that people have made from a recent immigrant class, when I say recent immigrant, I'm talking about Ellis Island. I'm talking about within the last, 100 years or last 120 years. That is recent in terms of being foundational to this country. So, you must understand that, yes, they made contributions, but America at its core was already here when the Ellis Islanders got here. Again, they added on, but it would be just like adding decorations to a Christmas tree. The tree was already built. The Christmas tree was already up. And we already had ornaments on this tree that was America. So when you came, yes, you added more ornaments to it, but your contributions do not equate to the contributions of the people who were here when this place was
You know
founded.
what else, Jelani? Can I say something? You know what's crazy that I realized as the older I got? How many African Americans, FBA, are in the military? I think like maybe 38%. I'm just making this number up, but if you was to tell me 30-40%
I can look it
of
up right
African
quick.
American males are in the military, I would believe it. If you was to tell me that they represent maybe 20-30% of the military, I would believe it. I gotta get the numbers, but they're not only just foundational Black Americans from the fact that their bloodline, they bled for this country. They are actively in the
20%.
military, serving the country, and they don't talk about that. They just talk about some statistics of shoplifting or some drug shit. Hey, everybody's got problems, but bro, these people are interwoven into this country. They're
Oh,
in the military
20,
serving. They're
28,
retiring from it.
28%.
Look, I was just making up my mind, but I knew it had to be
Yep.
something so that overrepresents how many African Americans there are in America. They're double what the population. They double their population in the military. And then, as far as that's
I'm
something that
sorry.
you
I'm
got to
sorry. I'm sorry.
consider.
I'm sorry. It's 20%. So women
Still,
is 28% and men is 16%. And when you average that out, it's 20%.
that's still a
But
lot. That's more than
but
the
but, but
actual
that's still an
population.
overrepresentation of our
Yeah,
population.
of African Americans in the
Yeah.
military. So yeah, people have to consider that too, man. These people are coming from other countries. They got a crazy opinion. And they're not even serving the country like that. When you got FBAs who've bled and died and served for this country and put their lives on the line. And I think they have to see that because these groypers, they're not in the fucking military. They're not serving this country. And they're talking bad about a whole population that's been here for the beginning and they have generationally, and that's every generation. I bet you it was more in the past. They've always served in the military, and that's very important to a country. That's how you fight and maintain the borders and everything. So, yeah, I think that's something that people have to view. They just stick to that one statistics, but there's a lot of good statistics that you got to know about to balance that out, so you can get a more fair judgment on the people.
Right. Right. Earl said my parents were born here and just popped out somewhere else while they were traveling? Am I an immigrant? Okay, I didn't really get that question,
Earl,
Earl.
just come up here because we don't understand what the hell you're saying.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
says I'm
Oh,
an
come
Irish
on
grandma.
up.
Yeah,
Oh,
come on. I
come
don't
on
know what
up.
you're trying to say.
Yeah,
I
Mad or
got
sad.
250 people on my live. I think Jelani's probably up 150. We've got 400 live listeners, guys. That's like two lecture studios at a university. Like we are motherfucking professors right now, man. We're out here.
The
We
doctor,
got
baby.
two. We got two PhDs up here, Dr. Davinsky, Dr. Urban Genius, and Jelani. Jelani, I'm
He's
gonna
a
call you
doctor too.
Dr.
It's Dr.
Jelani.
Jelani.
Yeah,
Gotta change the shit.
no,
Dr.
I'm not. Like,
Jelani.
Doctor Accountant Jelani. CPA. CPA.
no, I'm not
So
CPA either.
where are you gonna be for Christmas, Urban?
I'm Muslims. I already celebrated, but my family's Christian.
You fucking
We
you.
just
Oh my!
usually,
We need to bring you
we get
back to
together.
Christ. We need to bring you back to Christ.
My family just gets together, man. We go to a couple people's houses. Dominican Christmas is different though. We celebrate it on the 24th,
Oh
so
really?
we don't do Christmas Day. Yeah, Christmas Day we
Why
don't
do
see
you
nobody.
celebrate on the 24th?
I don't know why it's a Latino thing. We
Really?
celebrate the night of the 24th. We drink and chill and eat all this shit, and then at 12 at night, all the kids they stay up with us too because we're mad
I
tired.
saw my first
And they
Christmas
open the
tree
presents in
today.
front of it. We record it.
I saw
We
my
listen to
first Christmas
bachata.
tree putting up today in the
That's what
supermarket.
everybody does. Urban.
You know,
Everybody
Nah,
does
like
it.
white people wait till the 25th, bro. I don't know if
nah,
black
No,
people
like
do it too.
no,
Christmas
no.
Eve is
Everybody opens
Christmas Eve
presents
is
for the
beautiful.
most part
At Christmas
at 12
Eve, you
night.
put up like the. Did you guys ever do that for Christmas Eve? You'd put up like the carrots and like your parents would like.
Carrots?
Yeah. You'd put the carrots up on like the side of the house, and then like you'd wake up in the morning, and your parents would go in and like chewed on the carrots a little bit, so it looks like the.
Nah, man.
Man,
Yeah, we do
No.
stuff different. Let me tell you something, Jelani. Dominicans, Cubans, we have our own kind of Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, we
Yeah.
don't eat the whole day. It's not an official rule, but we just end up doing this. We don't eat the whole
Right.
day. We cook the whole day. We put on our best clothes, and we go and party all night and drink and eat at night, like around 7 at
What
night,
about Urban? You got
8 at
any like
night, 10 at
sexy
night.
little? You got any
We got
little
our own
beautiful?
traditions and shit.
You got any beautiful cousins you can hook me up with that speak good English, educated?
I got, I'll talk to you. I got my sister. I don't know. We got sister.
How
I
old's
got
your
cousin.
sister?
Man, it's his
She's like
sister.
26.
26.
The
What's she
Davinsky's a
doing?
good dude. I'll bring him into the family. My coach is like that. But let me tell you something too, Jelani. Another thing the Davinsky will tell you.
Urban will be my uncle or
Dominicans,
something.
we don't sell our sister. Like,
Right.
that's just a phrase that we use in Spanish. Like, "Lo vendemos la
Yeah.
familia." Like, we'll sell our family. Like, we're the type of people that would be like, yeah, you're a good dude, bro. I'm going to introduce you to my aunt. I'm going to introduce you to my cousin. I'm going to introduce you to my sister.
What's your sister look
We're
like?
just
No,
like that.
I don't want to be like
Yeah.
She looks
offensive,
like me
but
with a wig. So that
you with a wig.
she a light-skinned queen. She a light-skinned queen.
What
She
she
look
do
like
for?
Alicia Keys type of shit. Like,
Oh,
light-skinned
really?
girl.
What she do?
She's works in the bank. She's the head of a bank of
She
Banco
American?
Popular.
She,
She
I
knows
guess she's
English,
about.
yeah. No,
What? She
she
live in
doesn't
New York
Dominican.
with you?
No, she lives in DR.
Damn.
Oh, so she
That's
doesn't speak English as good as you?
Nah, but that's good. You don't
Sure.
want to talk to her. Yeah.
Nah, I think I need to date someone that speaks English. I need to get married though, I am looking for like a marriage.
Go to then you're gonna have what, try these other little islands, bro. Like Saint
I should go
Nick's,
to
it's
an
a lot of
English speaking
mulattoes.
island.
Cause I know you like the mulatto shit, like black girls.
I thought you
Um,
were gonna come to America.
like those
He's
little
American.
islands, Saint Nick, Saint whatever, they're mulatto as well. Cause there's such a little population. They just mixed a long time ago, and
I
they
would
speak
like to
English.
marry an American. If Urban's sister
Yeah.
was American, I might be
I could get you a
interested.
cousin out
So you
here.
can get a citizenship.
Yeah, I want
Yeah,
citizenship.
I
Yeah,
could work on a cousin out here. I could work on something. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna send you a picture
and me and
tomorrow,
Urban will be like blood brothers.
bro. I got you. My wife's cousin, she was like Miss Dominican Republic. She be a bunch of beauty. She's a beauty pageant girl. So that's all I'm gonna tell you.
She's
And she
American.
speaks English. Yeah, she's American. She lives here in Florida. She's gonna come visit us in a few days. I'll call you. No,
Hook me up, bro. Hook me up.
Yeah.
but I don't know if you're gonna like her. She's like a white Dominican though.
Look, as long as there's a little bit of melanin in there, I don't care.
Nah, yeah, she looks Hispanic. Like she looks, you know,
Just
she's more white
just a
though. I'll
little
say
bit of
she
melon,
probably
huh?
she's like a Puerto Rican chick. Like she's like 20% African. She's
She
not
got
up
that
there.
little bit of curls in the hair.
Right.
Yeah, like that.
You know,
Like that Puerto
Dominicans are
Rican
good
look.
looking people though. Like I will say that like Dominican, like there's very few countries where you'll see white girls actually dating the local people. But here you see it pretty often. You never see that shit in Thailand. You'll never see like a white girl with a Thai dude. But here you see white girls with Dominican dudes all the time.
Asian dudes don't have good luck with white girls and shit like that. Black girls. Mulatto dude probably got better luck. More
Oh,
universal, like
100%.
more
100%.
universal, like attractive things that people want. As
Yeah.
far as physical, you know what I mean. Black dudes too got better luck. White guys too. If you blend them both together, then you probably
But
increase
then
it.
me and Urban will be brothers technically.
You family, nigga. Yeah,
In-laws.
she's cool though, man. She's so funny. The only thing she's tall as hell though. She's like
Tall as shit.
5'11", 5'10". She's a tall chick.
Oh shit, she's my height.
Yeah, she plays the guitar.
Yeah,
She's cool
flat
as
foot,
fuck, nigga. She's
flat
funny,
footed.
bro. She's funny as hell.
She's 5'11", flat footed.
Yeah,
So no
skinny,
shoes
you know,
on.
That's
big
not too
body.
bad. Look, I'm
No
five.
kids. 24
I'm
years old.
5'11".
Prime. She's
Oh, well, she
prime
gonna be
Uh,
taller than
millennial.
you with heels
how
on.
old is she, Urban? How old?
Say 24, 25.
Oh, that's a good age. That's a good age. Yeah.
She's on
She,
point, bro. No kids, bro.
you
Like
need to
good
hook
long
me up, bro. You need
relationship.
to hook me up.
I got you, yo. I don't know what she likes. If she likes black looking dudes or white looking dudes or Malay. I don't know what she likes, but we'll see. I never spoke to her about that.
She's Miss Dominican.
She was about to win. She went third place.
Wow, bro. That's sick.
But no,
Yeah.
there's several pageants, and then she wasn't Miss Dominican. She was in like a middle pageant, and then she went to third place on that, and then she
Would
got
there
invited
ever
to.
be a Miss Dominican that's mulatto or like negra?
Yeah, we had that shit. We don't get so.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, man.
I don't
It's
think I'm
not big. It's not a big
like
deal
I've
like that.
seen
It's not a big
Dominican,
deal.
like I hung out with Dominican dudes and like they do like black girls too. Um,
Yeah, it's
I
not
don't
that
know how
serious.
Banger's the type of dude that says like I don't know Banger's kind of racist honestly man like I don't think Dominicans
Look,
are as racist as Banger thinks they are.
you know what it is. There's something about you gotta think. There's a filtration too when we immigrate to America. So a lot of like the first Dominicans that came were whiter Dominicans who were kind of tethers. They're like Hungarians and other people who came in who got like from the Bloqueamiento. They got free land and shit, and they're low educated farmers. And then they got a chance to hop from there and go to America. And they have like certain beliefs. They marry their cousins so they can keep their family more whiter. That's why white people even in Mississippi or that you're
How
fucking my sister. That's how you keep everything white. You keep fucking your own family. That's the only
how
way to
how
do it
loyal
in a place where there's a lot of black people. So they're
how
weird
loyal do you
already.
think Dominicans are in
The
general?
average
Like
Dominican is not like that. That's what I'm trying to say. Long story
how
short.
loyal do you think the average Dominican woman is to like a marriage? Like, do you think that like they're more loyal than typical West and like Anglo countries, or less loyal?
They're loyal. Dominican women are good. Trust me, I've been around the world, bro. I try to deny it because you kind of like when you're a fifth
Is
generation
divorce
immigrant.
here like seen as like very shameful?
Yeah, that's not a good thing, man. But if it has to get done, it has to get done. But um, they're pretty good, bro. Bro, I've been around the world. I'm telling you, like as far as like I've dated a lot of different women. Um, and Dominican is pretty good, bro. They're good and bad. They're faithful. They like to cook and clean. They're a little bit pricey though. They want you to. They're very machista.
Like the thing with a Dominican, if I have a baby with a Dominican, the baby's gonna look white.
Nah, he's probably gonna Puerto Rican.
Meh, it depends. I saw a mulatto girl. She was sexy actually. She's a mulatto woman. She's like 35. And she was like proper mulatto. Like she looked 50-50. And her kid looked completely Scandinavian. She had a kid with a Dutch dude. So
It depends on what genes activate, but I look at like my case in point would be Puerto Ricans. Whenever I see a Puerto Rican mixed with a FBA, the kids look Dominican. So if a Dominican mixes with a white person, I would think the kid would look Puerto Rican. So it'd be the inverse of that. That's just guessing, but you never know what the kid comes out. I got people in my family with blue eyes. I got people in my family dark skin with green eyes. I got people in my family who look black. I got people. It's all, we got so many generations. We got 524 years of mixing.
What you're definitely like I'd say you're like an average looking Dominican, maybe a little bit lighter than the average
I'm a little
Dominican.
bit because my DNA was like 38% African. The average Dominican is 40 to 60, so like 50, like half. So I'm a little bit more less African. I want to say more European, but I don't got that much European. I only got like 40% Iberic, and then I got 20% North African Jewish, and then the rest is just no. Actually, I'm lying. I got 9% Balkan, like Albanian, bullshit, Greek, whatever.
You got any Irish in you?
No, but here's the thing about DNA too,
What
man.
about Northern European in general? You got any Northern European?
I'm gonna give you an answer to that. It's individualistic. You see, I look more dark skinned than my other brothers. My hair is blacker, it's more curlier, right? So that's the DNA I have, and obviously you'll see it on my face. My brothers who have green eyes and brown hair, blonde hair, they did their DNA test and they had like 15% Welsh, England, South of France. So I think it's in me, but it's not active in me because, and I'm not educated like that. If somebody knows more about DNA, please educate me. But it's what's active in you. I have that active in me. I look a little bit Middle Eastern, my North, so I have the North African thing. It makes sense. I look like it in my face. My brother, who looks more European, when he did his DNA, he had more European shit active from Welsh and Irish, all that shit. So it really depends, man. And even within a family, everybody activated different DNAs that they have in their sequence. I think I think those DNA tests, let me just long story short, I think the DNA test that we take, the 23andMe, tells you what you have active. It doesn't really say what's in your family tree like that. I think that's a separate, probably more expensive DNA test that will give you more accurate answers to
Yeah.
those kind of questions.
And so let's,
So
And
let's
when
look
you
at the
did
everything that
your
color.
I could
DNA,
have
you
been.
didn't get any Northern European?
I mean, do I look it? Look at me. That's what I'm saying. I don't
No,
have
I mean, did you get anything though?
the
Like you
shit
get
active in
5%?
me is 20% North African, 40, 38% Sub-Saharan African, and then 40% Iberic, 10% like Balkan. And I look like it. And then, but again, I'm just
Balkan's a
guessing.
pretty weird mix for a Dominican.
Well, when I looked into it, the Sephardic Jewish
Hang on,
people,
you're
they went.
20% Balkan?
Here's the thing: the Sephardic Jews, when they first left Spain, they went to North Africa and they went to Turkey. There's still a large population of them, and they speak Spanish over there as well. And then they stopped in the Greek island for like 50 years, and then they a lot of them went to Cuba, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. That's probably where that comes from. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have
You
documents to
know,
prove it, but that's a
you you
general thing that's happened to a lot of Sephardic Jewish
you're
people.
like
Davin-
20% Jewish, right?
Davinsky, put our handles back up there.
Ah, I got you, bro. Well, it's been a good show. Like we're pulling numbers in here, Jelani. You know, shout out to you. You've carried this show a lot. Honestly, you've been the
He's on
co-host.
point, bro. He's
Well,
real
I don't even
talented.
want
Got
to call you a
organizational
co-host,
skills. He's got
but I
God
guess I
skills.
do the titles and shit. So technically, you're a co-host, but you are the main
Nah, for
second
sure. That
first.
motherfucker got it.
Oh
He's
yeah,
running
yeah. I don't care.
How many we got on Twitch right now, Jelani?
On Twitch.
I got 234 across
Oh
YouTube and
man,
X.
damn.
That means like, hang on, 234.
So
And right now on X, I have what I got on X. Like, give me a second. On X, I have 131. That means on Kick and on YouTube, I have like 100 people. I don't know if it's on Kick or on YouTube, but we're doing good numbers, man. You got like, what are you on YouTube right now? No, you're at 100 on YouTube. Sorry, on X. We're
on
doing
X,
like
yeah.
400 people right now. Fuck that piece of shit, Semitic Jew. I fucking promoted you, you piece of shit. You didn't join the space. Like, fuck
Who is
these
that
people,
guy?
man.
Tell me about him. What the fuck? Why is he
He's
doing
got
100 in the
30K
space?
on fucking. He's meant to be a professor of mathematics. We're meant to talk about like different. You know how like white supremacists will do like they'll take like random statistics without any context. So he was
Right.
meant to come on and talk about, the Simpson's paradox or the composition fallacy. Like that was the debate we're meant to have. And he's a professor of statistics at some university. This motherfucker didn't show up. Piece of shit.
But why does he call himself Semitic Jew? He did the African American.
He's a Hebrew Israelite.
That's retarded. That's retarded. Those
Yo,
people.
Jelani, how do you feel about like I like what's his name? The fucking New York black dude that's like a hacker. What's his name? What's that dude's name?
Who?
He was talking about we was Native Americans.
My Snugs?
Yeah,
Oh,
Snugs. Yeah,
Snugsy.
Snugs.
Yeah,
Like, how do
my
you feel
dude.
about that whole shit?
Sharpie?
I feel like it. I feel like
Sharpie?
it's all cope. I feel like it's all cope.
Okay, somebody asked, somebody named Grand on X says, who's here? Why does the Dominican look Haitian?
Bonsoir, monsieur. J'ai parlé haïtien créole petit.
They say
I think I'll speak a little bit of that
somebody
shit.
named Grand
That's
on
John. That's
X.
John Carlo. That's John Carlo.
Look, the
Oh,
thing is
okay,
about
okay.
that, I think it is a code, man, because you know what it is? You got to look at how the debate goes, right? So a lot of times these FBAs, they're like, oh, you're not original, we're here with this and that. And then, like, what happens is that, oh, we're black. That's salsa, that's black. This bachata, that's all black. That's a drum. So they try to own everything via the Africanness. So a lot of the ownership is like, black people historically, we was kings, the pyramids. So they go international with it. So in the minute they go international with it, they're gonna get beat by people who are actually African and preserved all their African culture because that's where they come from. They come from Ghana, Nigeria, they come from Sierra Leone. You're not gonna out African them. In America you could probably outdo Dominicans because we're mixed with so much European and other people, but you can't win in the international level against people from West Africa. So then
I
when
don't
they
think it's
get to
that.
that point, no wait, when they get to that point, they're like, nah, motherfucker, we Native American. So they go the Native American route to kind of like not concede on the fact that a lot of those things you're talking about was really created and done and pioneered by African people. That's how you were
Yeah.
claiming. But then they're like, nah. Native Americans. The Native Americans looked a lot of them looked like us because the Spanish called them black. But black was a
No.
very loose term before. If you was a
Yeah.
certain skin color, even my skin color, you're just black. That's what the people just write. Because imagine if you come from like a place like Poland and you see somebody
Yeah.
like me, you just call them
Yeah.
black because I'm the blackest person
Exactly.
around. It's
Exactly.
relative.
Exactly.
Just like
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
there's white people in Latin America, but when you put them next to a Swedish person, they're not really white.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
just a
Yeah.
white
Yeah.
looking Spanish person. So it's
No,
all in
100%.
context and relation to.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
That's
I
why,
think
like,
that's
in
what's
it.
going on, why they're going that Native American route. And they already had that. African Americans been talking about African Americans. They've been talking
What?
about Native
What?
American bullshit. They've been talking about Israelite bullshit. They've been talking about Moors. That's a common weird ass coat that they've been using because they're not embracing their real culture, their real African American culture. If they knew more about their real African American culture and embraced it, they
I
wouldn't
tell.
be doing that. But that's all from African Americans in the North in New York who are not in touch with their Southern African American culture. Just like a lot of Dominicans and Puerto Ricans that try to be other cultures and weird shit like that because they don't know about their actual culture.
I
So
tell you what.
that's my
I think.
thoughts on it.
I disagree. I think that what it is that FBAs don't want to feel like their ethnicity started with slavery. So instead of like acknowledging like their actual Bantu roots, they want to extrapolate and say we were, Egyptian. And there were a lot of sub-Saharan Africans like in Egypt. I won't disagree with that.
It's a
There's a reason that the
multicultural shit.
average Egyptian today is like 10 to 20% sub-Saharan African.
I would say
So
Sudanese, really, but yeah, I guess there
yeah,
was
yeah.
some West African, but really, really
But like the
Sudanese,
the point that
Central
I'm
Africa.
making is that like their history didn't begin with slavery, and instead of going towards African empires like the Mali Empire, like Timbuktu, like the Kingdom of Benin, they want to like these are impressive empires. The Kingdom of Benin lasted 1,000 years. They invented metallurgy. They invented Bronze Age casting independently of every other civilization. They had paved roads, they had like a city grid. Extremely impressive empire, the city of Benin. Yet they
Yeah,
want to hang on to other people's empires because they don't know about how impressive the kingdom
They
of
don't know
Benin
about
was.
their own
The
shit, bro. That's the
kingdom,
thing.
the kingdom of Benin had the largest earthworks in human history. If you look at the walls of Benin, they're the largest earthworks in human history. So like
yeah,
that's
but
the
see, that's
problem.
not
Is like
taught.
they want to
That's not
hang on to
taught
other
enough.
people's empires because they don't know about their own. Like the
But
kingdom of
Davinsky, I'm
Benin is
telling
one of
you,
the
you know
most
what I'm telling you,
impressive.
what I said.
But see, that's not
Whenever I
taught in
hear
America
African,
though, and that's what you kind of have to look at. Like those things are not taught in America. The only thing in America that we're taught for the most part is about Egypt. They don't teach you about Mali. They don't teach you about Benin. They don't teach you about all the other places that had the West African seafarers and the pirates and and the navigators. The only thing they teach us about in America when it comes to Africa greatness or African greatness is Egypt. So that's all they know to cling on to when
yeah,
they
that's
think of it.
logical. That's a good argument.
So so it's not something that's voluntary. You have to think about what we've been raised up with, what we've been taught in school from day one. All of the history of the greatness of Africa was kept from us. All of it.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That is
again,
true.
the only thing that they did teach us about was Egypt and was the pyramids. So of course, if the only thing you can relate to Africa is this, and you're African, of course you're going to take claim of that, and you're going to claim it.
But
Much like
Davinsky, why I said that, Jelani Davinsky, is because when I'm in the spaces and I see them FBA arguing with Africans, and they're like, "We're the ones that invented that. We're this. We're this. We sold you into slavery. You're a bastard. You're this and that. You don't know your culture, your tribe." That's when they say, "Yo, we're not even African. We're Indian." And there was already a module there because African Americans in the North, developed a lot of these weird groups in jail in the 70s, like the Israelites and this indigenous bullshit and this Moorish bullshit. So they had something to already, a framework to go with. So now they've just been going with that to cope with the fact that they can't out African, they cannot out black a African person from Africa. Like if you're gonna say we invented this, we did the pyramid, all of that kanging has to do with Africa, and you're attacking Africans for being immigrants, and then they're like, yo, wait a minute, you're kanging with our shit. That's our shit. Then they're like, oh, you know what? You can keep that shit. I'm actually Native American, which is bullshit. Even though some of them in some areas in America do have a lot of Native American mixture, that's true. But it's not to that
and
level
then
where
see
I think they can kang
right,
for it. I don't think they have
right,
enough to kang.
and then see I can explain that too, because again, what a lot of people do not realize is that um, Native Americans are their own nation inside of America. They're a nation within a nation. The Native American nation has their own citizens. Those citizens own slaves. So those slaves became citizens of the Native American nation. So, from a national standpoint, those Black Americans who were slaves of those those Native American citizens inside of that Native American nation, they were by nationality Native American. So
That makes sense.
that's where a lot of the Black Americans who say that Native American comes from is from a nationality standpoint, because we literally were citizens of the Native American nation for those who were slaves of those Native American citizens. As a matter of fact, just recently, a tribe, I believe in Alabama, finally had to uh, give citizenship to descendants of those Black slaves. So now those Black Americans are able to receive Native American and tribal benefits because they had to include them um, in the nation, because that particular Native American nation, those citizens had Black slaves. So it doesn't just come from a place of coat.
That makes sense.
It comes from
That
a
makes
place
sense.
of actual historical record that just got mixed in, with all of the mixing, because we got a lot of mixing
But
going on
but
here.
but Jelani, in the practical sense, I'm saying that's not enough to kang for Native Americans and bypass the whole
Well,
Africans or the
well,
ones
see,
who aren't
well,
Africans.
that's my point, is that stuff gets taken too far. So,
Yeah,
it
they took it
starts
too
with
far.
that kernel of truth, but then that kernel of truth passed through time, gets branched
Yeah.
out into something that is completely
Well,
different.
yeah, it did. So my whole point is that also happened, and also the FBA's, some of them are trying to cope against those attacks from the African community, immigrant community, by
Oh, yeah,
clinging
that's
on
true.
to that kernel, that
Yeah,
whole thing that got derived from a kernel of truth. So,
exactly.
but it's not enough for them to hang in Native
Well,
American,
here's the
which
thing
they're
though.
doing, some of them, which is ridiculous.
What do you expect from a people who were taken from their shit and then denied all knowledge about the actuality of what they were taken from. Of course, the descendants of those people are going to be looking for an identity, which is why
Yeah.
I have no problem with people kanging. I have no problem for the most part, with people, saying they're Indians or pretendians, up until the point to where it comes to actual legislation and you actually start, getting legislation. But just from a social standpoint of you choosing what you want to identify as, when it comes to Black Americans, it does not bother me at all because
But
they
that
were
goes, that kind of
robbed.
ties back to the
We
point
were
that we were
robbed
talking about
of
earlier.
our actual identity. So it makes sense that the descendants of people who were robbed of their natural and actual identity would look for that identity in multiple places in the
No,
best way
that's
they can find
logical.
it.
I could see why people would jump that way and go that
Right.
direction. My thing is, and how this ties back to what we were speaking about earlier, is that needs to now be the unification between foundational white Americans and foundational Black Americans, because you guys are the real Americans.
Right.
Just like in DR, we don't got a can for any Native American or African job. We just say we Dominican. We Dominican, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico doesn't matter if you're white or black. It doesn't matter. We are united as a nation. Since you guys had the segregation and you had the one drop rule, is inhibited that. But now you guys have the education and the ability and the need now, because these immigrants have become so relevant in this country and
Yeah.
they're changing things and agitating, to unite.
Right.
And you guys should unite under that banner instead of like trying to be Native American more. Yeah, it's a fucking American. It's okay. Like, to me, I always looked at it. Like I said it even before I knew what FBA was. I used to say, y'all don't understand these Morenos. They're talking shit about white people's net. They're a fucking American. They're driving Fords. They like pickup trucks. They like grass guzzlers, titties, guns, big food, fried food. You're fucking American, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
That is your
Right.
culture, and it's a beautiful culture, and it's influenced a lot of other cultures. And I think you guys should unite under that banner. That makes more
Well,
sense.
so here's the thing.
Anything
So,
else would be a cope. It would be kind of weird because them trying to play
well,
Native
well,
Americans.
well, right. Well, see again. Here's the thing. When it comes to, from a social aspect, from a social concept, you can identify with whatever you want to identify off of whatever branch of Black you want to identify it. Or I wouldn't even say branch. I would say from whatever root of Black you want to identify as. But as long as we have this root, this root, this anchor point that we all can anchor to, then we can branch off into whatever other
Oh, you mean like
organization.
Creoles and the Native American ones, and
Exactly,
then da 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 da
exactly,
da da.
exactly, exactly. See, so
That makes
again,
sense.
it's that salad bowl again, right? Where everybody can be distinct, but at the same time still working together. But we must have
But
that common anchor. And so
would you
that
concede that?
banner in
Would you
which you talk
concede
about
though?
should be not one of these social constructs that we separate ourselves into, but that banner should be reparations, because there's something that all of the different factions of Black Americans, for the most part, can agree on. We agree on that
Yeah,
harm was
I agree
done
with
and harm needs to be repaid. So no matter what branch of Black
that.
you want to identify yourself socially as, we have a common ground here that is reparative harm, damages that need
Yeah,
to
that makes
be
sense. That's how I look at reparations, bro. They did
compensated
damages,
for.
and you need to repair
Right,
it. That's
right.
reparations.
So
Got
choose
you.
to
So
identify how you want to identify. You want to be ADOS, you want to be FBA, you want to be an Indian, you want to be a Pan African, you want to be whatever the fuck you want to be. But we are anchored here from this root of what is Black. And in this
okay, so
root,
but I want to ask you one question to see what you. I
mhm,
want to litmus test you. Um, I'm gonna ask you personally, and I want you to answer what the consensus probably would be of African Americans, and maybe even just particularly FBA if you want. So it'll be three answers, I guess. Yours, the consensus of the Black corpus, and then the FBA corpus, and it will be this: would you concede that you're not as African as people from Africa, and they own that identity because come on, they're pure African DNA and they're from that culture and that whole tribal shit. You have to concede that when if you're trying, you're not gonna be able to out black. Maybe out black because black maybe loosely means like African American, but you won't be able to out African and African. And I
yeah,
think that's a
right.
lot of times they jump
Agreed.
to that to like deflect those attacks because they can't really
Yeah,
protect themselves.
yeah, no, agree. Most definitely. Most definitely. We can claim no preference above an African who is an actual African, and whatever contributions that Africa gave. We are the descendants of that, but
Yeah,
again, we
I as
cannot
well.
claim.
I as well. I got a lot of African
We
shit
have
in my
no more
culture.
claim to that. Well, they have more claim to that than we do, and the same thing as it goes to here in America. You know, this is something that particularly that Black Americans did, and what's crazy is, Black Americans really are like a new race of people because we are a mixture. Our admixture is so significant, just almost just like the Native Americans that were here when they were first, I would say, formed or birthed, over 100,000 years ago, up in the Bering Strait. So Black Americans are the absolute youngest race of human beings on the earth as a people. And so,
Africans, you mean, or African Americans?
Black Americans, yeah, yeah, Black Americans.
Yeah, you
Again, due to
might
our
be right
admixture.
on that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we are. If you just look at our admixture, there is no other distinct admixture in the world for the most part.
That's
Beyond
as young.
as young as African Americans. Now, you probably can say South Africa, and you can say
Yeah,
somewhat
South
in
Africa. Yeah,
in
true.
England, for the most part, because it's kind of similar. You probably could even say the same thing for whatever they call themselves in Australia, for the most part, whatever their
Yeah,
particular admixture.
Aboriginal.
But even at that, none of those other people are specific as Black Americans because we have Native American DNA as well. So that is what gives us the distinction over. Well, I wouldn't say over, but that's what gives
But
us the
but if you get
distinction.
technical, here's my thing though. You got in Latin America, you have in the Caribbean, you have a lot of people who are triracial with that, right? So it's very common outside of America, right? And they have more like levels of it. But I think
Right.
if you was to give the crown to anybody, bro, anybody that you crown them, the king of that is Brazil. They got a lot of Zambos, which is people who are African
Mm-hmm.
people, and most of them were from that particular group that I mentioned. What's it called? Maroons. People
Yeah.
who fled slavery in made communities. A lot of them intermixed with the Native Americans to team up against the Europeans, and they became their own thing. They're like these dark skinned people with nice hair. They look black and Native American at the same time. Those are the king of that. So you'll also have to concede to
And
them
they're
too,
mixed with
because
European
they're
too.
practicing the Native American shit. They combine
So,
Native American shit with African shit. The drums, the
so
music, all
they're
that.
African, Native American, and European.
Not even that much European. The most is just black and African.
Oh
We have
wow.
it in Latin America, but number one place you'll find it is like Central
Right.
America, in Nicaragua, and like in Brazil in the mountains.
Yeah.
Because remember,
But see, well,
and these people are very African because remember they didn't get Europeanized. They fled slavery and kept their language
right.
is like Portuguese, African, and Native American Amazonian shit. So
Oh
even you
yeah.
have to
Wow.
concede to that. Like the kings of that are those people, the Zambos. You can look them up.
Oh
Um,
wow.
so that's what I'm saying. But I learned the hard way, bro. You can't out African an African because I'm a drummer
Right.
myself. I play Latin
Right.
drums,
Right. Well,
and
like I
in my
said, it
in
just
my
goes back.
in my building, there was none but Africans. Mostly everybody was like Ghanaian and like Sierra Leonean, right? Where I live at Newark, and
Yeah.
they didn't know I had drums. One day I brought up a new drum set, and they're like, "Yo, you play those things? You play these things?" I'm like, "Yeah." I started hearing my say tutum ta tutum ta ta tu. And then the African old head dude that in the crane in the cane, he said, "Let me see that." Yo,
Just
this
just real quick.
motherfucker did the motherland communication on that shit, bro. He's like, pop, pop,
Right.
pop. Like, he was way
Look,
better than me.
Earl saying that we got to send him $10. Look, Earl, we've just
Huh?
started this podcast. It's called the Kalergi Crew. If you want to come up on the panel, feel free. You can join this. We'll promote your YouTube. You can cross stream. Look, at the end of the day, we got about 400 live listeners now. And you can promote your shit. We're not making any money as of now, but eventually we will take over the internet. Me, Jelani, Dr. Urban, we're out here. Johnny
Right.
Somali, we are Johnny Somali's managers. So look, we got some clout coming our way very soon. July Johnny Somali's gonna be on this podcast. So look, it's not about look, you gotta see the vision, right? So the Kalergi crew, we're bringing in every voice, every religion, every ethnicity, and we're going to have debates So if you want to come up on the panel, we'll promote your YouTube. But you can't be asking us for $10, bro. We started this shit like a week ago.
Right.
He wants
Literally a week
$10 for
ago.
what?
He says he wants $10 to join the panel.
I'm on stage. That's wild.
Nigga, he not even talking about nothing good in the damn comments. What the fuck we need to pay him $10 to come over here? We're talking about
Yeah,
stuff
if
that's
anything,
not
I
You
should be
now.
need
sending
Everyone's talking about
Jelani and
hold
Urban
on.
$10.
Everybody's talking about the same shit. Oh, women are fucking this, and the guys. What about the traditional way? The Jews, black people, the statistics. We're burying that shit. We're talking past that. We're talking levels beyond that. We're talking IQ shit. What the fuck, nigga? $10. I'm gonna give you $20. I'm gonna do it right now. What you want, Zell? I want you to come up. I want to see what you want to talk about. I want to see if you can keep up with us. The audacity. I'll give you. Send me the fucking information. I'll send you a fucking little $10. And you're gonna come up, and I want to hear you talk. I want to see what you about over here. Like you, some grand
I'm not
slam.
sure like where he stands. Like
What
Earl,
the
what are
fuck?
you? Earl, tell us. Okay, what's your race? What's your political ideology? Where are you from? What other questions we didn't know about Earl before we
But your
send him
cash
on?
app. I'm gonna send it, and I'm gonna show that. I'm gonna send it to you. I sent it to you. So if you don't come up, that means
What's your
you
cash
blind.
app, Earl? He'll send you
Yeah,
10
put your
bucks.
cash app, man. I'll send you that shit. I'll send you that shit. But you better contribute
Look,
something since you want to get paid to come up here.
this is the whole like, bro.
He said he don't need
I
it.
got 250 people on my side. Jelani's probably got like 200 people. We're talking the fucking like a whole stadium full of people right now. You know, and you're asking for money. We're giving you a free promotion, my dude.
Exactly, like the audacity. I gotta
We
see
need
what
to
he
get
gotta say.
re-ups in here one day. Jelani, you gotta
He said I
organize
don't need
re-ups to get in
$10.
here.
He said
Yeah,
I
I
don't
sent
need
him the
to. Yeah,
message. I
re up
think he
the
was doing
information.
something. He was in the he was in the room, I think. I talked to Spicy too. Spicy said he was in the movie. But he said when he
Yeah,
leaves.
look, me and Spicy, we were cool, but I had a falling out with Tef name. I don't know if you know the Dominican girl, but
Oh
like
yeah,
she
what
came
happened?
out. She was very hostile to my ex, and I didn't like how she came across to us. She was like kind of combative from the start. I mean, I never had a problem with her up until then, but she was like kind of rude.
Who's that?
So
Somebody on Twitter?
Spicy and her, I think they're kind of like I don't know what's going on with them, but yeah, it's like bullshit. But
You
He's
anyway,
can
trying to
chill,
Urban,
edit.
Earl. It's fine,
he
Earl.
did
You don't
send
have
me
to
a
come on
Trying to
picture of
stage,
his.
edit.
Earl.
He's leading him on. You know, she likes light skinned Latinos.
Thank you
But
for
he might be
listening,
a
Earl.
little
Thank
bit.
you for
He might be a
commenting.
little
You don't have to
racist.
come on. You don't have to come on the panel.
And yeah, I mean that's sad though. That's some. I would never do that with a chick. I mean, she's
Yeah,
cool,
no,
dude. Like she's a cool person, but I ain't about to like. I ain't gonna let no female drag me into no drama though. That's some little nigga shit. But re-ups. I'm gonna go to the store. I'm out here in Florida. I'm close to St. I think he's in St. Paul,
has he got an
St.
actual like
Petersburg.
storefront?
I'm gonna go put up him. I'm gonna show him some love. I'm gonna buy some. Take a picture with him. Like, yo, what's
What's
good,
his
bro?
brand? Is it re-ups?
I don't know what he got, but I always like to support people that do their thing, bro. I'm a supporter. That's how I am.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna come
Now
through.
you're
If
a
he's got
genuine
something I
dude,
like, I'm gonna
Urban.
buy
Like,
it.
you know how many motherfuckers said they were gonna meet me in New York when I went there, and you're the only one that showed up.
I'm like that, bro, because you gotta put
Urban Woods,
your
get in
money where
there,
your
Urban.
mouth is, bro.
Like motherfucker, like Art of Violence is like, yeah, we'll do a podcast. There's this other Dominican. He's like, I'll get you into like Sovereign House. You're the only motherfucker that showed up, and you're cool, bro. You're a sick dude, honestly. Like
I tried, man. I'm gonna go
I got
show him love,
nothing
cause
like good things to
That's
say
what's up,
about you,
Urban.
honestly.
yeah, I try to be cool, man. Re-ups, me and him went at it over the hip hop. We argued. We had a crazy ass space one time. We went at it. I ain't get along with him, but
That was a good, bro. That was
I
like
agree to
one of
disagree.
my
I agree with
best
him on a lot of
nights, bro.
shit.
We went to Times Square. We hooked up with that fucking FBA. Like, came back
He
to
was an
my
FBA
hotel.
tether. He was half Puerto
That was
Rican, half
such a
black. You
good
say
night,
that a lot in
actually.
New York.
I gotta say that's like probably at least a top like 20 nights of my life. Like meeting you in New York, that was sick. Nah,
That
for
shit
real,
was lit.
bro.
That
Like,
shit was lit,
That's
bro.
what's up. That's what's up.
I was in the company truck too with the not even paying
yeah,
attention to
you're
the road,
parking
driving around New York.
illegally.
Bro, I know how to ride around New York with my eyes closed, but
This motherfucker
um
was driving
Let me see what
one-handed. He
Leo's
was
doing.
talking on his phone. He was playing his bongo drums.
Yo, but I'm gonna go show Re-Ups love, man, because I fuck with him. I like what he's doing for his community. I respect what he's doing.
Yeah,
He's
Oh, you
starting a
gonna go down
Re-Ups
there?
is
business. I'm gonna come
cool.
through.
Re-Ups is cool.
Oh, you gonna go down there and see him?
I'm already down. I'm in Orlando right now. I'm in Florida.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's
Took a
up.
little trip out here to see my brother. I'm in my brother's house. So I'm gonna go show him some love. I wanted to do it on the way down, but I got here at 11 at night. So I just been around
Right.
Orlando. I'm gonna finally hit the beach. I plan to go to South Florida, visit some
Where you at
family that close
now?
to Miami. I'm in Orlando. So I'm gonna
You going down to Miami?
to see my family. You know who I wanted to see, but he's sick. Caesar.
You know
Caesar's
who
in
has power
Tampa.
down in Miami? It's the Haitians.
Bonsoir. I fuck with Haitians. No problem. I just don't want to fucking 4 million of them in my
They're the
country.
only place in the world where like Haitians have more power over the Dominicans in Miami.
I mean, I think they got more power even in the North because most of the Haitians in the North, they're fairly educated doctors and engineers. And
Different kind of power though, right? Like on street
it's
power.
different. They moving like
Yeah, like
Jews.
Miami, like the street
They're
power
brilliant.
was
Mighty Network.
Haitians. In the north, like it's academia and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
all the
Mighty
smart
Network.
Haitians. They're up there in the North, bro. They're in Boston. They're in New York.
You know, I met a
All of
lot of
them are legit.
Dominicans, and
The
they'll
More,
tell
Dominicans
like
are
straight
legit.
up. I met
my
like
network is
4 or
more
5
important.
Dominicans, and they'll tell me straight up that Haitians are like more educated. They're like more studious. They're more educated. They
Bro,
speak
their
3
educational
languages.
system it
But
forces
the
you to
problem
learn
with the
5 languages,
Haitians is they're
mad
anti-white.
shit.
I,
Their
I
high
was with
school is
my
8
ex one
years.
night in Sasua, bro, and there was like 10 Haitian children out the front of like this restaurant, and they're like, Black Power, brother. And I was like, oh, these dirty fucking Haitians, bro. I thought I was gonna get rolled walking out of out of that club.
Nah, they don't do shit like that. They're alright. They're not that
But
bad.
like when
Now
they
that a
bro,
lot of the
they
bad ones
went
are
down the
coming
Why
through.
you
line,
hating on Orlando, Earl?
they looked at
Earl, don't hate on
every
Orlando.
SBA and they said Black Power, Black Power. Then they came to me and my mixed race girlfriend. I was like, oh shit, because
What they say to you, white power?
they didn't say shit. They
Don't
just
say
looked
shit.
at me.
Right. Earl
Nah,
said
man,
Miami
that's
was
how it
fun.
is, man. But I'm
But
gonna
then I
check
called
re-ups.
security, and then the security chased them off.
Damn.
I'm actually DM re-ups. I gotta let him know I'm out here. I'm gonna go to the store. I don't even know what he sells. I'm thinking it's clothing. But I want to meet up with Caesar, but he's in the hospital supposedly. I've been reaching out to him
Who?
like, yo,
Who? Oh,
Caesar.
Caesar. Oh, really? He's in
Yeah,
the
he's
hospital?
sick or some shit. Yeah, bro, he been
Oh,
there like
shit.
eternal, like a
Caesar's
month.
cool, bro. I like Caesar.
Yeah, I want to chill with him. He play the guitar, so I bring my guitar too. I
You
can
would
always
like
play
him
with him.
because he's like a musical anthropologist. Like, he loves music.
Bro, he
Oh
plays the
wow.
joint. I got all that shit in my car right now. I wanted to play with this nigga, but we'll see if if he's sick, he's sick. Also, the other dude, the Muslim Dominican. What's
You
his
know that?
name? What's his name? That he was a baseball player.
I don't
I don't know
know.
if you see him. He be in the Muslim spaces. His name is fuck. What's his name? Pujols. Will Pujols.
I don't know who that is.
He came into spaces a couple times. He's a famous Dominican baseball player, but he converted to Islam, and he's here in Orlando. I'm supposed to link up with him. I'm supposed to link up with MAGA. Remember MAGA, the Puerto
Yo, is
Rican
there
political.
anywhere in America where the Dominicans and the Mexicans war together?
Maybe in Passaic, New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yeah, in Passaic, New Jersey, there's a lot of
How do you
Mexicans.
feel about Hispanics that are more mestizos rather than like mulattoes? How do you get
I
like? Do
can't
they think
relate
they're
to them
better
a
than
lot,
you?
bro.
You-
Our culture, like Caribbean culture, is even distinct enough from Brazil. We can fuck with each other a little bit more, but we still different. But like Mexicans and shit, nah, we talking about apples and oranges at that point. That's like saying Polish
I
and,
would
and like
rather a
and like
mulatto than a
Spaniards
mestizo,
got
though.
something in common. They ain't got nothing in
I'd
common.
rather, I'd rather a mulatto than mestizo.
Now the culture's cool, the food, like the way they do their music. I mean, I could appreciate it, but it's just not the same. And like I'd rather deal with my own shit.
And what's
I
the
could
Do
deal
you
with
feel
mestizo
like?
the
again?
Okay, let me
Brazilians.
ask you this: Do you
And
feel
what's a
more in common
mestizo?
with a? Do you
The
feel more in
mestizo is a
common with?
Mexican
Mestizos
and what?
white and Native American.
Do you feel more in
White
common with a
and
Jamaican or a Mexican?
Probably Jamaican, but we eat the same raw materials. They eat yams, they eat plantains, green bananas. We eat all the same shit. They just throw some spicy shit on it. I got way more common with them.
Scud.
Caribbean,
Fuck you, Scud.
you know what I mean? We got way
I
more
hadn't
common.
worn Air Forces since they first came out, Scud. When I was in high school. You bastard.
I still fuck with some icy whites. I fuck with some icy whites here and there once in a while, once every 2 years.
Who do you
But
think
you
are
know
the
that shit.
coolest white people, Urban?
Who? Or the coolest white people?
Yeah.
Who?
Coolest.
Yeah, who?
I mean, Australians are up there. I always thought they were cool.
For the coolest white people?
Coolest.
Who is that? I never heard of them.
Like, who are the coolest white people?
Oh, you said who are the coolest white people?
Coolest, like badass type of shit. I mean, Australians are cool, man. Motherfuckers be in the wildest shit, taming the fucking jungle. I mean, they don't got a bad rap like that, like South Africans. You know, they did kill a lot of Aboriginals. But just cool to deal with, probably Australia, probably Turkish people. You know, they
These motherfucking Turkish are right. White.
You said Turkey.
What the fuck? They
that
white.
Muslim
A lot
shit.
of them are white. Not all of them. Some of
You
them
should-
look Chinese and some of them look Middle Eastern, but there are a
You've
lot.
been
That
better
are white.
off just saying rednecks or some shit.
You gotta get
Rednecks will probably be behind Aussies. I would agree that Aussies are the coolest white people. I would agree with that. I think Aussies are the coolest white people.
I think I got it.
But right after them is
Uruguay.
rednecks.
Uruguay.
Uruguay?
Yeah,
I have
they're
no
just
idea.
cool.
Yeah,
Bro.
okay, well,
They're some of the best looking white people.
Agrarian people.
That's the only white girls I'll probably be a little bit attracted to because they got a little bit of like mestizo, a little bit. They got that touch of that mixed poof, and so they got a little bit of a swirl. They're cool. They're not known for nothing racist like that. They're not known for like wars. They're not. And everyone I've ever met, they're so chill. They're like surfing and shit. They're real cool white people. You know they're technically Latino.
Oh, that's probably why.
They're white. They're like 90% white.
That's probably why.
90%.
But you know, white girls now. You know, white girls now are made up different than white girls 25 years ago. Like white girls 25 years ago weren't as proportional. Or
they ain't show it off. A lot of them used to think they were fat and they used to go on diet.
Yeah. I mean, standards though. Like back in the day, it's like, does my ass look fat in this? And now it's like, does my ass look flat in this? You know what I mean?
Right, exactly. Like it completely changed. I'm telling you, listen. Like we lived through that change. Like our generation saw the change from flat booty white girls, with no shape, probably got the muffin top body shape, to proportional, hip to waist ratio, fat ass white girls. Like we literally lived through that transition
but that's African. That thing that's an African thing because even like in the Caribbean, we always like fat asses, bro. That's why we got it. That's why the bitches have it because we always bred for that. We've always
so I can remember I graduated high school. I left high school in 2003, and I can remember it was around like in that sweet spot where I started to notice. I'm like, wait a minute, does that white girl have an ass? Like, is she thick? But it was mainly when I went to Memphis because I went to the University of Memphis for college, and it was when I went to Memphis I was like, wow, like wait a minute, that white girl is thick, and I had never seen that because back at home,
they got white bitches that thick.
It was all flat booty, or they had that muffin top, like their waist did not curve in, like most Black American women waist.
Well, I'm telling you right there, Paraguay, Uruguay,
Black Americans are sexy as fuck.
If you want big booty white bitches, if you want to really find where they really at, that's those two countries, bro. Because they got a little bit of black in them, a little bit of other shit in them.
To further solidify this, Italian women have always been shapely and have always been proportional. Like
they do. Yeah.
Even going back. I look at people like, Sophia Loren, and I look at older Italian women, like even in the 50s and 60s, they were proportional. But I don't see that same proportion, especially from, the lower body size from white women. But like you said, that was due to their beauty standard because most of them considered a fat ass as something to look down upon. So they worked really hard not to have fat asses.
That's crazy.
I guess as time went on, and fat asses got more popular, then they just kind of, I guess, was like, well, you know what, fuck it, I want to be as shaped up
Yeah,
and
and
as
them
shaped
bitches put
as
on certain jeans too. They play a lot of games too. Like
exactly,
they put some, you put
exactly
some
that
jeans, your
too.
ass don't look fat, and the other jeans.
That's
Like
another
you ever
thing
seen
too.
a
They were
chick? You
not.
ever seen a chick who was incognito? Like she was
No,
dressed
no,
real
that's true.
baggy, and then
Right.
one time she'll put something tight. You be like, damn, bitch,
Fittings. They start with.
why you ride
That's
like
true.
that?
That's true.
I'll be
So
like,
like
damn, she just be hiding that shit.
yeah. So like what, and I think what changed that too. Well, you know what? That's a great point because it may not be so much as they start getting thicker, but their clothes changed because
Just start embracing it.
yeah. See, because in the '90s, well, like in the '90s and in like early 2000s, they weren't really wearing form-fitting clothes, especially like not out in public, especially like tights and like leggings and shit. Like leggings and shit didn't really jump off to the 2010s, but you kind of
But
seen the beginnings of it in the 2000s.
this is gonna
And,
sound
and I guess that's
racist. This
kind
is
of when
gonna
it
sound
changed.
racist, but it wasn't me that did it. But I used to work at the Banana Republic like 2008, right? So that's like more like formal clothes. So the clothes that would fit a woman with a big rear, it was called the Jackson fit. It's a little
Right,
racist, but that was literally the name of the fit.
right,
So you'd be like, oh no, I think you should try the Jackson fit. So that's what's going on. A lot of these women will try to fit into some other thing that will reshape their body from the outside with clothes. Now they're embracing stuff like the Jackson fits and that shows the voluptuousness of their body,
yeah,
because it's value now. But they definitely adopted that from African
yeah.
peoples,
And
like
see,
African Americans,
and that's the
Latinos,
pendulum
or African.
swing. Yeah, and that's the pendulum swing again. See, that's the what goes around comes around. So now the beauty standards have been reversed to the opposite
Yeah.
of what they used to be. The beauty standards were white European thin, and now the beauty standards are melanated and
Yep. Yep. Yep.
That's
proportions.
why
Yep.
I say mulattoes is winning
There's,
right now. But right now we fell off. Dark
it's
skinned niggas
true.
was in. It
It's
was
true.
fat dark
It's
skinned
true.
niggas with beards. Beards was in. But
Yep.
mulattoes have been fluctuating in the mix for a while because it's a lot of the best of both worlds.
Let me ask
Yeah,
you on a
that
scale
everyone
of
wants to
like,
get more light skin, and a lot of people want to get more dark skin to get tans, dye their hair
Right.
black, lip injections. Mulatto people already have that. But
I
I
want to
personally
ask,
don't like that. I feel like you should embrace how God made you. If you're dark
yeah,
skinned, there's so many people who like that shit. I like girls who are dark skinned.
yeah.
So for you to
I
try to
love
bleach
chocolate
it, to
women.
me, that's kind of, you look like a zombie. You look weird. You got issues to me too. That's like a red flag to me. Like, why are you changing your skin color? You
Right.
should just be embracing whatever God made you, whatever it is.
When
You know what I mean?
when look, I agree. I love chocolate women. I think that women look the best in their natural form. And even if they're not like your ideal beauty standard, they're going to be someone's ideal beauty standard. And when you start like changing your racial phenotypes, like it's a form of self hate. It really
It is.
is.
It is. It is.
On a scale of 1 to 10, right? 1 being the whitest person in the world, and 10 being the darkest person in the world. Where do you guys rate me? Like, where would you say I'm at?
Yo, you white nigga. I met you
Am
in
I
real life,
one?
but you're like a beautiful pearl. I see white people with worse skin. You have nice white skin.
Like one being
Sometimes let me tell you
Nordic
something.
and
See,
what and 10
Dominican.
being, I guess, like
Well, I
I'll give
Nigerian.
mean,
you
Where
an
am I
A. Your
at?
skin is
I
nice.
mean,
Your skin is nice.
what's your DNA like? Because you said you're
I'm
mostly
70.
Irish, so
I'm 75%
Irish.
Irish, 25% Hungarian.
Okay, well, see, you're kind of swarthy almost. According to Ben Franklin. According to Ben Franklin now, but
What,
by
what, what would you say? Like, if you
American
met me in real
standards
life, do I
today,
got some Asiatic features or do I look pure white to you?
You look
well, again,
pure
again,
white,
just going
but
off your description of Irish and Hungarian, again, you're going to be on, according to Ben Franklin, you're going to be on the swarthy side. But according to our modern standards,
no,
sir,
but he said
you
like
are
how his
white.
skin look.
You are
But I
white of
think
the
just he meant
whitest.
like how his skin looks. I think because let me tell you
Oh, his
something. I'm
skin.
gonna
Oh
touch
yeah.
on
Oh
this.
yeah. Oh yeah. Skin
I'm gonna
color
touch. I'm
wise,
gonna touch on
yeah,
this.
you're
I'm gonna
white.
touch on this. A lot of people see Dominicans are more sophisticated with this because we're mixed with so many people. We have so much of a spectrum. Um, just because you're white doesn't mean you have nice skin. We don't 100% associate that. There's a lot of people who are dark skin who have very nice skin. You could be my skin color, be very nice skin. That's his own talent, separate of whatever the color is. You could be my color, and your skin could be splotchy. You could be black and your shit ashy and different colors. You could be white and it's just red and freckly and look. So
Eczema and
that
shit.
doesn't mean you have nice skin. Nice skin is his own attribute, independent of the color of it. You personally, I think you have nice skin. Your skin was nice, but you look like a nice white pearl. But you white though. I ain't gonna lie. You a white motherfucker. White.
So like I'm
Right?
a 1 out of 10.
But you got a white, nice skin tone. It's even and shit like that. So in DR, we're very specific. Like this preferred type of dark skinned women too. That we have dark skinned women who have like a super even tone. It's perfect
Yeah,
dark.
yeah, yeah.
There's no splashes, no scratches. Like that's
Bro, there's
when you're
nothing better than a fat black ass. Like I don't care what people say. I was driving home on a motor
yeah,
taxi
ain't nothing
today,
better than
and I
that,
saw this
though. I'm
bitch
telling you right now,
jogging,
that's a
and
fact.
I was like, bro, I was like, this ass is too perfect. Then I saw her face. I was like, oh, bro, this is
You're
Yo,
too
let
right.
me tell you
sexy.
something. I don't know if I can
You're
say
right.
anything. My wife is in the next room, but I'm gonna be real. And a lot of
Speak
black niggas try
softly.
to hide this. A lot of black niggas try to hide this, man. I know that y'all niggas I think y'all got a conspiracy. But black pussy nigga, that's some of the tightest, wettest shit you're
It's
gonna
the
ever
most
get in your life.
exotic. Like
I,
I just
I know
wanna.
they're probably thinking like the BBC's stretching it out. That shit is not stretched out, bro. That shit is tight,
It's
bro.
not at
That shit is
all.
right, bro.
It's not. It's the
That shit
best.
is good, man. Do not be
The
I love
best.
afraid to
like
experiment.
I
Go
love the
ahead.
edges too. Like black Amer. I think like black American girls are like sexy as fuck. Honestly.
They are.
It depends. Some
They
of them
are.
busted, but there's a lot. There's a lot that are sexy.
They
Definitely
are.
down south.
So,
There's
so let me
down
tell
south
you
got the
this.
best.
In my experience, in my experience now, so like, of course, like I prefer chocolate women, like not light skin, but like chocolate, like Alicia Rogers. You probably can Google her. Her people like
Christina Milian and down,
Thelma.
basically.
Hell no Christina Milian. But in my experience, when it comes to white women,
You want darker than that?
the ones that I have been with before, I've never dated one, but I've had plenty of sex with them. But their skin is cold, and just in my experience now, they have cold skin, and it was
White
almost
women?
kind of like almost kind of scaly a little bit. And
White women?
to me now, in my experience,
Nah, I don't like it. I
in
don't know
my
myself.
experience, they feel kind of rubbery almost. I don't know why, but like they're just cold and kind of rubbery. But yeah,
That's
it's
why,
nothing like
yo,
a
That's
Jelani,
why.
what's your
Yo,
body count? What's your total body count?
man. It's
damn,
up there.
wait.
It's up there.
What like
He's a hoe.
30, 50,
This
100?
bitch a
What are we
hoe.
talking?
Minute at the stove.
30 or
Yo,
50?
no.
No, higher,
What?
higher.
Really?
Oh
Really?
yeah, oh yeah,
What are you at? What are you at?
oh yeah. I'm in the hundreds.
Really? What, like
Yeah,
100, 200, 300? What are we talking?
yeah, around that area. Yeah, but I'm on the low
Fuck.
end, and
My
I'm on
body
the low
count's only
end.
30.
Yeah, so like I'm on the
Yeah, you a
low
saint.
end of my
Nigga, I'm in
group.
the 300s. Nigga.
I'm on the low end of my group, Davinsky, and that's because I'm very selective. So like I'm very selective, but I'm on the
You
low
know
end.
who I
My
wanna
partners,
you know who I want
my
next? It's like a
my
light
partners are
skin,
hold
like
on, Davinsky. My partners are in the thousands. Like my best friend is in the thousands.
what
So
the
like
fuck?
I'm on the low end.
What the
And
fuck? A
yes,
thousand?
yes, he's
Yeah,
in the
Okay.
yeah,
thousands.
I
Like
see people like that.
What do you
yeah,
My
what's
boys
your
in the
body
1,000s.
count, Urban?
Like 300. No.
yeah,
Really?
got to be up there.
300 bitches?
I've been single all
300
Yes,
my nigga.
bitches?
I'm not an ugly
Davinsky.
dude. I ain't
Yes,
even trying to get
that's
pussy.
average. Like I'm telling you, that's on
I
the
be
low
not even
end.
My,
trying to get.
bro, I got
And
That's
like
also, we
maybe
Americans, bro.
30
We
at
American.
most.
This shit's more fun
30,
out here.
Yeah.
dude. We've
But
had like I,
I was in like I was in three different relationships for like 2 years each. So that I guess that like reduced them, but
well, you know what? That may be the issue because again, I've only been in 5 relationships my entire life, like just 5. Like
I've been in like 3.
I never
you're
was
in
the relationship type. It was just always,
fuck.
yeah. Like so, they're like that's
Do you
30
like
women.
you're a married man now though, Jelani, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm married now. Yeah. So all this is in the past. So yeah,
Do
I'm
you
married
lust
now.
for like be honest, do you lust for other women right now?
I don't want to go out and have sex with other women, but I do acknowledge how beautiful other women are. And yeah, like they
Yeah, that's
still,
true.
give me a rise or whatever.
Would
Like,
your
yeah.
wife allow you to have a threesome if you like if she found her attractive as well?
Well, that may be a bit much TMI, but
Yeah.
anything is possible. Anything is possible.
What about
Um,
you, Urban? Like you're married. If
well,
you
let me
wanted
tell
to
you
have
this.
a
Let me tell you
threesome,
this. My wife appreciates the beauty of other women. So I just put it like that. she appreciates it.
So occasionally, like you might like include someone else.
No, no, I'm
Never.
just
Bro,
all I'm
I
saying is
had to walk away from the house. I'm gonna talk
she
about this.
appreciates it. I would.
I guess
That
like
would be
if you get
great.
up to those numbers though, like I guess it's past your system, right? Do you think like you can get to a point where it's past your system and you're ready to settle down with just
Bro,
one
it's past
person?
my system. I'm good, bro.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
good.
like that's what happened to me. Like I just got to a point where I was like, well, you know what? Hey, I I done fucked enough. Like it's really not too much more from an experience standpoint or trying to do new things that I can do. So it's time for me to find somebody and settle down. But going back to the
Yo,
original
put
point,
it like this, Davinsky. Put it like
it's
this.
nothing like a Black American woman. Like when I tell you that Black American women are the absolute most beautiful, and like from a pleasure standpoint, like of all the women I've had in all the different races, none of them feel the way Black American women do. Like, and I can tell you that because I've had plenty of every type for the most part. Maybe except for like Eastern European. I haven't had a lot of Eastern European women, but hey, white women are probably white women for the most part. But like I'm telling you, there
Yeah.
is nothing like a
They up
Black
there though. I
American
fuck
woman.
with them, but I prefer
I can promise you that.
I prefer my number one preference is Afro Latino. That's my number one preference. I like the Latino world period because even the white looking women in the Latin world are different. Like the white girls, they got their nice hair, but they never do it up. Like a white looking Latino will straighten it out. She'll make sure that pussy smell good, all that shit. Like a white girl just take a shower and throw the pussy at you. It's like, yo, nah, bro, this shit's gotta smell perfect. Like you gotta make sure you're on point. Spanish girls and black girls, I will also give it to the African American girls. They make sure that shit's on point. That shit's ready for that night, not just a regular
I mean,
shower.
Yeah.
I feel weird. I only banged one woman, and it was the douche's mom, or this douche's mom. Oh, I guess he's talking about one of us.
Oh, this guy's weird.
But yeah,
But look,
man,
I would say this though, man. About cheating. I ain't trying to cheat, man, but it should be hard, yo. With the bitch. I got this one bitch. I ain't want to say over there because my wife probably listening, but I got this bitch at the Family Dollar. She told me straight up. She's like, yo, you look. She was like, you're really cute. I'm like, she see me with my wife all the time. I'm like, oh, yeah, oh, thank you. Yeah. She look good. She black and Puerto Rican. She my type, nigga. So I'm like, fuck.
right.
Then she's like, we should hang out one day. Da,
And
da,
I
da,
said
da.
tonight on NCO at the university.
I'm like, yo, look, I'm married. I try to say it twice. Like, yo, I'm fucking married. I'm about to get loud in there. She said, I don't care. I don't say shit. Like, I think you my type. I'm a chubby chaser, this and that. I'm like, fuck. And she's like, look, I get off at
She said she was
6.
a chubby chaser.
Yeah, all everything. So I'm good, nigga. I always get this. I always go for the bitches that want
Well,
me. I don't fuck with bitches that want me. If you
I
ain't
mean
chubby
that's
chaser, you ain't. But
like,
I
what do you
can't
mean?
do
She's
it, bro.
chubby
I can't.
chasing you, or she's chubby?
No, she said
She not.
she's a chubby chaser, which means she like
Yeah,
chubby dudes.
yeah. So she's like going
But that's
crazy
the
over me.
alpha male shit. Like, if you can have like a little bit of a belly, that means you got money, bro.
Bro, I could get bitches any weight. And skinny, I was skinny. I was fat. I could do everything. I'm on point. But my thing is this: you just gotta not waste your time. A lot of dudes waste your time with the wrong bitch, trying to holler at a bitch that don't want you. If she don't want you, just keep moving to a bitch that wants you. You'll
Right,
always be successful. But
right.
my thing is this: I was thinking about it too. I'm like, damn, I probably fucking car. But I was like, man, I love my wife, bro. I did so much. I can't cheat my wife. I don't even want to even think about it. If I could do that, then go back home and hug on my wife. I know some dudes can do that. But I'm married too. It's like I'm really married. It's not my girlfriend, nigga. I'm married with a ring.
Right.
So it's like, nah, bro.
But
I did
see,
enough. Like, that's the devil right there, man. That's the devil.
yeah, and see me, like I'm easily satisfied, right? And then plus now I really just don't have the energy anymore. So like not only is it just something that I'm really just not interested in doing because I'm completely satisfied, but I don't even have the energy to go out and hop on folks, and
That's
talk about
crazy.
some pussy,
So you gotta
Like
chill.
I just don't have the energy. And then my thing is like I believe, as soon as I do it, I'm gonna get caught. I know it because
Yo,
there's been
Jelani,
situations.
is your
Watch this.
wife?
Well, hold on. Let
Yo,
me say
he's
this.
so on point,
Hold
bro.
on, Let me say this. There have been situations to where I thought about it. So like I saw somebody, and of course they gave me the eye, and so I instantly know, pretty much when I can snatch somebody up. And so that situation has happened a few times where I was like, okay, yeah, I can go get her. I got her. But I chose not to. And almost each time that happened, that person ended up either being related to my wife or somehow knowing someone who was related to my wife. So I dodged the bullet just by having some dick discipline, and choosing and really just not having the energy to pursue something that I know was,
Yo,
a bird in
Jelani.
hand.
So you're in your 40s, right?
I'm 14. Get
You're
that right.
40. How old's your wife?
My wife is 35. She just turned 36 this year.
I get it. I mean, that's a decent age gap.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I
My
Yeah.
mean,
wife
the
is
thing
like
with
11
black
years older than me.
Americans is like the thing with black Americans because of the one drop rule is that they feel like they can't race mix if like someone's like 1% black, right? So like you guys, is your wife Jelani? Is she like what percentage black would you say she is compared to like 100%?
My wife is from my hometown. So she's black American. I went
Is
back
she like
home
70%, 80%?
and found me a wife. I mean, I don't know.
He's saying from a
We haven't done
DNA
we haven't done DNA tests, but pretty much all black Americans are going to be, around the same percentage, 70
20%.
something
Around
percent.
80%, right?
It's 70, 80.
Yeah, 75, 80, and then 20 something, European, and then about 5 or 3 or 5 Native
At
American.
what? Okay, let me ask you this:
Yeah.
if your wife was say 40% black, 60% white, would you feel like you're race mixing?
Yeah, so I wouldn't procreate with anything less than a full black American. Period. I mean, I wouldn't want to create with anything more than a full black American. If it happened, it happened. But as far as my preference,
Okay, let
I
me
would
ask
only
you this
procreate
question:
with another black American. Not
What
not
percentage black? What percentage black African does a American have to be black American? Like, if she's like 40% black, would you consider her black?
Well, so here's the thing. It's not really a DNA thing when it's black American. It's basically just, of the soil, foundational, born from slaves. That's what makes you black American, not the percentage of African you have in you. It's
What
Yeah,
if she's
strictly
20? Okay. What about if she's like 80% white, 20% black?
no,
So
no.
there is like a certain
he's
percentage.
not attracted to
I
light
mean, I
skin
mean, I mean.
like
Well,
that.
here's the thing. Well, again, so. If you're that much white, you're white, Davinsky. If you're 80%, you know, like you're white. Most white people in America are probably going to be 80% white. So of course they're not going to be black American. But again, it's not really from a DNA standpoint when when we're just classifying as a black American. Skin
Yeah,
color
because
matters most definitely.
There's Creoles that are really light skinned and got green eyes, blue eyes,
What
and
about
blonde
you,
hair.
Urban? Like, if someone's 80%
But
white
here's
in
the
the
thing, Davinsky.
DR,
You'll be like Obama. Obama's not black. He's biracial.
yeah, I
So,
agree.
like,
I
if
agree.
anything, that's what you'd be.
I agree.
Facts.
Urban, what percentage white do you have to be like Blanco in the DR?
Man, we have really loose terms, man. To be honest, like my son is like got wide nose, got big lips, all that. But since he's he's more light skinned than me. He got brown hair. It's really curly, but it's still like not thick. He would still be considered like blanquito. Like we wouldn't go straight. Oh, he's black, he's blanco. But my son's DNA's got to be like 50, 60% African, cause his mom's 75 African, sub-Saharan.
hey,
So
hey, Urban,
it depends. We got a lot of terms. We don't just have two terms. We have like 14. So we could be any one of those 14. So we got more play than
Urban, Urban. Hey, hold on. Earl in the comments is a goddamn fool. Earl said, "If it happened, it happened." He's talking about earlier when I said if I just happened to have a child with a mixed baby. I mean, a mixed baby. He said, "If it happened, it happened." Like a white pussy just broke into your house at night and attacked your dick.
Yo, come on, man. Come on. Nigga, funny as
No, Earl.
hell.
No, Earl, not like that. Earl, you a
Yeah,
damn
Earl.
fool.
Urban said he's gonna give you $10. Send you Snapchat or whatever
No, he's
Cash
not
App.
coming, Davinsky. Leave him alone. He ain't coming. He just want
I'll
to live
tell
in
you
the
this though,
comments
Yeah,
right
Davinsky.
now.
Yeah, the shit,
we're up to 300
Davinsky.
listeners on my side. We got like 400 live listeners in here.
But Davidsky, you gotta understand, FBAs, they always function like a quasi nation because it's like however you look, you'll still be Dominican or Puerto Rican because you're born there, you're from there, whatever. I've met a girl. Remember when I was in college? She had blue eyes and little blonde streaks and shit. She was light skinned. She was African American. I was like, yo, you're not mixing up because I'm used to everybody that looks like that being Puerto Rican, Cuban, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, nah, both my parents are black, but both my parents are light skinned. So I'm light
Yeah.
skinned. I'm like, she was multi-generational, basically mixed race like me. So we're similar in that sense. But she was culturally African American. Everything about her was African American. So that's the thing is that, and you see that in the Creoles in Louisiana, where they might look a certain way, but society has deemed them and they've been culturally accepted and really as African American. So they're part of that
Oh
culture, no
yeah.
matter how they look. They might not look like the 70% black that most of them are, but they are culturally that. Even
All
though they're
right.
kind of distinct culture, if you want to get thing.
Yeah.
But there's people in Virginia. Look, there's townships in Virginia that are famously known that the whole town is full of mixed race people that've been generationally mixed race. I met a dude from there, from North Carolina, I think, and he told me about his people. They have a name. I forgot their name. They're not Creole though. They're not. They're British type of shit and African American, but they're from
Yeah.
these towns that everyone's mixed. So he looked at Dominican. Like, bro, I talked to him in Spanish. He's like, "Yo, I don't know some Spanish." I'm like, "Damn, I thought you was Dominican when you Puerto Rican because a lot of Puerto Ricans don't know Spanish." He's like, "Nah, I'm black." Like, damn, but he looked like a Dominican. Like, he did look a little black, but he looked at Dominican. I'm like, you
Well,
sure?
see,
He said, nah,
well,
my
see, I
parents
have
from
that
North
issue.
Carolina.
I have that same issue, Urban. Like, motherfuckers think I have to tell motherfuckers like I'm black. And I'll be like, no, I'm not anything else. Like, I'm black. They be like, no,
Nah,
no,
you
no,
look
you're
a little
not.
bit. You know what you look like to me? If I was to paint you what race you look like a group of people, you look like those Afro Nicaraguans a little bit. That they changed. They're like quasi Zambos, like the ones I told you. They're like Native American and black. You look like them a little bit.
Man, listen, I
They
done
got
heard it
that
all.
same look as you.
Yeah, so like it just
They're
depends on
called
where I'm at.
You
Like,
can look them up. They're called Garifuna,
right,
and they have
right.
dreadlocks. They be playing these drums and shit, but they're not like those Nicaraguan. They came from the Caribbean actually,
Yeah.
like
So
a
like
country
I
from
get it
Haiti.
all. People think I'm Native American, Arab, Hispanic,
Oh hell
um,
yeah, you look like you Mali. Yeah, that's true, bro.
all that shit.
Hell yeah, you look
All that shit.
Ethiopian. You look Somalian too.
Yeah,
A little bit.
Ethiopian. I get Ethiopian as well. Yeah, I get that too. But I'm like, nope. I'm
Yo, for
just
sure. Yeah, you just fact.
yeah. I'm just Black American.
But
A
that's
lot of
how
my
it
tax
is.
clients, a lot of my tax clients are Yemenis. So like, whenever I'm around them, everybody think I'm Yemenis because I'm with them. And like,
Yeah, a lot of them
when I
look
went,
Afro too in Arabia. They don't talk about that, but there's like 2 million
yeah,
African descended Arabians from when they had slavery there, and they're ethnic. They look more black than the typical Arabian
yeah,
person.
yeah. And then like
I met a lot
anytime
of them.
anytime I'm in places where like it's a heavy Hispanic population, motherfuckers instantly just walk up to me speaking Spanish. And then it doesn't help that I know how to speak, a bit of Spanish, especially conversational Spanish. So like when they come up and be like, oh, buenos dias, I'm like, buenos dias, ¿cómo está? Bien, bien, ¿y tú? Muy bien, so forth and so
No,
on. But
I know a lot. Like I know my boy Will. He taught himself Spanish, dog, since young.
yeah,
That motherfucker's been swimming in Spanish bitches forever. But he black, but this nigga Spanish
all
on
right,
point. He do bachata, man, nigga. But a lot in the New York area, you see that a lot. Like they'll learn Spanish. They'll especially learn how to dance. If you
well, see, that's
black
who I learned
from
it
New
from.
York, if you black from New York, you know how to dance our shit. Like
Right.
it's rare that I meet somebody who grew up like in the Bronx, Brooklyn, North Jersey. They African American. They know how to dance our shit. Cause of course we invite them to the party, the cup party. We put some bachata, merengue, reggaeton. They try to get some pussy too, dog. Man.
Well, like that's why I learned the little Spanish I do know. That's how I learned it. Was from messing with Hispanic women, and particularly, and one time in particular, when I was in college, I was working at a steel mill, and so the apartment I was living in, one of my coworkers just so happened, which I didn't even know until I started working there. I had a coworker who lived right beside me. Well, he was a Mexican, so every morning we'd all pile into his motherfucking truck, and I'd be riding to work with them, and the whole factory was Mexican. And so then I ended up talking to one of their daughters and all type of shit. So that's pretty much where I learned a little Spanish. I know I learned it from either messing with Hispanic female or being engulfed in that culture from either working with
in
them
that, yeah.
or living around them.
But we got dudes too in New York, like they FBA, but they only grew up around Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, and
Mm-hmm.
we have like a funny name. We call them Niggericans, right?
Oh
Because
wow,
they be knowing salsa, they be coming to the party, go to the quinceañera, they be down with us. They because you know in the Northeast it's not more about race. A lot of gangs be like about crews. Like you from this neighborhood. If this neighborhood just happens to be predominantly Puerto Rican, it just is what it is. Like my neighborhood is mostly Puerto Rican and black. I was the only Dominican, so I've actually had to fight whole gangs that their whole gang was about being Dominican. Like Dominicans don't play Trinitarios. I fought against them because my
hey,
crew they black and Puerto Rican. Like you know, you
right,
join my boy Jamal. Like that's who I grew up with. I'm
right.
Dominican. Don't get me wrong, but this ain't DR.
This shit
This is the
territorial.
streets. Yeah,
It's
this
territorial.
territorial. So you know they
Yeah,
got my back. I got yeah. I don't know you. I don't know you. Maybe my mom and your mom get along, but I don't know you, dog. So New
yeah.
York is different. That's why a lot of that FBA shit kind of don't really hit in New York. Is a little bit harder because you grow up where you grow up at. You know what I'm saying? If you grew up in a Albanian neighborhood, you could be the only black guy there, and that's it. You gang, like you part of that crew. Like it's just, I don't know. It's different over here, man. It's different. You know, it's segregated too, but there's a lot of anomalies. Put it that way, and it is
Yeah,
what
like I
it
said,
is.
it's
It's
like a
tough.
salad bowl. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like a salad. Like America is, we ain't shit but a big ass salad bowl. You know, everybody's different, but we're still all together, and we operate independently while still working together. Type shit.
exactly. And I
You know?
seen it the other way too. I know Dominican dudes who grew up in black neighborhood, pure black neighborhoods, and they're the only Dominican guy, only Puerto Rican guy, and that's it. They roll with that crew. When you beef with them, they don't care. I
So
seen
what do
them
y'all
go
call
against
them? What do y'all call Dominicans who are engulfed in black culture?
um
Y'all have a name for them?
Cocolo. We'll say Cocolo because there's a group of people in DR who they immigrated from West Indies like 100 years ago, and they got their own little culture. They're not Catholics, so they're always gonna be different than us because they're not Catholics. They got their own church.
Right.
They're Anglican, and they got a little different. You know, their food a little different. So we call them that. Sometimes you could use it in a derogatory way. But those people themselves, they call themselves cocolos. So it's not really a bad thing. They call themselves that. You know? So, but we're usually like this motherfucker. He want to be a cocolo. He want to be down with the cocolo, with the morenos, moreno. Even though
Okay.
we could all be looking black looking people, we'll say just like how Jamaicans will be like they use the word Yankee. So even though most Jamaicans are black or look just as black as the FBA, they be like, this motherfucker, he be hanging out with the Yankees and all that. He not a yard. He not from the yard no more. So they'll say you're a Yankee because you messing with the African Americans. So they got
Oh,
everybody
okay.
got their own little words to address those kind of issues. But it happens a lot, especially in the Northeast, man. Like you grow up where you grow up at. It is what it is. Like the dude I'm thinking about right now when I'm saying this, he be going to all the cookouts. He grew up with all the FBA. He's Dominican. His mom don't even speak English, but it's what it is. He grew up in the project. You know, I just grew up in the project that had a lot of Puerto Rican. Um, and the thing with me is I probably would have been more like that, but I got kicked out of 3 high schools. So my mother sent me to go to high school in Dominican Republic and live with my father for 4 years. So I lived in DR for 4 years, and I got very
Mhm.
Dominicanized and in touch with my people, and that's a good thing. Nothing wrong with that. My Spanish got better, and I understand the culture more. But if it wasn't for that, shit, man. Probably would have had a teardrop on my face, all kind of wild shit, been a blood member, or my cousins are bloods and shit like that. So
Right.
I'm the only one that not made it out because I would have been a product of the environment, you know. And my mom repeated that for all my brothers. All my brothers went to live with my father in DR. We all been to DR and graduated high school. And we all got
Mhm.
kicked out of high school. We were mad violent. Because we like a little gang, you feel me? Because all my brothers, it's 4 of us, and we're like a year apart each. And my dad had no TV. So we all went to high school together. We all walked to school together. So if somebody
Damn.
fucking one of us, we coming right after that ass. You know what I
So
mean?
y'all
So
mobbing the school.
we mobbing. Hey man, I jump on a nigga. I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't believe in that. I'm from the real streets, bro. I don't do no fair fights, bro. Yeah,
Right.
you fight my brother, I'm jumping in it. That's my brother, dog. You can talk shit about me, saying I'm anyway, it's all bullshit anyway, because there ain't no honor amongst thieves. They're gonna jump you. I've been jumped I hardly had any fair fights. I could count with my hand how many times I shot the one. You get jumped and you walk home, nigga. That's They ain't
It's
gonna let you
over.
beat nobody up
Tell
in
you.
their neighborhood, bro. Let's be real. So,
Right.
but yeah, man, but I like the way I grew up. It was rough, but the type of shit make you a better person, man. I just wish people would grow up out of that. You know what I mean? I see a lot of people that still in the same corner doing the same shit, bro. I was with
Yeah.
my nephew right now, my brother's son. He in the union. He getting paid $30. He got a car, got his own place. I got friends of mine who still didn't have a license. They don't got a GED, bro. I talk to
Well,
them and they be like, I be embarrassed a little bit that I'm affiliated with them because they be like, yeah, dog, I'm about to get my GED this year. I'm gonna get my license. I'm gonna pay these fines. I'm like, damn, bro, you still got those problems from 10 years ago? Like, that
here's the
shit
thing
is crazy.
though, Urban. Like, you know, is kind of a messed up thing to say, but there's gonna always be people like that. And
Yeah, man.
like everybody's not gonna always rise to the occasion. You know, some people are gonna be just fine in their squalor, you know. And like no matter what you do to bring them out, they're not gonna do it. And that's just, and that's for anybody. You see people come from good houses. Like a family full of doctors can produce a crackhead. The same way a family
Yeah.
full of crackhead can produce a doctor. You
Yeah,
see,
that's a fact. I seen
you
that.
know,
Both
yeah.
ways.
I mean, like it happens all the time. There's exceptions here. There's exceptions to everything. But like just like there's an exception to everything, there's a rule, and the rule is we're always going to have that particular class of people who are not going to do shit. They're always going to be there.
But some people never have a chance. Like sometimes
That's
that's
well,
why
I was just about to get to that. So listen,
yeah,
I'm just about
because
to
you
get
know
to
what?
that.
Because like when people talk about statistics and shit like that, a lot of those people don't even have a black friend. They never been in a black neighborhood. They ain't grow up in it. I grew up and I have a lot of black friends. Been in the cookout. I don't. It is what it is, right? Like I think about my boy Shamar. I got a lot of love for him, man. Like, this is my nigga for real. Like my boy Shamar, right? He don't know how to read. He not dumb, bro. I take him with me to do work, to do side work. I pay him. He's smart. He's the best helper I ever had. But yo, his mom was a crackhead. Never sent his ass to school. This nigga been on the block since he was a kid. He never went to school. How the fuck can you like? I try to put myself in his shoes. Like, damn man, imagine how you know how to read. Like, that's embarrassing, right? You gotta go learn how to read at an old ass age. Look dumb and like the trauma. Like, he didn't even have a chance. Like, he don't know how to
Yeah,
fucking read. Can't even read an
right.
email. So it's like, I didn't believe him when he told me. I like, bro, you know how to read? What the fuck you mean? Like, he be like, nah, I know like certain words, but I don't know how to read, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's not that he's not capable. It's that his framework was so
He
fucked
didn't have
up.
the opportunity. That's why
He had the
opportunity is
opportunity just to get a
so
regular
so fucking
yeah.
important, man. And people, that's the one thing that everybody looks over when they always want to tell people to bootstrap it. You got to think about people like that young man. It's not that young man's fault that he was born into that particular situation to where he would have a parent who would not at least teach him how to read.
Yeah,
And so
man, that's
you can
crazy.
say whatever you want to say about the decisions he makes, as an adult, and after he gets his own agency, you can say what you want to say about that. But that has nothing to do with the fact that he was disadvantaged from the start. And you can't just
Yeah,
look
he
at the
was
fact
dumb.
that,
He
oh,
was let
well,
off from the start.
that's what I'm
But
saying.